On the jade table that was even taller than a mountain, that white-haired youth cried out miserably, his body of holy precious blood completely absorbed, scattering down on the bone book and scattering over the jade table. Pong! The bone book trembled. Immortal light was released streak after streak. The heavenly deity magical artifact cracked, destroyed there. No, I am unwilling to accept this. He raised his head and cried out loudly, his head of white hair dancing about chaotically, his eyes widening with anger. This was an ancient freak, an extremely powerful individual, yet in the end he was going to fall just like that. Connecting the heavens and moving the earth. He roared loudly. His entire body ignited, erupting with an aura that made everyone's hearts tremble. Even Shurehao's mind was shaken. He deeply understood how terrifying ancient freaks were. They definitely possessed strength exceeding the limits of their cultivation realm, already evolving beyond. This type of figure was definitely terrifying, their powers suppressing all creatures at the same level. Their reputations weren't exaggerated. Pooh! However, right at this moment he began to break apart inch by inch. Not even displaying the most powerful precious techniques could do anything. His entire body exploded with a pung sound, thus losing his life. Following a wung sound, that bone book shone. Chaotic energy curled about. With a violent tremble, the ancient cavern became even more terrifying. Sword energy swept out in tens of thousands of streaks. Damn it! This is simply a slaughtering field. That bone book is like a formation banner. As long as it's touched, it will activate this place. The divine striking stone said with a trembling voice. This formation was too formidable, leaving even it shaken. However, the only fortunate thing was that Shuhao immediately noticed the abnormality, jumping out with Dragon Girl and leaving the nest. Ah! Behind them, miserable cries sounded again and again. They all came from experts, most of them the young outstanding talents of a province. However, in this place they were nothing. That sword energy swept out, carrying hazy chaotic energy, directly blasting apart a group of people, turning them into bloody mist. Ah! How could it be like this? Suddenly, miserable cries sounded in front of Shuhao's party as well. Those Dao platforms changed as well, with some who couldn't jump off in time caught. Their bodies began to frantically bleed, entering the Dao platform. Hurry and rush outside, Shuhao cried out loudly. Luo Dao and Lan Yichen's expressions changed greatly. After receiving Shuhao's message, they immediately leapt off the platform. As soon as they jumped off, that type of shocking change happened. They stared at the others here, some of them extremely powerful exceptional talents. They struggled on the platform, but their resistance was futile. Their bodies became dried up and withered. That type of scene was extremely terrifying. The blood didn't receive restrictions, spraying out from their pores and landing on the Dao platform. Moreover, those alive noticed a terrifying scene. There were symbols stored within the blood. The ones who suffered disaster had all of their bone text within their bodies extracted through their blood. Too terrifying. Hell on earth. Lu Yi's heart trembled. He stood the furthest away, seeing everything clearly. Right now, there were practically no living creatures left in the immortal cave. After several streaks of sword radiance swept out, the most powerful group of people were almost completely wiped out, with just 3 or 4 individuals making it out. As for the Dao platform, there were only 20 or so people, with all of them frantically rushing out. Let's go! Shuhao was extremely fast, surpassing all those who were alive. He quickly reached the outer perimeter, regrouping with Lan Yichen, Luo Dao and Lu Yi. However, the original path couldn't be taken. They had long discovered that following their arrival the way out was sealed. Let's join hands. Dragon Girl spoke. She flew over, graceful like a fairy, her water blue hair dancing about. Her clothes fluttered behind her, revealing her extremely moving figure. Fine, Shuhao nodded. The two forgot the dragon incident because the current situation was too pressing. This place was too sinister. There was definitely some great problem. The Vicious Ten's precious technique wasn't obtained, and there was a killing formation that was activated. This didn't seem like some natural luck left behind for later generations. but instead a type of eradication. Those ancient treasures, such as the heaven-marked conch, yin-yang pouch, and others were all great killing weapons that could kill sect master-level figures, yet in the end not a single one of them could be obtained. The divine medicine even more so disappeared, not a single opportunity anywhere. Count me in. Another person arrived from the air, another powerful individual. Let's leave together. Soon after, an individual with a compass in hand rushed over as well, unexpectedly a cultivator who understood divination and practicing the Tao through it. Those who were still alive ran over from the rear. Everyone rushed into a path that hadn't been closed, a path pointed out by the divination master. His cultivation wasn't all that powerful, but he could still arrive here and survive through that bloody disaster. This alone was enough to prove quite a few things. He still had some methods. However, when they stepped on the path that he chose, when they only ran out several dozen zhang of distance, there were symbol lights that flickered. This path lit up, killing 23 individuals. Collect! Shihao released a light shout, using the cauldron that he used to cook with to collect Luo Dao, Lana Chen, and Lu Yi. Those individuals didn't resist because the outside world was too dangerous. Even someone as powerful as Shihao was injured, being struck by a streak of blade radiance. What a bloody aura! Terrifying demonic earth. All of you look, all of these individuals' blood is flowing towards a certain direction. The divination master was trembling with fear. Shihao and the others turned around. This wasn't only true for the 20 or so individuals that had just died. Even the ones that died in the cave were like this. Their blood all gathered, flowing towards a direction. This is a killing disaster. Dragon Girl's eyes were cold, continuously flickering with radiance like a stellar stream. Right now, there wasn't much to be said. They had to first escape from this place. Hong! Resplendent symbol light erupted. Even that divination master died, turning into a lump of bloody light. There were only 4 people left, all of them the most powerful creatures. Shihao didn't say a single word. He quickly ran forward. Watch out. Walk to the left into that forest, and then enter the marsh. The divine striking stone hurriedly shouted. After rushing out from that path, he saw a complicated terrain. This was clearly the underground, yet there were forests, lakes, and woodlands. And, suddenly, Shihao sensed something, producing a type of reaction. Little brother. That was the imprint that he left on Xianxia's body. It was incredibly powerful, meaning that he should be nearby. After moving through the marsh, he saw a few paths. This doesn't seem too right. It's not a path of life. The divine striking stone cried out. However, Shihao didn't hesitate, still continuing. In the end, symbols flickered, cutting off the path ahead. A wall stood in his way. However, he could clearly sense that Xianxia was close by. Shihao produced the pill furnace, sending out the lightning to bombard the wall. The scenery became vague. The walls shattered, the lightning unexpectedly effective. There were powerful formation symbols here, but they were disturbed by the overflowing lightning, revealing the scenery up ahead. Good! Rush out from here. The divine striking stone was surprised. There was a path of life behind the end of this road. In the rear, Dragon Girl and the others originally stopped. However, there was unexpectedly a way out, so they followed over. Behind the wall was unexpectedly a battlefield. There was ashy brown land and white bones everywhere. What kind of blasted place is this? Isn't it a nest? Shihao cursed. Older brother. An individual covered in blood cried out from within the battlefield. It was precisely Xianxia. What happened? I entered an ancient place with a jade staircase. It led to an island in the void full of holy medicines and even divine medicines. When Xianxia entered that place, he discovered that there were over 1,000 people who found that place. All of them wished to ascend the jade staircase and enter the flower garden. In the end, regardless of whether it was the ones who ascended the staircase or those who flew upwards, they were all killed by a mysterious formation, dyeing this place with blood. Xianxia's face was extremely pale. Over 1,000 experts, all of them extremely powerful, yet they all died. Who cares about 1,000? More than 100,000 have already died in this vicious nest. Someone behind Dragon Girl spoke. It's good that you survived. Sure how consoled. If not for the long life battle clothes, I would have already died. Qin Hao's voice was extremely soft. This left quite the mental blow on him. Aside from the battle clothes, there was another secret treasure that shattered, dying in his place. This is the edge of the battlefield. We cannot enter further and should hurry and leave. This vicious nest doesn't seem right. Entering would only result in death. The divine striking stone said. They quickly moved, the divine striking stone continuously analyzing this place, pointing out directions based on various clues. They left the ancient battlefield and entered a hilly region. Then, they passed through another region as a result encountering another shining path. We can only take this path. Even though it is dangerous, there is a chance of leaving the vicious nest. Ah! Two miserable cries sounded. Two people who followed Sure How on this path didn't stop, and as a result were erased by the symbols on this path. The blood was incomparably glaring, flowing towards a certain direction. Eventually, even the divine striking stone was at its wit's end. They smashed about randomly within the underground ancient path, and from time to time, dangers would erupt and symbols would crush down. This path alone took a day and night, along the way running into more than 10 groups of individuals. As a result, they traveled together, but in the end, they all died. Only Sure How, Dragon Girl, and Qin Hao were left. A familiar aura, it's Sure-E. Sure Hao's mind was shaken. He saw two beams of heaven shocking lights that tore through the void, accompanied by chaotic energy. That was a person's gaze. Go! He took the lead in rushing over. The two sides reunited, and sure enough it was Sure-E. He was traveling with 5 or 6 individuals, all of them extremely powerful, but they were all covered in blood, injured. Sure How and Dragon Girl weren't much better off. Blood already dyeing their battle clothes. Truly have some methods scheming against us. If I can escape, I will definitely get my revenge, Sure-E said softly. The others trembled. One of them cried out with shock. Was this arranged by someone? Isn't it a trial from the vicious nest? Trial my ass. Sure How also spoke, his eyes cold. Dragon Girl's eyes were deep. Behind her, stars appeared. A true dragon figure surging into the sky. Her head of water blue hair drifted about. She was using a secret method to sense everything in her surroundings. In the end, she spoke up. It seems like the line of ancient characters I found accidentally in the vicious nest was true. That person truly has quite the methods, appearing in 6 or 7 worlds, absorbing all types of divine blood and symbols. When this sentence was spoken, everyone's fine hairs stood on end. It was clear that there was a great conspiracy going on. Go! Let's join forces in breaking out. Dragon Girl spoke. She produced 2 broken horns that were originally dull. When they were pieced together, they unexpectedly released shocking might, shaking up the ancient nest. Over there! Sure-Yi's eyes shone, pointing towards a direction. There was an ancient gate there that shone with chaotic light, hacking down anyone who drew near. From Sure-Yi's observations after staying here for quite a few hours, he felt that this might be a path of life. However, it was difficult to pass. Let's join hands. We should be able to break through, Sure How said. In front of this door, they prepared for a bit. In the end, another dozen or so people came, the one in the lead someone Sure How recognized. It was actually the ancient freak, Chang Gongyan, someone that appeared before in Xin province. Everyone, we have to risk it all. If we make it through this place, we might see the light of day again. If we fail, we might die here. Immediately afterwards, everyone used their most powerful methods. Dragon Girl held the combined ancient horn in her hands, displaying waves of draconic might, making everyone tremble. Sure-E produced a damaged stone imprint that released wisps of chaotic energy. Chang Gongyan produced a great bow that was pitch black like ink. He put a strange black arrow on it that released terrifying fluctuations. Sure How produced the pill furnace. After thinking about it for a bit, he then produced the true primordial record 10,000 spirit diagram, holding it in his hands. The others also respectively prepared their secret treasures. Go! Following a light shout, everyone rushed out together. It was quite miserable. More than 10 people immediately turned into a bloody paste. Sure how protect Qin how here moving forward together. The pill furnace shone, scattering out mysterious radiance, as sure how joined hands in breaking through this gate. Dang! At the crucial moment, there was still divine radiance shooting over. He used the 10,000 spirit diagram to defend himself, covering this place with hazy radiance. In the end, only a few people emerged from that gate alive, scattering the chaotic energy that curled around this place. Dragon Girl, Shi Chang Gongyan, Shi Hao and Qin Hao were still alive. Everyone else had died, unable to stop the killing disaster. Sure enough, when they rushed out, they arrived on the surface. They quickly departed from that terrifying vicious nest. The smell of blood was strong. There were several tens of thousands of corpses around the vicious nest that had died not too long ago. They all died today, Chang Gongyan said. Meanwhile, in the distance, human figures were everywhere. Many people were fleeing, about to leave this place. A terrible tragedy had clearly happened on the surface as well, killing too many people. There are still many people fleeing, Shuri said. His eyes shone, gazing past hundreds, thousands of li, staring at the ancient land. Suddenly, a melody sounded, faint and indistinct. Shi Hao and the others turned around. Between that vicious nest, above what seemed to be a volcanic crater, a figure appeared, at its lips a jade flute. Under the blood moons, he looked extraordinary, just like an immortal that appeared in this world. His clothes fluttered about, making him look indescribably otherworldly. This individual was extremely pretty, face perfect, skin sparkling and releasing holy splendor. He released a smile, nodding towards these people. A tune to send off the crowd. This was his gentle voice. He began to play the flute. It was as if heavenly music descended from the 9 heavens. In the distance, many people cried out, because the sparkling flower petals all descended, piercing through those people, turning them into blood. This was originally a wonderful scene. Sparkling and translucent flower petals descended, dancing about under the night moon, accompanied by the music of a flute. In the end, experts withered away one after another, blood dyeing this ancient place. Under the blood moon, those broken mountains' interiors were hollow just like volcanoes as they towered there. Not a single blade of grass grew. An exceptional male held a pure white jade bone flute by his lips. His clothes fluttered about, his body sparkling as he stood above the reddish-brown peak, playing an immortal melody. It was you that caused all of this. Shi Yi's eyes swirled with auspicious light. Symbols interweaved in his pupils as he stared forward. The melody was indistinct, as if it was a sound of nature, echoing through the night moon. That person's expression was calm, only smiling calmly. His teeth were extremely white, his entire body possessing an immortal Tao aura. Even his hair was pure and limpid, releasing gentle radiance. Only, miserable cries sounded continuously from the distance, sharply contrasting this type of peacefulness. Blood scattered outwards, making others' hearts tremble. Chang Gongyan held the great black bow in his hands. His left leg took a step forward, supporting a black-colored feathered arrow, his left hand raising the bow upwards, his right hand fiercely pulling the bowstring back. Immediately, heaven and earth began to tremble, black ripples spreading outwards from his body like tides, sweeping in all directions. This was a wave of powerful divine might that originated from this bow and arrow. Around them, all types of stone, trees, and mountains began to rumble and move about. Many plants and trees were uprooted, exploding in the void. There were even many that floated into the sky, some mountains even collapsing, rising with the black ripples like duckweed in an ocean. Everything was rising and falling. The magical force was truly intimidating. This was an ancient freak. Once angered, the might they released was unstoppable, the world resonating in response. Rumbling sounds rang through the air. Of course, the most shocking and intimidating thing was still that black arrow's tip. It took in and sent out black radiance, exceptionally sharp as it pointed at the vicious nest ahead. Chi! Finally, the bowstring was released. A black ancient arrow flew outwards, turning into a streak of dark light, shattering the void. This type of scene would make any deity tremble, one arrow shocking the world. If one had their body pierced by this, they would undoubtedly die. Everyone could feel the terrifying power it contained. On the broken mountain that was like a volcano, with not even a single blade of grass growing, that figure disappeared without a flash. However, that melody was still there, faint and indistinct. It was like an immortal Tao precious sound that descended from the 9 heavens. The black ancient arrow smashed apart everything there. It pierced through a leftover image, not hitting the true body, and then roared towards the horizon. With a schwa sound, that figure appeared again, as if it had never disappeared. It still released a hazy radiance, playing the flute there and slaughtering all of the experts in the distance. Flower petals descended, blood covering everything. Every single petal killed a powerful individual. Who? A great wind roared, and an expanse of dark light shot over from the distance. That black arrow returned, attacking at that mysterious individual again, not stopping until it was killed. Unfortunately, he was too fast. His flesh distorted the void, and then disappeared again. When he appeared again, there was a sack by his side that was simple and dull. However, the great Tao aura it released was intimidating. This was the yin-yang pouch. This was not the beast skin pouch sure how obtained in the lower realm to store spiritual medicines, but a truly terrifying secret treasure. It was a great killing weapon. It was made from several tens to close to 100 ancient beasts' primordial divine skins. Symbols covered it densely. This was something that could collect all things. If deities were collected inside, they would immediately be refined into blood and bones. This thing was exceedingly terrifying. It was rumored that Immortal Ancient had a supreme treasure that was refined from over 10,000 ancestral beast skins, known to be able to store all 3,000 provinces and refine the endless stars in the cosmos. The one in front of him was refined from close to 100 types of ancient divine beasts. There was no way it was an immortal treasure, but it was still terrifying enough. Chang Gongyan's expression changed. His hands formed an imprint, changing the trajectory of the black ancient arrow. After drawing out an arc, it quickly flew black, landing in his hands. Then, another black-colored ancient arrow appeared behind his back. It merged with the one in his hand, becoming one. He was going to fire it out again. Something's wrong. Suddenly, sure, he was shocked, his eyes becoming deep, as if he saw something terrifying. The others were also horrified. A wave of chilliness appeared. Their bodies felt as if they were freezing as well. They saw an incomparably terrifying scene. Following the sounds of the flute melody, many shadows appeared in those mountains. Thousands to tens of thousands of creatures crawled out from the volcano-like craters, black like ink, their auras astonishing. Ow! They began to roar, throwing themselves over. Ghost demons. Sure Hao's expression changed greatly, recognizing them immediately. They were artificially produced strange creatures. He had previously encountered them while picking half-ginseng fruits. Hurry and leave, Dragon Girl said. This place was too terrifying. That person was deep and immeasurable, and at his side was a group of ghost demons. There was simply no way to take them on. They numbered in the tens of thousands, crowding densely, as if a door into the underworld had been opened, crawling out from the volcanic crater, roaring as they emerged. Wang! The yin-yang pouch was enlarged. It floated in midair, releasing strand after strand of multicolored light. The pouch already opened, about to collect them inside. Dragon Girl released a cold snort. The ancient horn in her hands shone, and with a fierce move, the void immediately became chaotic, spreading like water ripples. We can only leave. A portion of this vicious nest has already been grasped by him, the formations activating as he wishes. We cannot fight him. Chang Gongyan sighed. There was no way for them to even retaliate. They had just escaped, deeply understanding how terrifying this place was. There were all types of great formations. If not for joining hands, they would have long died inside. They didn't hesitate, turning around and leaving. It was because those ghost demons were rushing over, their numbers too great. Shadows were everywhere, appearing extremely sinister under the blood moon. Who is he? Do you all recognize him? Sure How asked Dragon Girl and Chang Gongyan. As a result, both of them shook their heads. They had never seen that handsome and perfect face before, not recognizing him at all. How could it be like this? Qin Hao's face was pale. The vicious nest had existed since the ancient times, and now it was turned into a place of death by this individual. That person was too terrifying, already killing more than 100,000 creatures in recent times. Even someone with a temperament as tough and tenacious as he felt a wave of coldness at this moment. His mind was deep and he was intelligent even when he was young. Now, even he felt that this person was too terrifying. From what Dragon Girl said, she had seen some last words inscribed on a stone, that this person had been planning for 6 to 7 eras already. When everyone carefully thought about this now, everyone shivered inwardly. 6 or 7 eras had gone past. Yet this person was silent and nameless, not being recognized. How patient, how low profile was this individual, waiting until the last era before appearing without any misgivings. Forget about the past. Just now, there are 3 or 4 ancient freaks that died within. When Dragon Girl said this, everyone became silent. This person was too sinister, formidable to a terrifying degree, using the formations inside to kill everyone, absolutely ruthless. I believe that he hasn't truly obtained all of the vicious nest's natural luck, and is instead using everyone's blood as sacrifice to open something. Through all this time, he has produced countless ghost demons as well. Qin Hao said. He was a youth with great ambitions, but the events that transpired in the vicious nest this time dealt a heavy blow to his mind. If not for his older brother taking action, he might not have even been able to walk out alive. Soon after, they rushed into fallen Immortal Ridge. Suddenly, everyone thought of something. It was rumored that there was a true immortal who died here, the blood essence absorbed by the vicious nest and stored within the precious pond. Could it be that this person absorbed all types of blood to use as sacrifice to draw out the pool of immortal blood? He might also be using the blood sacrifice to open up a few areas he currently did not have access to. This was what they were speculating. A plan arranged over 6 or 7 eras. How tenacious. This person is extremely terrifying, powerful to an insurmountable degree. Chang Gongyan said. If we were to select one person among ancient freaks, who would be the one that matches this the best? Sure Hao asked. In that instant, everyone recalled 10 Crown King, one of the most powerful individuals from past to present at this cultivation level. He was unmatched at this level. Even though I never saw 10 Crown King, it shouldn't be him, because this type of way of doing things doesn't match his style. Dragon Girl shook her head, rejecting this thought. That only makes it even more terrifying. Sure Hao sighed. From past to present, this person's name had never appeared, not drawing anyone's attention, not seizing the crown in any era, only displaying his brilliance in this final era. They already caught up to the fleeing creatures up ahead. They were all powerful individuals, but they were all fleeing frantically, wishing to immediately leave this place of disaster. Shouts and roars continuously sounded. Flower petals fluttered between heaven and earth, carrying a type of fragrance. They looked like they were carved from jade, fine and replete with moisture as they fell. Every single flower petal was sticky with blood, killing a powerful individual. Flute music sounded unendingly behind them, turning into sound cymbals to kill the masses. It was terrifying to the extreme. Flower petals continuously flickered. It was extremely eye-catching. The flower petals that carried bloody wisps extremely brilliant, as if there were stars flickering about. They fell from the sky, dancing about in this mountain region. That person followed them, standing in the void with the fine white jade-like bone flute by his lips, urging the tens of thousands of ghost demons as he moved. Dark red moonlight fell, creating a bewitchingly beautiful scene. That person seemed to have transcended beyond this world, untainted by mortal ways. However, the flute music sounded vaguely, giving everyone a scalp-numbing, hair-raising feeling. Acting so viciously and heartlessly, do you not fear retribution? Someone roared before death. The only thing he received in response was a flower petal formed from symbols. It moved through the space between his brows, drawing a string of glaring blood droplets. In the sky, that person was still otherworldly, his expression peaceful, looking incomparably holy. There was a smile on the corners of his lips, but no words came out. The flower petals didn't drift towards Dragon Girl and Xiao's party, because the one in the sky wouldn't do pointless things. He knew that it would be difficult for a mass slaughter method's bone symbols to harm these people. However, the ghost demons still roared, their numbers over 10,000 as they rushed at Xianxia and the others. These things can't catch up to us. But why do I feel such a heart-trembling feeling? Xianxia said to himself, feeling like something bad was about to happen. We should prepare to fight. There are definitely more ghost demons up ahead. Xianxia said. Sure enough, as soon as his voice dropped, roars sounded from in front of fallen Immortal Ridge. Several thousand ghost demons appeared, jumping down from the mountain and throwing themselves towards these people. Ah! Miserable cries sounded continuously. Many people's blood flowed under the vague flute music, torn apart by these demons. These ghost demons were all powerful, some of them long becoming true deities. So how were people at the divine flame realm supposed to face them? There were so many of them, stretching as far as the eye could see. Under the blood-colored moonlight, the mountain forest became a place of death, turning into a place of malevolent spirits. Kill! Xianxia took action with full force, struggling to break out of fallen Immortal Ridge. Under the blood moons, demonic figures were everywhere, their roars shaking the heavens. Xianxia and the others fled to fallen Immortal Ridge. Behind them, many cultivators were wailing in anguish. They had been caught up by the ghost demons. Heart-tearing, lung-splitting howls rang through the air. They covered heaven and earth. More than 10,000 ghost demons chewed and devoured flesh. This type of scene was just too horrible to witness. The danger hadn't ended yet. There are still several thousand ghost demons chasing over. Even though they couldn't overtake Xiao's party, for those cultivators who were fleeing for their lives, they were fatal. Within this ancient land, creatures of all clans took action. Precious light surged into the heavens and symbols shot out, fighting until the forest collapsed and the great earth split apart. Dragon Girl, Xianxia, and the others were extremely fast, traveling together this entire time as they slaughtered their way out. They encountered several small groups of ghost demons that had emerged from who knew where, so they worked together to destroy them. Are we going to completely leave this place? Xianxia said quietly. He hated this place, wishing to leave as soon as possible. They were already quite far from the vicious nest, now quite far from the most dangerous place. At the very least, they didn't have to worry about any strange formations activating and encounter danger because of it. In this region, human figures could rarely be seen. Aside from them, there were a few scattered individuals running for their lives in this mountain region. Oh! Suddenly, the melody stopped. After a momentary silence, a bugle horn that carried an ominous sound sounded, possessing a terrifying demonic nature. Xianxia immediately staggered about, almost falling onto the ground. With a wah sound, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. One could clearly see that wave after waves of ripples were spreading over, tearing this region apart. All types of ancient trees shattered. The enormous mountain rocks broke apart inch by inch. Those ripples descended from the sky and covered the great earth. The mysterious individual appeared again, flying over beneath the blood moon, his battle clothes fluttering about. He put away the pure white bone flute and then took out a blue simple and unadorned horn. It was unexpectedly the heaven-marked conch. This was a great killing weapon with tremendous strength. Even deities would explode after being swept through by its ripples. Hong! Xianxia took action. He produced a damaged stone imprint that carried wisps of chaotic energy. With a fierce tremble, the ripples that attacked over were all scattered. It was clear that this stone imprint was extremely mysterious and extraordinary. The others nearby weren't so lucky. They didn't have such a powerful ancient treasure to protect themselves. Pooh! The body of an individual who had become extremely powerful after igniting his divine flame split apart, turning into a clump of bloody mist. His body and soul wiped out. Meanwhile, this was just the start. Poo-poo sounds rang out continuously. All those who were lucky enough to survive in this mountain region and escape to this place screamed miserably. They held their ears and howled towards the sky. The divine sound was ear-piercing. The light and ripples that were released by the heaven-marked conch blasted them apart one after another. There was simply no way for them to resist its power. Even if these people had secret treasures, it still wasn't enough. Their weapons immediately splitting apart, their precious techniques quickly scattering as well. They weren't even on the same level of strength. Fiend, you are a cruel and heartless devil. Someone cried out, only no reply was given. That mysterious figure in the void was otherworldly like an immortal, blowing the conch mercilessly. Apart from Xiao's group, this entire mountain region was a bloodbath. No creatures survived. Chi! At this moment, Dragon Girl held the ancient horn in hand, and after drawing a stroke through the air, a dazzling blade of light hacked out, cutting towards the mysterious individual in the sky. Let's rush up and kill him, Xianxia said while clenching his fist. This person actually left the vicious nest and pursued them like this. How could this be tolerated? This might be the best opportunity. In fact, many of them wanted to slaughter their way over and kill this person. What kind of individuals were they? They traveled unhindered through the world, and individuals like Dragon Girl and Chang Gongyan had reigned supreme in more than one era. Yet today they were being pursued like this. Only they restrained that urge. Shiyi's eyes flickered and said, "This person chased over by himself, so he definitely has something to rely on, most likely having something troublesome up his sleeve." In that instant, Xiao's brows jumped. He felt something strange and said, "Not good. The bug horde is coming." He understood what was going on. This mysterious male blew the horn not only to massacre the masses, but also to summon the great bug clan armies, using them to kill their group of people. Dragon Girl, Xiyi, and the others' expressions all changed. They heard the sound of wings flapping, a sound similar to metal plates grinding, making their teeth sore and their bodies break out in goosebumps. Soon after, the blood moons in the sky disappeared, replaced with dark clouds that swarmed over. What kind of bugs are these? Even the cool-headed Chang Gongyan's expression changed. He couldn't help but cry out. There were too many, densely packed and forming a large black expanse. Those individuals didn't even turn around, quickly running away from this place. Those bugs were too numerous, their sizes varying from a fingernail to a thumb in length. They covered the void as they swarmed over. Pooh! The mountain forest in the rear was directly collapsed. All types of ancient trees vanished, to the extent where even mountains were swept clean. This was all produced just by a swoop from this bug army. Black divine bugs. Xiao's eyes flourished with radiance. He had seen these types of bugs a long time ago, with the weakest being at the supreme expert realm and a smaller half who ignited their divine flames. With so many of them together, it was not something they could take on directly at all. These bugs were pitch black and shiny, their bodies incomparably sinister. On their backs was a pair of transparent wings. They moved through the sky, crushing all those in their way. Mountain peaks collapsed one after another along with their pursuit, collapsing into crushed rubble. Those individuals became anxious. If it were several hundred of them, then that was that, but there were tens of thousands of them, many of them at the divine flame realm, so how were they supposed to resist? If they fought for a long time, they would undoubtedly die. The most crucial thing was that this ancient place didn't allow the use of space-shattering symbols. Even if they could cut open the void, they couldn't move through it. It was extremely strange. Dang dang dang. Sparks flew everywhere. Large amounts of black bugs swooped downwards, colliding with several individuals, releasing ear-splitting kung-chong sounds. Pong! Xiyi smashed out with the imprint, and large amounts of bugs immediately fell. Could be seen just how terrifying the damaged stone imprint was. It drew looks from the others. Dragon Girl used the ancient horn in her hand. Multicolored light was released. The bugs in the sky immediately fell with polypila sounds, turning into powder. It was similarly domineering. Chang Gongyan aimed at the void, and then immediately fired out with the bow. A black streak of light rushed into the sky, and with a pu sound, a leader among the bug army exploded. The black divine bugs around it also died, falling from the sky. This wasn't the first time Xianxia encountered these bugs. But the numbers here were who knew how many times greater than what he encountered in the divine fruit forest. They were all raised by him, and there I more than a single nest. Xianxia stared at the void, feeling for the first time that this person was too terrifying. He had made plans within the vicious nest for 6 or 7 eras, and even raised so many dark divine bugs and ghost demons. Who could contend against him in this region? It was to the extent where when this person came out, there would definitely be a disaster in all of Immortal Ancient. Kacha. Xianxia produced the pill furnace, sending the heavenly river pouring outwards. Lightning radiance immediately flowed outwards endlessly, blasting countless black divine bugs from the sky. Qin Hao used the long-life battle clothes to kill the bug horde as well. However, there were just too many of them covering heaven and earth. Half of them were divine flame realm experts. This type of bug swarm, so many deities. Who could stop them? Even if they had powerful ancient treasures on hand, they still couldn't prolong this battle, or else they would definitely exhaust all of their energy and die here. We are almost out of this region. As long as we can make it through, we can move through the void and the bug swarm wouldn't be able to catch up. We can even turn around to kill that mysterious individual. Xianxia said. His eyes flickered with radiance, the beams of light splitting apart the sky as he looked into the distance. He felt that as long as they could persevere a while longer, they would be able to escape and ultimately live. They were currently experiencing a life and death disaster. For people like them, it was something they rarely experienced. Woo-woo sounds rang continuously through the air. The heaven-marked conch was still sounding. That person was following just behind, using the Bug Clan army to chase after them. The king of bugs? Xianxia gazed into the sky, seeing that there was a bug on the mysterious individual's shoulder. It was wrapped around by light and releasing ripples, ordering the bug swarm. Bug Emperor. He actually raised a Bug Emperor. Dragon Girl revealed a grave expression. This was extremely troublesome. If this person were to come out from isolation in the future, he might be able to summon other bug swarms. It still can't be considered a Bug Emperor, not evolving to that stage. However, it's not too far off. Chang Gongyan said. Xianxia's mind moved. He felt the Emperor butterfly cocoon in his hair move a bit, flipping over as if it sensed something. This person isn't simple. He has immortal energy around him. I can't see through his body, Xianxia said. He was a dual-pupil user, someone who could see through all, yet right now he was experiencing issues. It really is immortal energy. Dragon Girl's expression changed greatly. She rushed outwards with the others, fighting the bug swarm while looking back towards the sky. He took that step. This era is now troublesome. He isn't the first, nor will he be the last. He has surpassed all of those in the past, comparable now to those of Immortal Ancient Great Era. The most powerful existences are preparing and in isolation cultivation. Those who have a chance of succeeding are all concentrated in this era. Dragon Girl said to herself, if we can survive, I also have to push at the final barrier. Chang Gongyan spoke, feeling the pressure increasing. Xianxia said, turns out immortal energy will appear once that step is taken. Is this the standard for becoming an ultimate king? See if he only has a single strand of immortal energy. Dragon Girl said, it's even divided into strands? When Xianxia heard this, he revealed a look of shock. With each additional strand, one's strength will improve a step further. Chang Gongyan said. It was clear that all of the ancient freaks knew about this. When challenging the limit and taking that step, one would cultivate immortal energy. This was how one became the ultimate expert. I cannot see it clearly. That mist has scattered, wrapping around his body, Xianxia said. He is doing this on purpose so no others can see it. However, it is precisely ancient freaks who could surpass the ancients and take that step, becoming comparable to those in immortal ancient great era. Even if one's body can have a single strand, it will be considered a tremendous success. We are almost out, Xianxia said. He almost couldn't hold on any longer. Even with the help of others, his face was already pale. Pooh! In the end, there were black divine bugs that rushed through, piercing Xianxia's body. Pong! Xianxia released a palm, blasting out the black divine bugs in his body, and then directly put him into the cauldron, not having him take risks any longer. It was because he had experienced what ought to be used for learning from experience. Right now, even Xianxia, Dragon Girl, and the others were about to run out of stamina. After all, tens of thousands of deities were rushing at them murderously. Even with their powerful divine abilities, they still couldn't stop this type of mass attack. When one refines a streak of immortal energy and surpasses the ancient predecessors, one takes a step on a path that hadn't been taken before. Chang Gongyan said, I will immediately enter isolation training when I return, surpassing the ancient generations. Shuri said. He was going to complete his own path. Once my path is complete, will there be 1 strand, 2 strands, or even more strands of immortal energy? Xianxia asked himself. Those individuals slaughtered the bugs until they were spiritually weary and completely drained. They almost couldn't hold on any longer. All of their bodies were dyed with blood, suffering serious injuries. Is that person arrogant or cautious? Actually not slaughtering down himself and only having the bug swarm attack us. Shuri said. It is because he can't see through the stone imprint in your hands or the ancient horn I grasp, said Dragon Girl. She then gave Chang Gongyan's large black bow a look. In addition, she was also looking for Xianxia's 10,000 spirit diagram. That bone is quite special. Why aren't you using it? It can only be used passively for defense. Xianxia laughed bitterly. Those individuals coughed out blood. They finally rushed out from this ancient place, rushing into the mist-covered ghost forest. The bug swarm stopped, not chasing them here. I will bid you all goodbye. After saying this gently, the long clothes fluttered about him, making him look like an immortal under the blood moons, exceptional and otherworldly. He turned around and left. By his lips was a spotlessly white bone flute. This time, the melody was incomparably gentle. He slowly departed under the moonlight. Those individuals became quiet as they looked at his retreating figure and the retreating bug swarm. Everyone else died. More than 100,000 creatures died in the vicious nest. How shocking was this? What was shocking was that bloody light continuously rose into the air, gathering towards that individual. There were symbols within the blood as well that shone with brilliant divine light. In the end, the symbols gathered around him, while the blood converged towards the vicious nest. Let's go. Let's stick his portrait in every city to see if we can obtain any clues. Using the blood of all creatures to irrigate the vicious nest and acquire natural luck, using their body's symbols for cultivation. Is this the reason for planning this over 6 or 7 eras? And now its Tao fruit is complete. Chang Gongyan said softly. He stared at that figure that had become indistinct. One could vaguely see symbols appearing, surging along with blood in the mountain region and swirling about that figure, shining with mysterious radiance under the moonlit night. They were like symbols cast from immortal gold as they gathered together, forming an undying ring, making that gradually fading figure appear incomparably outstanding. Shuri was the first to leave. He didn't fight against Xianxia, wishing to immediately enter isolation cultivation, because this place had left him shaken up internally, giving him many insights. The others moved for several hundreds of thousands of li, ultimately leaving Nest Realm. Older brother, I am leaving as well. Take care of yourself. Xianxia also left. He was dealt quite the mental blow and needed to think hard about his Tao. This era is extremely brilliant, but it is going to be extremely cruel as well. There was someone who actually took this step, surpassing the past. The others won't want to lag behind and will instead fly like moths to a flame. Chang Gongyan sighed softly. Along the way, he moved together with Shi Hao and Dragon Girl, not leaving either. They all wished to enter a few enormous cities to obtain clues, find out who that mysterious person was. Indeed, even if one was an ancient king, cultivating and comprehending for several eras, it is still unlikely to take that step. It truly is too difficult, Dragon Girl sighed. It was because she was a contender for this path as well. Only by taking it would one truly understand how difficult it was. There was the danger of death at every corner. Originally, the number of ancient freaks was much greater than right now, but the reason why they were now so pitifully few now was because they all tried to take that step to surpass the ancients, but most of them unfortunately fell. There were too many people, all of them the most outstanding in their generation, overlooking their era, even some who were unmatched in several eras. Yet in the end, they all met sorrowful ends, dying on their paths. Nest Realm, one of the small worlds in Immortal Ancient. When the three of them entered, they found an enormous city. Dragon Girl used her special methods to leave an engraving of that mysterious male's figure, as well as carving down a line of characters. Of course, this was just the start. The ancient freaks all had many followers. For example, the Dragon Palace Dragon Girl constructed. She had strongholds in a few small worlds. Now, when she gave the order, a group of powerful individuals moved out, heading towards the main cities in Immortal Ancient to stick portraits and offer reward for information on that person's past. Shi Hao and Chang Gongyan didn't leave, following Dragon Girl into a manor. They waited for information together, hoping for some clues to understand that enemy's origins. I dare say that a few ancient kings are going to die from here on forth. After learning that this person took that step, they will only be able to forge ahead to take that step. However, how many of them will succeed? Chang Gongyan said. This was the truth. Immortal Ancient now opened for the 3000th time. There would be people who came first from every era, and ancient freaks who decided to seal themselves weren't few. But in the end, how many of them survived? Some of them died in battle, even more of them stopping when their paths were broken, dying after exhausting all efforts. Now, those that remained could be counted, so one could imagine how difficult this path was. The mysterious individual they saw tonight could be said to be extremely heaven-defying, because he succeeded, taking the step that most experts desired but could not accomplish. Could it be that he is the first one that succeeded? Shi Hao's brows frowned slightly. That might not be the case. 10 Crown King has succeeded as well, Dragon Girl said. She clearly knew a bit about 10 Crown King's matters, because she mentioned him more than once. 6 Crown King Ningchuan shouldn't be far either. That person has shocked past and present, possessing shocking preparations. He will definitely be like a fish leaping out from the ocean, turning into a dragon and soaring into the sky, Chang Gongyan said. Shi Hao frowned. One of these two was his great enemy. If his true body succeeded, that would be a life-threatening danger. Where does immortal energy come from? He frowned as he thought to himself. Once one cultivated a strand of immortal energy, their strength would increase substantially, enough to overlook the masses. From what Dragon Girl said, if one could take that step, even if they were surrounded by the bug swarm, they would still be without fear, able to slaughter one's way out. This was as different as night and day. Shi Hao couldn't help but feel shaken up. In short, this mysterious individual feared Shi Yi's damaged stone imprint and Dragon Girl's ancient horn, and that was why he didn't pursue them to the end. Divine Flame Realm was a foundation. After the ignition, one would leap out from the sea like a fish and soar into the 9 heavens. That was why this foundation was the most important. It affected all of one's future accomplishments. Today, Shi Hao deeply understood the difference. He felt even more rushed, a greater desire to succeed. He was going to finish his own path to its completion. Now that he could sit together with 2 ancient freaks, he naturally had quite a few questions to inquire about. Ning Chuan, 10 Crown King, what kind of paths did they take? I do not know about Ning Chuan. That person is too mysterious. Once his true body emerges, it is unlikely for many people to be able to fight him in Immortal Ancient. Chang Gongyan spoke. This was a reminder, as he knew that Stone Clan's 3 brothers had killed one of Ning Chuan's spiritual bodies. The true body is far greater than a spiritual body, not something that can even be compared. Meanwhile, he will definitely cultivate immortal energy. It will swirl around his body, and at that time, there won't be many who can be treated by him as an opponent. Dragon Girl's expression became grave. 10 Crown King is someone who can be described with a single word, immeasurable. Chang Gongyan said. It was because no one knew where his limits laid. Dragon Girl said. It is rumored that he obtained a small tree that came from the last great era. He used it as his roots, establishing it as his foundation. That is why I reckon that he already knew he could take that step a long time ago. In the future, he could not be stopped or fought against. Suspected to be an immortal Tao ancient tree. Chang Gongyan said. What? Shi Hao was extremely shocked. He even obtained this type of heaven-defying thing, moreover planting it in his body in this era. It was simply unimaginable. How shocking was this? When immortal energy and surpassing those of the ancient past was mentioned, they all had many questions, because they all wished to reach the end of their paths and advance, breaking through the cocoon and turn into butterflies, carrying out an ultimate evolution. Even though most of the ancient kings of this era will die, there are some who are destined to succeed. Dragon Girl said. This path was extremely difficult, with no hope in sight, like a road of death. This was common knowledge, something everyone knew about. However, if someone were to succeed, it would definitely be someone among the ancient freaks. They had accumulated knowledge for several eras, from the past until now, researching diligently the entire time. This type of accumulation was not something that could be surpassed with a single era. It needed to be stored up, refined over time. Shi Hao nodded. If these people had this as their target, then they were without a doubt at the forefront. Their chances of success were the greatest. Time was a type of furnace, a flame for refining true gold and eliminating impurities. Many freaks had already died, and those that remained were the most powerful. It was because a few ancient freaks had encountered each other as well, waking in the same era. Only the more powerful one could live. As such, in the very end, those that lived were all unfathomable existences. I am going to take that step. Shi Hao's eyes became resolute. With the circumstances like this, he had to succeed, or else he would definitely be killed in Immortal Ancient. Then, Dragon Girl and Chang Gongyan discussed a few things with him. They were mostly words of warning, for him to be careful, that following a broken bath was not that simple. Shi Hao knew that these two were speaking tactfully. He had only gathered for a single era, so compared to all those ancient kings, his preparations were lacking. If this continued, even if only a single mishap occurred, forget about enemies, he would fall on this path. 2 days later, they separated, because even if there were any news regarding that mysterious individual, it wouldn't come immediately. Finally came out. Lui said. Shi Hao released Luo Dao and Lani Chen from the cauldron. Those individuals felt as if they had obtained a new lease on life. Even though they didn't encounter the latter dangers, they knew that it was definitely extremely dangerous. That vicious nest is too dangerous. I never expected that someone would have already gone inside and grasped some of the formations. Lani Chen sighed with regret. Shi Hao also released a sigh, but in the end, there was nothing he could do about it. This world did not lack natural luck, and there was no way all of it was obtained by a single person. He might not have obtained everything in the vicious nest, and we are all in Immortal Ancient, so there are still opportunities. Shi Hao said. I feel suffocated to death. It is good that we managed to get out. Lui said. He felt like living was best. In reality, there was a group of people who felt even more dejected than him. In the outside world, the cultivators of all sects, including the great sect masters, felt helpless, because they couldn't see what happened in the vicious nest through the immortal Dao flower's petals, to the extent where that mysterious creature never even appeared. It was because immortal energy wrapped around that place, preventing them from seeing anything. They knew that a tragedy happened, but they still never saw that mysterious person in the end. This type of feeling was extremely terrible. Only when that individual's portrait appeared on every large city did they see his true appearance. But they could only frown. None of them recognized who that person was, feeling rather powerless. prepared for 6 or 7 eras and killed so many creatures. Through this forged his own path, only emerging in the vicious nest in this era. Why are they all saying that he succeeded? Someone's expression turned grave, feeling that a great storm was brewing in Immortal Ancient Cloud Realm within an enormous city. Shi Hao and Lani Chen, Luo Dao and Lu Yi separated. Before departing, he taught them a few transformation arts from the 72 transformations to change their appearances and use them for self-protection. He only had a single request, and that was to do what they could to find out which places in Immortal Ancient had divine medicines. In the future, he would use this information to take risks and pick them. They then separated. Shi Hao naturally wished to enter isolation and complete his own path, to establish a perfect foundation. Only then would he be able to overlook the crowd when the time came. Should take another stroll through Radiant City. He had previously stirred up a huge disaster. If there were old friends who found out about this, they might go there to take a look. In Radiant Realm, there were quite a few people who came recently, all of them searching for information. It was because there was someone who had plundered from Immortal Palace, Divine Temple, Divine Dark Palace, and other places. Triggered a huge commotion. Heavens! The Devil King is back. The moment Shi Hao entered, the streets first became silent, and then everyone ran about in chaos with a hong sound. The bustling road immediately became empty. Everyone ran out of fear because there were news that he cooked and ate 8 exceptional talent levels in Silver Polish Mountain. Together with how unbridled he was, daring to steal from even ancient freaks, who wouldn't be scared. Shi Hao was a bit speechless. As soon as he entered the city, chickens flew and dogs ran, cultivators running in all directions. This area had practically turned into an empty city. In the end, he took action, stopping a few cultivators and asking about them if there were any accidents here, if any special people came. It was clear that even if people came, it wasn't too likely that they would expose their relationship with the Devil King, or else they would incur the wrath of all. There was a female who came, one who was beautiful to a ridiculous level. Above her head a green moon, pure and perfect, but she left after only half a day. Someone said. Even though that female didn't expose her identity, she was too beautiful and her temperament extraordinary. She left behind an extremely deep impression on everyone. Shi Hao's mind was moved. He knew that it was likely Qing Yi, Yu Chan's second body. He walked around the place Qing Yi appeared in, and then he turned around to leave. Immortal Ancient, Green Spirit Realm. Plants grew abundantly and medicinal herbs could be found everywhere. In the beginning, there were many cultivators here looking for holy medicines, but eventually the medicinal herbs were all picked. Now, few people appeared here, but Green Spirit City was still bustling and flourishing with activity. This place wasn't quite the same as other places. The city was extremely large, and the city walls towered over 100 li into the air. In the city, there were many small bluestone alleys that led into the woodlands. The scenery was extremely beautiful. A city of plants. Shi Hao nodded. This Green Spirit City was unordinary after all, with many ancient trees and beautiful mountains, all of which were surrounded by the city walls. Instead of calling it a city, it was better to call it a refined spiritual immortal dwelling. Of course, there were places that were bustling with action as well. People came and went along the streets, stores standing in great numbers. There were holy medicines for sale, as well as all types of rare treasures for exchange. Shi Hao walked through the street, made his way through the central area, and then followed a bluestone alley into a place with an extraordinary scenery. This was Peach Blossom Garden. A pure land opened within the city center. It was extremely elegant and extraordinary. Ancient peach trees towered all around them, stretching as far as the eye could see. In the peach tree forest, there was a small wine shop, a tea house, but also a massive restaurant. There was some distance between these places. These places were hidden under the peach blossoms. His expression immediately changed. These peach trees were all unordinary. They were spiritual peach trees, their pink flower petals sparkling and releasing a sweet scent that made one's mind relax. It was clear that there were fruits on top of the branches as well, creating a shocking sight. The peach blossoms and fruits coexisted in this wondrous scenery, their fragrance rich. This gave others a feeling of being withdrawn from worldly affairs, as if they arrived in the world beyond, arriving in the peach garden of the immortal world. Another pot of wine. Someone shouted in the small wine shop ahead, drinking outdoors, between the peach trees, the fragrance assailing the nostrils. Sure how smelled a wine fragrance. That was definitely medicinal wine, the efficacy quite extraordinary. I'll take one as well, Sure how said. A green jade wine cup was filled with medicinal wine that reflected the color of the lake. It was extremely fragrant. He slowly drank it by himself. After experiencing such great dangers, relaxing in this type of place gave him a special feeling of enjoyment. The small wine shop only had 8 or 9 tables, all of them wiped down until they were shining. Every single table had 2 or 3 chairs. They looked simple and crude, but this was deliberately done. Did you all hear? Sinister things are brewing in Nest Realm. The 100,000 people who went there all died. This is truly a heaven-shocking tragedy. Rumor had it that a demon appeared from that nest who devours human blood, that he cannot be stopped. Inside of this small wine shop there were people discussing this. This was clearly related to the portraits Dragon Girl posted. It had triggered quite the commotion. Woo! There is something even more astonishing. Rumor has it that 6 Crown Kings' spiritual body died in Nest Realm. Heavens! Even the unmatched Ning Chuan lost a spiritual body. Exactly what kind of place is that? This triggered a great commotion. The cultivators' expressions all changed. Seems to have fallen in the vicious nest. But there are some who are saying that it was killed by Stone Clan's 3 brothers. More than 100,000 people died in the vicious nest, and almost no one emerged alive. This vague information came from Dragon Palace. As for what exactly happened, it is too difficult to ascertain right now. However, there are some who have conclusively said that it is related to the dual pupils and Huang. In addition, these 2 might be brothers. Heavens! Huang, dual pupils, is there even any heavenly reason left in this damn world? If they are brothers, how are others supposed to live? This small and refined wine shop in the peach garden suddenly became noisy, no longer being peaceful. In reality, the other tea houses and restaurants in the peach garden were also like this because too many shocking things happened recently, triggering quite the commotion. How unfortunate. There is no wild game for food, Sure how said to himself. The wine wasn't bad, but the small dishes were flowering plants, ginseng, and other things. They were all medicinal herbs, not meats. Dao brother, if you enjoy gourmet dishes, there are a few restaurants deep within the peach garden that will satisfy you. My cultivation is a bit lower, only able to sell a few spiritual medicines, but there are things there where one would feel that they received their value even if they exchanged holy medicines. The little wine shop's owner said. What is there exactly? Sure how was interested. What does Dao brother enjoy? The wine shop's owner asked. I enjoy eating all types of divine birds and vicious beasts, of course. If they were exceptional talents, I would enjoy it even more. Sure how said, his eyes shining brilliantly. The little wine shop immediately became quiet, everyone looking at him like they were looking at a monster. He was even going to eat exceptional talents? Who was this person? Sure how released a forced laugh, saying, just a joke. Not funny at all. You might pay with your life for it. Some people muttered. Dao brother, the background of the restaurant in the depths of this peach garden is quite profound, and it truly can satisfy your appetite. Rumor has it that there were people who ate golden winged pungs, archaic octatic treasures, flying phoenix, 3-footed golden toads, and other things. Really? Sure how was immediately startled. He had eaten one of the archaic octatic treasures in the lower realm, and that was something he did secretly after becoming the human emperor, stewing one of Stone Country Spiritual Lake's dragon carps. Of course it's real, the little wine shop's owner said. That is too wonderful. Sure how drank the last cup and then immediately got up to head towards the depths of this peach garden. He came for Qingyi, but he never expected there to be rare delicacies here. He discovered an imprint Qingyi left behind in Radiant City, learning that she went to Green Spirit City, so he came to look for her. Who is that fella, even wanting to eat exceptional talents? Why do I feel like he is a bit similar to that person I heard about from Radiant City? right? A devil king emerged there and ate many exceptional talents, shaking up Radiant Realm. Rumor has it that he is Huang, and there are other people who are saying that it's someone named Shi Hao. In the rear, a few people muttered, discussing quietly. Dao brother, the people there are all quite strong, and exceptional talents are often seen. In addition, the prices there are extremely high. The wine shop's owner reminded. Thanks, I understand. Shi Hao waved his hand without turning around. Within the depths of the peach garden, there was a bejeweled palace as expected. It was extremely grand, moreover more than a single one. Shi Hao chose the largest one that had faint mists circling about it. Sparkling multicolored light surged, and on a horizontal inscribed board were the words Octatic Treasure House. This drew his attention, and that was why he walked towards this place. Who? Large winds blew about. A black ancient coffin flew over from the sky, carried by many people. It looked extremely strange, passing right above Shi Hao's head, the distance from him quite close. This was quite rude and disrespectful. Great winds stirred about. Those people were less than a zhang above Shi Hao's head, and if they were a bit closer, they would be stepping on his head. With a hong sound, they descended on the ground. The ancient coffin opened, and a pale-faced male walked towards the restaurant. Shi Hao didn't have the slightest good impression towards Underworld clan. He really wanted to slap them to death with a single palm, but after thinking for a bit, he still stopped himself because he heard cries of alarm from those on the side. Second Underworld General. He is the second most powerful individual under Divine Dark Child, rumored to be an ancient divine corpse that gained intelligence in this era. He is impervious to sword or spear, precious artifacts unable to injure his body. He had killed more than a single exceptional talent. Underworld Earth had many strange corpses buried there, and following the opening of Immortal Ancient this time, all of the powerful supreme experts that were laying low were sent out. What are these dead idiots here for? Shi Hao was confused. He also entered the restaurant. This was a restaurant made from piles of jade. It was massive and tall, like a heavenly imperial watchtower. Rich spiritual essence wafted about within. Shi Hao continuously ascended a few floors, seeming to have sensed something. He arrived at the highest floor, and then he chose a table that was next to a window. He could admire the peach garden's beautiful scenery through this seat. This restaurant was unordinary after all. There were exceptional talents and the most powerful individuals of their province here. Not only were they drinking wine, they were also exchanging the information they needed. This place vaguely became a place for interaction. Waiting for 6 to 7 eras, who exactly is this person? Also, to take that step, he is too shocking. In the future, how many could even face him? This person really is quite something, killing over 100,000 creatures at once. Exactly how many did he kill then, if we include the past? Everyone discussed this among themselves. There were exceptional talents here with respected reputations, and what they understood was close to the truth. They knew much more than the cultivators by the wine shop. Dao friend, can I get you something? Someone walked over to ask Shi Hao. I'll have a jar of wine refined from holy medicine. Of course, if there are precious wines refined from divine medicine, then that's even better, Shi Hao said. The mouth of the one who came widened, feeling that this person truly knew how to speak. He smiled apologetically and said, Divine medicine, that is just too rare. We never had this type of wine here. Wine refined from holy medicine. There are a few jars, but they have already been reserved by others. Truly lacking, Shi Hao said, speaking extremely bluntly. This person frowned and said, Holy medicine wine. There is still half a jar. I can sell Dao friend a pot, but the price is expensive. Then I guess a pot will have to do. Also, bring over a plate of archaic octatic treasures. Shi Hao grumbled. This divine flame realm waiter wiped at his sweat. Who was this person? On the side, the others were speechless as well. They couldn't help but look over. The waiter wiped at his sweat while saying, Dao brother is joking. Those 8 delicacies, the so-called archaic octatic treasures, because they are so rare, Even higher realms sect masters can't eat 8 different delicacies in one visit. At the very least, that octatic treasure unicorn alone is something that can be discovered but not sought. It is good if one is found after several thousands or even several tens of thousands of years. Not living up to the name. Isn't this place called the Octatic Treasure House? Forget it. Just bring however many treasures there is. Sure How waved his hand, appearing a bit impatient. There are currently 2 types, respectively the Octatic Treasure Carp and Octatic Treasure Phoenix. The waiter said. The full names of these 2 were Dragon Carp and Flying Phoenix. Both of them were extremely rare, especially the latter, which was comparable to half a stalk of holy medicine. It was priceless, not something normal people could enjoy. Not many people would squander holy medicines for the sake of their desire for good food. Fine then, hurry and bring it, Sure How urged. Then his eyes shifted to a private room. Qingyi was right there. Even though her true appearance wasn't revealed, she was still an exceptional beauty. Her body was pure white like fade. Around her body a ring of green light. It was as if she was surrounded by hazy green moonlight, untainted by the world of mortals. She was beautiful to the extreme. This type of aura, this type of style, it naturally drew many people's attention. From time to time, others would cast their eyes in that direction. However, no one dared approach because there were a few others there whose origins were great. There was a blonde male with an unordinary aura. He had a smile as he chatted with Qingyi. Those at their sides were all powerful individuals with no lack of exceptional talents. They came from Immortal Palace. The blonde male in the lead was particularly attentive towards Qingyi. Even though there were many experts in Octatic Treasure House, there was still no one who was willing to provoke them. You are saying that Immortal Palace's inheritor is going to release a bounty for Huang's capture? Qingyi asked with a smile. Correct, regardless of whether it is Huang, Sure How, or some inheritor of Supreme Being Dao Right. It is all the same, unable to escape death. That blonde male smiled. Sure How narrowed his eyes, listening to this carefully. I recall that Immortal Palace's inheritor had previously lost to Huang though? Qingyi said with a faint smile. All of the cultivators in Octatic Treasure House were shocked, with no lack of exceptional talents among them. They all stared in this direction. None of them expected this exceptional beauty to ask this type of question to their faces. That is because his main body hadn't merged with him yet. Now that they returned to being one, he has stepped on an unprecedented path that will surpass the past and present. Killing Huang is nothing difficult. The blonde male spoke. It was clear that his status was high, and that was why when he spoke, he didn't refer to Immortal Palace inheritor as Great One. On the side, another person said, My clan's Great One has already promised a great reward for any clues related to him. Once someone discovers Huang, Great One will come out of isolation and personally suppress him to take him as a servant. An uproar immediately broke out here. Immortal Palace's inheritor was going to take Huang as a servant? Correct, the Great One has decided to do this, that he would personally take action. Regardless of if he is Supreme Hall or Supreme Being Dao Right's inheritor, they all have to bow down below Immortal Palace's feet. That person said. Is that so? Those who can offer up clues for Huang's whereabouts will receive substantial compensation, as well as make Immortal Palace's inheritor personally come. Sure How spoke. Correct. My clan's Great One will personally take action to suppress Huang as a servant. Someone replied. Then hurry and bring out divine medicines, holy medicines to exchange for information. Also, please tell Immortal Palace's inheritor to come pay a visit. I know where Huang is, Sure How said. Everyone's eyes gazed over. This floor of the restaurant immediately became quiet. Talking to Immortal Palace in front of everyone's faces like this was an extremely courageous thing. After all, Huang's vicious name was too well known. Is what you say true? That blonde male asked, his eyes flickering with light. He wore a set of golden armor, making him look extremely divine and heroic. The multicolored lights around his entire body looked like scattering golden feathers. Of course, Sure How nodded rather seriously. Right now, he wasn't using his true appearance, because he was aiming for the other party's reward, without any integrity. All right, since you have clues, knowing where Huang is, then we can give you a precious artifact of shocking value. The blonde male smiled, unexpectedly about to get some information here. I only want holy medicines and divine medicines. Precious artifacts are useless for my current cultivation. Xianxia was quite direct. You dare to speak so daringly, immediately demanding holy medicines and divine medicines. Do you treat these things like weeds? Another person with scattering red hair said coldly. What exactly is the reward you all are offering? Xianxia feigned shock, saying, Don't tell me that it is just a weapon made of some pieces of bones, and you're treating it like something expensive? The face of the other person fell, but soon after, he calmed down, his head of red hair fluttering about. There is naturally a generous reward, only demanding divine medicines right from the get-go is too ridiculous. Friend, please tell us where Huang is. Immortal Palace will show gratitude. When he mentioned the name Immortal Palace, it was a reminder, as well as a warning and threat, implying that having good relations with this ancient inheritance might be the greatest benefit. Of course, different people interpreted different things differently, some unable to see any problems. I really felt quite expectant towards Immortal Palace. Always wanted to know what kind of place it was exactly. Xianxia smiled. In reality, he wanted to smash his way in to see what kind of place it was. He then continued, Then so be it, since divine medicines are too much, then exchange with holy medicines or half-divine medicines. I am an extremely straightforward person and won't beat around the bush. Within the private room, Qingyi revealed a faint smile. It was truly hard to say good things about this person. Could it be that he really was going for the enemy's reward? If Immortal Palace's people knew this, they might vomit blood from anger. The red-haired male's face fell, feeling that this person was really too lacking, even daring to want Immortal Palace's stuff, moreover speaking out so boldly. Killing intent flashed through his eyes. Good. I like people who are direct. On the side, that blonde male smiled, not allowing that red-haired male to speak. He was the leader of this group. How many stalks of holy medicines do you want? He was allied with Immortal Palace, known as the Second Immortal General. 100 stalks of holy medicine, 10 stalks of half-divine medicine, Xianxia said. When this sentence was spoken, everyone became shocked. Their eyes became sharp as they looked towards him. This person really knew how to open his mouth, truly giving everyone a fright. The red-haired male's voice was a bit cold. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake just now? It's negotiable, but not by too much. After all, you all know how vicious that Huang person is. If I leak out secrets like this, there might not be a good end for me, Xianxia said. Friend, too much greed is not a good thing. Demanding so much, extorting Immortal Palace is not something you should be doing. The red-haired male's voice was cold, hiding his killing intent. Your tone is clearly not one of good faith. Immortal Palace is admittingly powerful, but living high and looking down, is this a reward or coercion? Xianxia asked. Friend, you are thinking too much. It is just that you are asking for too much. Something that we cannot accept. Even the blonde male put away his smile. 40 stalks of holy medicines, 8 stalks of half-divine medicine. If we still can't agree, then let's just pretend I never said anything. Xianxia gave out his bottom line. It is still too much, the red-haired male said coldly. Then there's no way. Xianxia shook his head. If your information is true, then we can consider it, said the blonde male, his eyes deep. As the second immortal general, he could make the decision on many things. The red-haired male secretly transmitted, Are we really going to give it to him? If that is the case, then we are better off directly capturing him. Exactly. Just capture and kill him. Precious medicines, my ass. Another individual said as well. We can give it to him first, but he won't be alive to keep it. The blonde male secretly spoke, his tone cold-hearted and callous. You all aren't agreeing first and are planning to kill me later, right? Xianxia suddenly said. Friend, you joke. How can Immortal Palace conduct ourselves like this? The blonde male smiled brilliantly. Xianxia hesitated a bit. and then he pretensively said, "Then that is good." I was starting to regret standing out in the open like this. Fortunately, there are powerful exceptional talents here and outstanding talents of their respective provinces, all of them able to serve as my witnesses. The Grand Octatic Treasure House was silent, feeling that he was brave before, but now became fearful. However, who was willing to confront Immortal Palace for his sake? "Dao brother, please relax." The blonde male smiled. "Then that is good. I want to see the precious medicines first." Xianxia said, his attitude quite resolute. On Immortal Palace's side, several individuals frowned. This wasn't a small amount, shockingly precious holy ancient medicines. It was difficult to gather all at once. "Please wait for a bit. We will do our best to gather them," the blonde male said. He ordered people to head for several small worlds to examine their secret strongholds. "It might still not be enough." The red-haired male shook his head. It was because recently Immortal Palace's young Great One was attacking at the limit in isolation, using up large amounts of precious medicines. Even if there were exceptional talents overseeing the outside world, searching through the medicinal fields of every land, it still might not be enough. It was because powerful experts like the blonde male needed these things as well, or else how could he join Immortal Palace? "It is a bit troublesome." The blonde male frowned. Suddenly, he raised his head to look towards the private room on the other side. There was someone who nodded towards him, an expert from Underworld Clan. "We came on the Divine Child's orders. We heard that Immortal Palace offered a bounty for Huang, so we are willing to join." A pale-faced youth from Underworld Clan spoke. "I send Dao brothers my greetings." The blonde male revealed a look of pleasant surprise. He never expected Underworld Clan to be so direct. "Huang had killed my Underworld Clan's experts. Even though the Divine Child cannot come out from isolation, he ordered us to come here and ally with Immortal Palace, not wishing for that person to continue living." Underworld Clan's youngster said. The restaurant erupted with noise. They recognized this person, Underworld Clan's second war general. "Ha-ha!" The blonde-haired male laughed and said, "I am the second general of Immortal Palace. Our identities really are quite similar." This place became extremely quiet. Divine Dark Child couldn't emerge from isolation, but he wanted to kill Huang. The two great powers were going to join hands. This was incomparably shocking. "If the information this person brings is true, we are willing to offer half the compensation," Underworld Clan's second general said. He was an ancient divine corpse that gained intelligence, impervious to blades and weapons, water and flames unable to approach him. "I guarantee that the information is true." Xianxia slapped his chest in a promising manner. "Good. Everyone here has already recorded your spiritual fluctuations. If you are lying, then even if you have methods of escaping today, then it will still be hard for you to continue living in the future." The blonde male said, his expression serious, eyes penetrating. "Are you all threatening me? Don't tell me that there is no reward, right?" Xianxia asked with a suspicious tone. "You like holy medicines, so we'll naturally give them to you." Immortal Palace's red-haired male laughed coldly. In the end, Immortal Palace and Underworld Clan produced 40 stalks of holy medicines and 8 stalks of half-divine medicines. All of the cultivators in Octatic Treasure House couldn't help but suck in cold breaths of air. So many holy medicines, all of them swirling with brilliant colors and rich with medicinal fragrance. It immediately made this entire restaurant resplendent, becoming incomparably shocking. The jade case was transparent. Even though it was closed tightly, the holy light it released was still dazzling, and wisps of fragrance flowed outwards, making everyone's eyes red. "Dao brother, if your information is wrong, all of these precious medicines would have been gathered for no reason," the golden-haired male said. "I truly am too moved." Xianxia used his hand to caress this jade case. The joy on his face was real, and that happy laughter was definitely not fake. Qingyi was speechless. This fellow was too dishonest, truly a fraud. If those people knew that truth, they would definitely vomit blood and go unconscious. Immortal Palace, Underworld Earth truly are generous. I give you thanks from the bottom of my heart, Truly have no words to express my feelings, not knowing what to say. Sure how smiled like a flower. Right now it was as brilliant could be. Everyone could feel his happiness. A joy from the depths of the heart. Only this kind of expression disgusted Immortal Palace and Underworld clan. Who was willing to bleed themselves like this? Thing that doesn't know the difference between life or death. Will you have your life to keep it all? The red-haired male sneered inwardly. Even daring to take Immortal Palace's things, if you took the initiative to speak, that is one thing, but now you are just courting death. This was what the blonde male was saying inwardly. His eyes' gaze was merciless, a cold smile hanging from the corners of his lips. Thank you, really, thank you so much. Sure how walked over, sending his greetings in a sickening fashion. In addition, he even grabbed one of Immortal Palace's female exceptional talents without letting go, wasting time and continuously thanking them. As for Underworld Clan, he ignored them because he couldn't stand that deathly energy. The faces of Immortal Palace's people weren't pleasant. This fellow was just too happy, right? His speech was even starting to become incoherent. As for that female exceptional talent, she felt incomparable disgust. She retracted her jade hand without batting an eyelid. If it wasn't for Immortal Palace needing the information he knew, she would have long released a slap. Seize your life when the time comes, the female exceptional talent sneered. Her face was smiling, but there was a hint of ridicule and contempt hidden within. Dao friend, you are losing your sense of measure from joy, the blonde male reminded, having him speak about Huang's whereabouts. The red-haired male even more so released a cold snort, faint killing intent pervading the air, almost unconcealable. In his eyes, Sure How was already a dead person. Underworld Clan's people carried smiles that were a bit cold and merciless. How could their precious medicines be that easily given out? I was too excited. Everyone, please forgive me. So many holy precious medicines. It truly makes me beyond happy. Sherhoa said, but he still didn't forget to share his happiness with others, wishing to waste more time. In the end, everyone truly couldn't take it any longer. This was just too much. Inside Octatic Treasure House, many cultivators were speechless. This fella didn't understand the difference between life or death. One had to keep their life to enjoy anything. However, Sure How truly began to seize it, grabbing at the pile of precious medicine, collecting them stalk after stalk carefully as to not damage them. Dao brother, what is the meaning of this? The blonde male's face fell, because this fella didn't mention anything about Huang at all. I am right here, are you all really scared that I'll run? Also, I will only tell Immortal Palace's young great one my information. I believe when he learns of the news, he won't kill me to silence me, and he definitely won't seize back the holy medicines. As for you all, I can't trust. Sure How explained in a righteous manner. You? The group of people's faces fell. It's not like I'm running. So what are you all worried about? Sure How put away everything, and then he sat down, insisting that he was only going to give the information to Immortal Palace's inheritor. Those people endured their killing intent. With a wave of the blonde male's hand, another exceptional talent personally left to report the news. Sure How already returned to his seat by the window, one hand hanging from the windowsill in a leisurely manner. At this moment he loosened his palm. The divine striking stone silently fell into the peach blossom forest to follow that exceptional talent. A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of his lips, killing intent surging within his heart. Immortal Palace's inheritor unexpectedly offered a reward to kill him, moreover wanting to take him as a servant. He decided that the would take the initiative to attack. If the divine striking stone succeeded, he would directly slaughter his way over to Immortal Palace inheritor's place of isolation, cutting him down there and then. The atmosphere was a bit strange. Sure How firmly refused to speak about Huang's whereabouts, waiting until Immortal Palace's inheritor personally arrived. On the other side, the group of people's faces were dark. If this wasn't so important for them, they would have already captured and killed him. However, they saw that he could still be considered to be cooperating, not leaving, so they didn't take action. After a long wait, The Octatic Treasure House's waiter finally delivered the Octatic Treasure Carp and Octatic Treasure Phoenix in 2 bone cauldrons. He carefully placed them on the table. Too slow, Xianxia complained. This is divine food, needing to be slowly cooked by Tao flames, so it naturally takes some time. The waiter explained. The 2 bone cauldrons looked simple and unadorned, but they were both magical artifacts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to cook these 2 rare, precious ingredients. When the lid of the cauldron was opened, a fragrant smell immediately pervaded the air, and strand after strand of divine splendor wafted outwards, leaving the surrounding people startled, revealing strange expressions. This was the fragrance of a top-grade treasure after all. Even deities would salivate when smelling this fragrance, wishing to stuff their mouths. That fragrance was too tempting, making one drool with desire. It is somewhat worth it. Xianxia sighed with amazement, revealing a sincere smile. He had eaten the Octatic Treasure Carp in the lower realm before, so he went for the Octatic Treasure Phoenix first. This was a type of ancient bird that wasn't that large, but its meat quality was wonderful. Even if it wasn't the best type of bird meat, it was close. In addition, it possessed shocking medicinal characteristics, comparable to being half a stalk of holy medicine. Tao friend, I must first ask you to pay the bill, the waiter said with a smile. Here. Xianxia handed over a jade case with holy medicines sealed inside. On the other side, Underworld Clan and Immortal Palace's people's eyelids were jumping. These were their precious medicines. This fella's way of spending was too straightforward. Even the blonde male and Underworld Clan's second general didn't order Octatic Treasure Phoenix and those dishes. Yet this bastard actually dared to squander away their holy medicines here. The hearts of this group of people were not calm. The dead person, in their eyes, actually dared to do this, truly leaving them beyond furious. Tao friend, you haven't carried out your promise yet, speaking about where Huang is. Yet you used up a case of holy medicine already. If there is a problem, what will you bring out to pay? The blonde male asked coldly. The more that I do this, the more it proves that my information is trustworthy. I am not even leaving, calmly enjoying delicacies. So what is there for you all to worry about? Xianxia replied. Then, he revealed a brilliant smile, inviting Xianxia over as if they were familiar with each other. The blonde male was as fed up as he could be. He had already been courting her favor for such a long time. Yet in the end, this dead person dared to step in. With his status, even in Immortal Ancient, he could travel unhindered. Yet today, he was deeply attracted to this exceptional beauty surrounded by moonlight, doing everything he could to get something going. Tao friend, one should understand their status, the blonde male said. Just 2 archaic octatic treasures. Yet you want the fairy to move. Should I call you ignorant or foolish? The red-haired male coldly spoke, openly ridiculing him, basically calling him young and stupid. Those on his side all laughed as well, carrying ridicule and mockery. They all harbored malicious intentions and long thought that Xianxia was unsightly. They wanted to use this to humiliate him. However, something that almost made their eyeballs pop out happened. The exceptional fairy with green moonlight around her unexpectedly moved, getting up to walk towards Xianxia's side. Immortal Palace's second general, the blonde male, was shocked, embarrassed, and at a complete loss. The red-haired male, even more so, almost bit down on his tongue. He had just finished speaking when the green-clothed woman got up. This truly made it hard for his face to stay on, basically the same as delivering a slap to his face. Xianxia, bright eyes and white teeth, black hair shining and supple, her dress dragging on the ground as she walked over gracefully. Her figure was tall and slender, curves rising and falling, her bearing graceful and refined. Her snow-white neck, unmatched appearance, and her intelligent large eyes gave her exceptional beauty. Those people's eyes almost popped out. She sat down casually by Xianxia's table just like that, her hand holding ivory chopsticks, exquisite and moving. Many people were stunned, especially Immortal Palace's second general and the red-haired male, looking stupefied. Their hearts were feeling an indescribable anger. 2 dishes. Fucking shit, that rascal used just 2 dishes to hook in the fairy they were admiring. making them so angry they almost slapped the table. The most hateful and irritating thing was that the rascal used their holy medicines to buy those 2 dishes, making them feel utterly terrible. The blonde male's face fell, almost erupting with fury. For someone with his identity to chat with a woman and earnestly speak about his good points, he felt like he was already humbling himself greatly. Normally, as Immortal Palace's second general, no matter where he went, he would be surrounded by people like stars around a moon. He felt extremely embarrassed today. As for the red-haired male, he wanted to immediately kill Xianxia. He felt like this bastard was doing this on purpose, squandering their holy medicines to purchase octatic treasures and calling over the fairy from by their sides to anger them. It was shameful and hateful. The octatic treasure carp was like a carp dragon, a meter long and flowing with brilliant colors. It was glistening brightly within the cauldron and releasing a sweat fragrance. Second time I'm eating this now. Xianxia felt a wave of admiration. He thought of his days in the lower realm, how full of energy he was, how he was always in high spirits as he advanced, sweeping through all enemies in his way. When he entered the higher realms, he was always held back, having to hide all types of things and even having to conceal his identity. When he entered Immortal Ancient, he was even turned into a wanted criminal with a bounty and claimed to be turned into a servant, becoming a target of capture. This was only one example. There was also Divine Dark Child, Ningchuan, and others. This tiger doesn't display his might, so you think I'm some cat? From today forth, I will forge my own path and raise my glory, Xianxia said softly. Then, he sensed something, suddenly raising his head and saying, Aya, fairy, you are moving so quickly. Leave some octatic treasure phoenix for me. Xianxia released a strange cry and hurriedly moved his chopsticks to fight over the divine bird. In the cauldron was an auspicious bird that resembled a phoenix. It looked like it was carved from jade, surging with holy light. It was rich with spiritual essence and carried a rich fragrance. This type of meat was translucent and tender, about to dissolve into the broth. When one placed it into their mouth, it unexpectedly directly turned into symbols and entered the body, able to deal with all types of hidden injuries in one's soul. After taking a bite, not only was there enjoyment, the body would relax, the entire body would shine, and their pores would expand. Apart from this, there would be a wave of sweet scent from one's body that wouldn't scatter for a long time, similar to the fragrance of an orchid. It was rumored that it was because the octatic treasure phoenix could retain youthfulness, able to preserve one's appearance for many years, containing a wondrous substance. That was why, as a female, Qingyi directly fought over the octatic treasure phoenix, appearing entirely different from her normally pure and holy self, appearing a bit lively. There's no more, no more, Xianxia cried out. He only ate a small half and cried out, Boss, bring over another 20 of them. In the restaurant, the group of people were petrified. Did they treat this like duck? Immediately ordering 20. This was too extravagant and wasteful. The waiter ran over, continuously wiping at his sweat. He inwardly complained, what kind of freak was this? He truly knew how to open his mouth. He smiled apologetically and said, I am sorry, Dao friend. This is the last one. This is a rare precious dish, something that can only be found in Immortal Ancient. However, there is no way we can catch 20 of them at once. Xianxia felt regretful. His lips and teeth were still fragrant, not even having his fill yet. He stared at Qingyi's beautiful bright red lips, feeling a secret grudge. He felt that today, she truly wasn't acting like a wise and virtuous woman, not like a fairy at all. She was completely different from how she usually was. In the surroundings, the group of people were speechless. This type of exceptional beauty was sharing a meal with you. What kind of expression is that? Actually having this type of look. Immortal Palace's second general, the blonde male, really wanted to walk over with large steps and curse Xianxia out, and then bring away that gorgeous green-clothed woman. However, after thinking about his own identity, he didn't take action. Shameful. Hateful. The others silently cursed as they stared at Xianxia. Qingyi. Her beautiful refined face was bright and glowing like porcelain. Her eyebrows were extremely long, her eyes intelligent. She gave him a displeased look. This type of gaze made this group of people upset, truly wishing to kick him out and sit in his place. Suddenly, Hao's expression moved, because the divine striking stone returned. It went in through the window and entered his sleeve, saying to him, "He is in green spirit realm." His mind trembled, and after asking in detail, he couldn't help but become overjoyed. The divine striking stone found the path and entered a secret place. Good. Didn't he want to offer a reward to kill me? In a bit, I'll pay him a visit myself and wipe him out. Hao relaxed, gently pouring wine and sipping on it. Soon afterwards, Hao sensed that something was off. It was clear that the blonde male and the others received news to subdue Hao. Their eyes revealed cold looks. "Friend, have you eaten enough? How about you come with us to see Great One now?" The red-haired male said. Hao ignored him. The individuals on the other side revealed faint killing intent. He looked towards the waiter and said, "If you don't have octatic treasure phoenixes anymore, if I bring the ingredients myself, will you all help me cook it? It can be done. Then that's good. Then bring me a dish of stewed golden-winged pang," Hao said. When these words sounded, everyone's expressions changed. The great golden-winged pang was how domineering of a creature. Generally speaking, who dared to provoke them? He actually wanted to eat one. Those who understood the inner details all looked towards the blonde male from Immortal Palace. "You are courting death." The blonde male couldn't endure it any longer. He released a low roar, and then behind him, an enormous pang shadow appeared. It was incomparably terrifying, golden light shining in tens of thousands of streaks. "Take action," the red-haired male shouted. Several individuals moved, all of them rushing over murderously to capture Hao. "You think I'm scared of you all?" Hao drank the final glass of holy medicine wine, and then flew out like lightning, arriving in the air. Golden light flickered. That blonde-haired male rushed out through the window as well, turning into a great pang. His wings covered the sky, erupting with resplendent symbols, the power enough to move the heavens and earth. The blonde male and the female exceptional talent followed closely behind. "Kill!" These people rushed over murderously. However, with a raise of Hao's hand, a streak of silver light surged like a true dragon, piercing through one individual's skull. Blood erupted, lightning interweaving. Everyone became shocked. Who was this person, killing a powerful individual with just a point of his finger? "Careful," the red-haired male reminded. However, it was still too late. Under PU sounds, several spears of lightning flew outwards, killing 2 more individuals. They exploded in the air, turning into bloody mist. Only 3 exceptional talents remained. "The 3 of you aren't enough." Hao shot them a look of disdain. "Then what if I join as well?" Black-colored energy pervaded the air. Underworld Clan's general walked out, arriving in the void. "And who do you think you are? Still not enough. Back then, I ate 8 exceptional talents at once." Hao said indifferently. When these words sounded, it left everyone shocked. "He is that Devil King who took action from Radiant City? Heavens! He is Huang. He came himself." Everyone was horrified, all of them in shock. "What? It's you!" Immortal Palace's people were so angry they began to tremble, wishing to vomit blood from their mouths. They were actually deceived by this person to this extent, gifting away all of those holy and divine medicines. "Hand over your life." Hao rushed into the heavens to face that great golden-winged pang. He moved the Kuan Pang wings, stirring forth heaven, overflowing mists and sky-splitting battle energy, slaughtering his way over. Pooh! It was just the first attack, yet the most resplendent brilliance erupted between the two. They both used great divine abilities. Even though that great golden-winged pang was powerful, known as a heavenly ranked race, bloody light still splashed out from his body. One of its wings was dripping with blood, almost falling off. His flesh received serious damage. Everyone was shocked. The Peng race's bodies were matchless, yet it suffered a defeat after just a single exchange. Worthy of being the Devil King Huang, the red-haired male was horrified. He never expected to run into the main character himself. His heart was beating nervously. Even though he took action, he felt fear. There's no way out. He grasps extreme speed, so we can't escape. There is only a battle to the death, the female exceptional talent said. They rushed into the skies with killing intent. Count me in as well, Underworld Clan's second general said. He was a bit regretful as well, never expecting Huang to pay a visit himself. However, there was now no way out. I'll exchange pointers with you. Qingyi spoke, her voice peaceful and natural. Hazy green splendor scattered outwards. Like a fairy walking on ripples, she already arrived in the sky. Thus, a great battle erupted, separated into two battlefields. Shihao's battle was without any suspense. Golden-winged Peng versus Kuan Peng technique. This naturally left it suppressed until it couldn't raise its head. Completely suppressed. After several dozen exchanges, the blonde male's body was already dripping with blood. Pooh! The space between the female exceptional talent's brows was struck by a finger. Her beautiful eyes widened, and then blood bloomed, her body falling from the sky. A moment later, that red-haired male released a miserable cry. He discovered with horror that when Shihao's hand blade hacked down, his head already separated from his body, drawing a large expanse of blood. The great golden-winged Peng's expression was disastrous. He did everything he could to resist, but he was still powerless to enter the skies. In the end, he was killed by Shihao, golden feathers scattering everywhere. When Shihao turned around, he couldn't help but be shocked. Qingyi also concluded her battle. A sphere of green flame surrounded her, burning up all of the underworld energy, leaving behind a clump of ashes. Underworld Clan's number 2 divine general's body and spirit were wiped out, turning into ashes. This, not only Shihao, even the others were shocked. Generally speaking, after igniting a divine flame, those irregular flames would leave on their own, not staying with their host. That was the green lunar flame, like a green moon, bright and peaceful, making Qingyi look extraordinary and aloof. This flame hadn't left. This was a flame left behind after a true immortal died. It accompanied Qingyi, the two intimately connected. Qingyi's finger pointed outwards. Underworld Clan's remaining people were also devoured by the green light flames. All of them burned into ashes. Peach Blossom Garden, this place was dead silent. Everyone were stunned by these two's methods. The green lunar flame is still there? If I stay together with you, it won't burn me, right? Shihao broke the silence. Qingyi glared at him, naturally understanding that there was something wrong with his words. Heavens, he's Huang. He killed Immortal Palace's people. This fairy is also extremely formidable. Shihao carried the golden-winged Peng and delivered it to Octatic Treasure House, saying, "Shopkeeper, clean it up properly for me and roast this great golden-winged Peng. The taste better be good." Then, he turned around to look towards the distant skies, saying, "Right now, I am going to kill Immortal Palace's inheritor. When I come back, we'll celebrate with holy wine and eat the great golden-winged Peng." Shihao soared into the air, and Yuchan followed behind him, her clothes fluttering about. The two were like divine companions as they disappeared into the limits of the horizon. Peach Blossom Forest. Everyone here became stupefied. Only after a long time had passed did they erupt with commotion. Heavens! He is going to kill Immortal Palace's inheritor. This is a major event that will shock all of Immortal Ancient. The effects great and long-lasting. Huang is taking action himself, taking the initiative to attack. This is definitely going to be an earth-shattering event. Fallen flowers were scattering and flying about like snowflakes within the peach tree forest. The pink flower petals filling the skies, sparkling and resplendent, sweet fragrance wafting into the distance. However, it wasn't enough to conceal the commotion here. Huang was going to do something big, about to create a great disturbance. After a long time had passed, this place couldn't remain peaceful any longer. The creatures here spread the news. everyone wanting to witness this battle. Unfortunately, they didn't know where Immortal Palace's inheritor was. Selling information about himself, acquiring holy medicines, Huang truly is. Everyone didn't know how to describe him. When they thought back to what had just happened, all of them laughed. Immortal Palace is definitely going to vomit blood. To use this kind of capital on an enemy, I truly wonder how they will feel after finding out. All of Immortal Palace's experts in Peach Blossom Forest were killed, but there were still a few small figures sure how didn't pay attention to. These people's faces were green and pale, truly feeling sullen. Similarly, those from Underworld Clan who survived felt incredibly sullen as well, truly wishing to roar into the sky. This Devil King was too lowly. He had such great divine abilities, yet he was still swindling others, extorting a pile of holy medicines. It truly angered one to death. These individuals without too much strength were one thing, but if news got out, how would those exceptional talents in those strongholds feel? Their lungs would definitely explode from anger. Within a swamp in Green Spirit Realm, there was a strong rotting aura. Not many creatures were willing to reside here. The Yin energy was extremely strong, surrounding this place. No sunlight reached this area all year round. The divine striking stone led the way, bringing Sure Hao and Qing Yi here. It indicated for them to keep silent, because they were already close to the destination. A strong fluctuation of life wafted out from within the depths of the swamp, protecting this place. A formation disk. There was a small altar in the swamp formed from dark red-colored divine materials. An expert sat there, protecting it, eyes closed while absorbing and releasing energy. White-colored energy was released from his mouth and nose, coiling around his body like a dragon. One could tell with just a glance that this was a formidable expert. However, for Sure Hao, this wasn't a problem. In his eyes, only Immortal Palace inheritor could be considered an enemy. Those who were guarding the way weren't significant at all. Sure Hao retracted his vital energy and silently adjusted his aura. Then, he suddenly acted, the Kuan Peng technique and Earth to Inches techniques merging together, rushing over like a strand of smoke. At the same time, he supported his only heavenly passage, quickly arriving and surrounding that person. This person opened his eyes. He struggled intensely, wishing to send a message through the altar, but it was already too late. This single heavenly passage restricted everything. No matter how he used precious techniques, summoned weapons, it was all useless. He became weaker and weaker, and then in the end he couldn't move any longer. "Who are you?" He opened his mouth with difficulty, finding this hard to believe. As the most powerful young expert of a province, Immortal Palace Inheritors No. 3 General, he was actually captured like this. This type of result, this type of utter defeat, was hard for him to accept. Even if an ancient freak arrived, it still shouldn't be like this, right? Sure Hao laughed. "Huang, you came." This person's expression changed, feeling shock, anger, and fear. There was nothing worse than this. Huang came knocking on their doors. One has to understand that Immortal Palace's inheritor was in closed-door training. Now that someone came like this, the results were unimaginable. It immediately made his face incredibly pale. "You aren't even someone from Immortal Palace. There's no need for you to be worried for his sake," Sure Hao said indifferently. Qing Yi walked over, as graceful as an immortal. The hazy radiance surrounded her slender body, making the swamp look more and more pure and holy. The divine striking stone flew forward and said, "Ask him for the coordinates. If I have to deduce it, then it'll take quite a bit of work." "Did you hear? Where does this altar lead to? Please speak about the void coordinates," Sure Hao said. "I do not know, this is a mysterious formation. I am only in charge of protecting this place. Each time there is something, I only need to place a bone book here and it will be transmitted through," the third general said. The divine striking stone felt a headache. This is most likely some type of wondrous formation. It is a bit troublesome, only able to send special objects, for example, bone books and other things. Creatures most likely can't step on it. Sure Hao questioned this individual, but the third general didn't know much, his knowledge limited. "You dare?" When Hao slightly restrained the heavenly passage, this person quickly counterattacked to destroy the altar. Lightning Emperor's technique. Hao took action, lightning pouring into his body, blasting him until he was charred black. It was because the two were just too close, so this person couldn't avoid it at all. He flew outwards, landing in the swamp. You aren't even a disciple of Immortal Palace. Why are you so devoted to him? Hao asked. I was infected by the green copper rust curse, so I have no choice. If it is activated by Immortal Palace's inheritor, I'll undoubtedly die, he said with grief. His body released a scorched smell after being hacked by lightning, many of his bones broken. Hao recalled how he suffered from this type of curse in the lower realm, using up an entire year to make it through, crawling out from the grave with great difficulty. This is good as well, a type of freedom. The third general coughed out black-green blood, and then he collapsed onto the ground, losing his life. The space between his brows had long been split apart by lightning. I am going to kill him, Hao said with a low voice. He was going to kill Immortal Palace's inheritor no matter what. The divine striking stone thought bitterly to himself, trying to decipher the coordinates of the other end of this strange altar. It wanted to find where exactly Immortal Palace's inheritor was. It's not too bad. I've previously seen this type of transport formation on a bone book, so I can deduce its whereabouts. The divine striking stone was able to acquire a breakthrough far faster than what they had anticipated, deducing a set of coordinates. He then borrowed this altar to put everything in order. The preparations were ready. The altar illuminated, opening up a silver path to an unknown territory. Go! Hao rushed in. You all aren't scared that he cultivated a strand of immortal energy? The consequences of barging in like this are far from reassuring, the divine striking stone said. Qingyi revealed a faint smile. Forget about how difficult it is to take that step. If he really did succeed with his nature, he would have emerged from isolation a long time ago to challenge all sides. Indeed, Hao nodded. The silver passageway was blurry, continuously flickering about with radiance. Soon after, they reached its end. Hao held a great halberd in hand, his entire body covered densely by symbols, preparing to release the most powerful attack. He was going to rush out and immediately hack down. However, soon after, he was left stunned. This was a great yellow desert. There wasn't anyone here, with not a single blade of grass growing here. Where did you end up sending us? It was clear that this wasn't Green Spirit Realm, lacking vitality, nor was there any Immortal Palace inheritor. How could this type of environment be suited to isolation cultivation? They arrived in a brand new world, unknown which small world they ended up in. Strange, the divine striking stone thought to itself. After carefully analyzing the process, he said, we might have deviated from our target a bit, but it shouldn't be that much. His place of isolation should be within 100 li. 100 li isn't too bad. Not several hundreds of thousands of li. Qingyi teased. For them, 100 li was extremely short, not far at all. Hao rose up, sweeping the surroundings with his divine senses. Soon after, he sensed something. In that direction, there was a sphere of green light in the desert. When they drew near, they discovered an island situated in the desert. It wasn't large, but the plant life here was lush and full of life, everything here shining. This was a strange scenery. The plants were sparkling like jade, and there were waves of white mists pervading the air like immortal energy. There were wisps of chaotic mist as well. This place is just too extraordinary, the divine striking stone said. I'm preparing to take action. All of you be careful. Hao's expression became grave, retracting his aura. He walked over step by step. There wasn't much to be said about this enemy. He was going to directly cut him down. The island was small, less than 1,000 zhang in size. There was a mountain at the center, and inside the mountain was an ancient cave that surged with auspicious multicolored radiance. Chaotic energy pervaded the air. There was a single person seated there, drowned under hazy mists that unexpectedly couldn't be seen through. This was an ancient divine cave. The divine striking stone set up formation banners to neutralize the surrounding formation. It also transmitted mentally, 10 steps left, 15 steps forward. It was pointing out the way forward. How was like a streak of transient light, immediately slaughtering his way into the ancient cave. Not only did he release lightning, Kuan-Peng wings appeared on his back as well. In addition, the great halberd in his hands also hacked out. Shwa! A pair of eyes opened in the chaotic energy, shining like blood-colored lamps. It was extremely frightening. This creature's reaction speed was extremely fast, resisting with all of its power. Ow! The cave erupted, divine force surging. Deafening sounds of metal clashing rang through the air. Something's not right. It isn't Immortal Palace Inheritor. Qingyi was shocked. She stood guard outside the cave, ready to take action at any time. How did you all find this place? The voice that sounded from within the ancient cave was extremely muffled. Yet it shook the void until it trembled. If it was a normal person, their souls would have left their flesh shell and been crushed. Who are you? Actually knowing the human immortal imprint. How was shocked. This wasn't Immortal Palace's inheritor. Yet it knew the sect's restricted divine ability. What is this thing? It's so large. The divine striking stone was shocked. Inside that ancient cave, chaotic energy curled around an enormous beast. It was incomparably terrifying, magical force overflowing into the heavens. This creature exchanged several dozen blows with How head-on, yet it unexpectedly didn't explode and die. Soon after, the two slaughtered their way out. Qingyi saw this creature's true appearance. It had a dragon head and a crocodile body, its entire body a dark red color. Gold scales shone about it. It stood on two legs, its height more than 10 zhang tall. Its eyes were like blood-colored lamps, enormous and scarlet. Dragon-blooded ancestral crocodile. Qingyi cried out with alarm, reminding how that this was a rare species that was incomparably powerful. From what she knew, only Immortal Palace had two of them. They protected the mountain gate, living from the archaic era to the present age. This was clearly not one of those two, not that powerful. It was quite likely that this was their child. Dragon-blooded ancestral crocodiles had dragon blood, and had the vicious crocodile as its ancestor. When cultivated to its ultimate realm, it could turn into a true dragon and shatter the 9 heavens, its divine power unmatched. This one was more powerful than many exceptional talents How had encountered, able to fight him head-on. Its enormous claws' casual attack could destroy a mountain and make the void cave in. In addition, it even understood Immortal Palace's secret methods, and its blood essence was overflowing into the heavens. It was terrifying beyond compare. If a normal true deity came, they wouldn't even be its opponent. They would be crushed into meat paste by a single claw. This creature was just too powerful. You are just a slave of Immortal Palace Inheritor. Where is he? I am the first battle general. I have never been a servant. The dragon-blooded ancestral crocodile roared, its red eyes releasing killing radiance, shooting out like 2 beams of blood-colored lightning. It loathed being called Immortal Palace's servant. Killing intent surged, incomparably berserk. It was simply about to destroy this desert. Pooh! In the end, it still wasn't How's match. Pong! When the battle reached over 100 moves, How sent out a palm that contained Kuan-Peng power. This dragon-blooded ancestral crocodile cried out. Couldn't hold on any longer, its body splitting apart inch by inch. In the end, with a pu sound, it fell onto the ground, blasted apart when it landed on the ground. All those sent out by Immortal Palace were killed under my hands. Don't tell me you have already gone mad? How shouted while rushing into the ancient cave. No one responded from within the cave. There were golden scales all over the ground, and there were 2 broken dragon horns as well. These were the parts that were still relatively intact. All other areas had collapsed into blood and bone. This dragon-blooded ancestral crocodile was extremely strong, far more powerful than that golden-winged Peng. One of the most powerful experts How had killed in Immortal Ancient. How believed that he already found the important place. This child of the vicious crocodiles protecting Immortal Palace was naturally loyal and devoted to Immortal Palace's inheritor. There was definitely a reason for him standing guard here. The isolated island was split apart, the plant life half destroyed. Only the mountain was undamaged. Multicolored light emerged from the ancient cave, accompanied by wisps of primal chaos. This was a divine cave with formations protecting this place, and that was why this place was still intact after the battle. Sure how carefully sensed his surroundings, but in the end, he couldn't help but sigh. He was left disappointed, because his enemy wasn't here. An altar, Xianxia said. She found a faint golden altar in the ancient cave that was simple and ancient. It led to an unknown place. His natural disposition is to be suspicious, not even trusting the ancestral crocodile and heading for another place himself. All types of information are reported through the dragon-blooded ancestral crocodile. Sure how said. The golden altar was just like the one in the swamp, still a part of a network, not leading to Immortal Palace inheritor's place of isolation. However, it was a bit closer. If nothing unexpected happened, they would find him in the next secret realm. We're rich. Great natural luck. The divine striking stone cried out strangely. It deciphered the formation, and then it opened a treasury. All types of radiance immediately rushed out like a tide. In that place, the divine materials were piled up like a small mountain, all of them shining. These were all heavenly treasures. The ancestral crocodile helped him collect all types of treasures, and they are all piled up here. It truly is a place of natural luck. Even Xianxia's beautiful eyes were blinking, releasing extraordinary splendor. The treasures here were extremely shocking, all of them rare divine materials of different types. They could be used to lay formations, create weapons, and other things. Everything that should be here was here. Apart from this, there was a pile of holy medicine sealed within jade containers, the amount shockingly great. Apart from this, there were more than 10 stalks of half-divine medicines, resplendent and rich with fragrance. Sure how laughed loudly. They received a great harvest this time after raiding Immortal Palace inheritor's secret nest. All of the treasures accumulated from various inhabited areas were here. He didn't have time to bring them away, Xianxia said. When the divine striking stone saw rare or materials, it directly opened its mouth and devoured them with gabbing sounds. There were quite a bit of wondrous stones here, all of them top-level materials. Sure how and Xianxia took inventory of everything, and then they were both shocked. There were just too many good things. If they were brought out from Immortal Ancient, they could definitely be sold for a tremendous amount of wealth. What kind of stone material is this? When they checked all of the divine materials, they saw a pile of or that didn't seem all that special. Mine. The divine striking stone immediately rushed over, chewing on a piece with kenkshi sounds. In the end, as soon as it swallowed it, it spat it out, cursing continuously. What kind of damn stone is this? Its taste is terrible, complained. Couldn't sense anything special about it. It didn't contain any divine characteristics. This stone has a marking, called stone core material. Xianxia cried out in surprise. She seemed to have thought of something, and then her mind trembled greatly. She then became incomparably excited. Stone core material, never heard of it before. Sure how didn't recall any divine materials with this name. It is a divine ancient material. Xianxia was stirred up, emotions welling up on her pure and holy face, unable to remain calm. What is so special about it? Sure how didn't understand. This stone might contain a stone core, which is also known as an immortal core. It can cleanse the eyes and open up a heavenly eye, Xianxia said, her voice trembling. What? Sure how was greatly shocked. There was this type of wondrous stone? It was definitely a heaven-defying item. Rumors had it that this was a wondrous stone that came from the Immortal Ancient Great Era. There were some who said that the so-called stone core came from the gallbladders of immortals. The essence from those immortals' gallbladders were sealed in earth, accumulated within. There were others who said that this was a rare treasure of heaven and earth produced by mountains and rivers, a natural product of the world. Good stuff. If there is an immortal core inside, why can't I see it? Sure Hao found some in the stone materials. Yet he couldn't tell which piece of stone had stone cores. This type of stone materials cannot be seen through by normal divine eyes. Qingyi said. Sure Hao produced the dual pupil, reflecting the pile of materials. Qingyi also moved over, her wonderful body like a refined and straight divine lotus that bloomed, releasing a fragrance that was incomparably gentle and beautiful. There really is a stone core inside. Sure Hao was extremely happy. Inside this large pile of stone materials there was one piece that released golden light. The dual pupil could see that there was a golden core inside. This is too great. Qingyi was so happy she almost cried out, appearing quite different from her ordinarily pure and holy temperament. The two of them moved, carefully cutting apart the stone material, producing a golden-colored, immortal core from within. How do you use it? Sure Hao frowned. Qingyi said, directly drop it into the eye and it would suffice. This is a divine object that can make the blind's eyes become like lightning, recovering its vitality, able to speed up the formation of the heavenly eye. The divine striking stone was eager to give it a try. It claimed that even though it was a stone, it could also use it as a baptism. In the end, it was slapped to the side by the two of them, telling it to stop causing trouble. Let's all give it a try, Sure Hao said. His heavenly eye had long begun taking form, forming mysterious symbols within the depths of his pupils, on the verge of being produced. Now that there was this stone core, it should be able to open without a doubt. You should try it first. I'll stand guard for you. Your heavenly eye has already showed the initial stages of forming, so the effects should be better. Qingyi said. Sure Hao didn't act too politely. He sat down, and while holding the golden stone core, carefully tore apart the golden skin. Golden liquid immediately flowed out. The ancient cave became full of a strong fragrance. This golden liquid's fragrance was too tempting, making one want to give it a bite. Sure Hao carefully dropped it into his eyes. He felt a refreshing feeling, and then his eyes immediately felt a stinging pain. Symbols covered them densely, suffused with life force. His eyes released two beams of electricity. He could clearly see symbols condensing in an incomparably complex manner. That was the opening of the heavenly eye. It does have divine effects after all, speeding up the formation of the heavenly eye. Qingyi sighed with astonishment. This process was quite slow. Sure Hao wasn't impatient for results, waiting for the discomfort in his eyes to disappear. Then, he extracted a bit of golden liquid from the stone core again, smearing it over his eyes. An hour later, the stone core was no longer effective for him, his eyes no longer showing any changes. He thus stopped. Sure Hao closed his eyes and silently comprehended for a long time. He then suddenly opened his eyes. In that instant, two streaks of symbol-formed beams of light shot out, rushing out from the cave with incomparable brilliance. In that instant, Sure Hao felt that the world before his eyes seemed to have come alive. The entire world seemed to have brightened by many times, becoming incomparably clear. In addition, he could see through stone walls, able to see past them. Every single blade of grass, every tree, all living things in the mountains and rivers seemed different. They were lively and full of spirituality, as if he could see their souls. His eyes gazed into the distance, able to see extremely far, able to see through the source, past the fabricated, his heavenly eye able to see all creatures. Their movements seemed to have become slower as well. This was the heavenly eye. This was just the start, yet there were already such wonderful effects. The speed of others slowing before his eyes, this type of ability would display unimaginable use in battle. It would be difficult for all types of profound and secret changes the opponent made to escape the heavenly eye. In reality, this was still the start of its opening. The true martial Tao heavenly eye had many other shocking areas that would be revealed as his cultivation increased. All types of divine abilities would manifest themselves one after another. How are the effects? Qingyi asked. Excellent. Sure Hao nodded, handing the stone core to her. He only used a small half because he already developed the initial form, able to produce the heavenly eye symbols at any time. Qingyi accepted it but didn't use it immediately. She felt that she had to wait until her mind and body were clear, or when she cultivated a few eye techniques before using it, as the effects would be more prominent then. She sealed it inside of a jade bottle. What is happening to you? Qingyi looked towards Hao, noticing that his eyes became symbols, a faint golden light scattering on her body without dissipating. Nothing. Just seeing how your charm is heaven-made. Feeling that your future accomplishments are great. Hao said half-heartedly to get by, his eyes flickering with light. You? Qingyi immediately became furious, reacting quickly. This fella's heavenly eye had now initially formed, able to see through things. He was looking at her body. She immediately displayed great techniques to protect her body, blocking out the heavenly eye symbols. Hao could see a pure white, wonderful body that sparkled with snow-white radiance. Curves rose and fell, elegant and exquisite, perfect without any flaws. You better close your eyes and stop using the heavenly eye. Qingyi berated and began to hit him. Hao pulled a straight face, boasting shamelessly, "My heavenly eye has already formed, so I am exhausting divine force to help you examine your soul, to see if you have any hidden dangers in your process of cultivation." Qingyi naturally wouldn't believe his nonsense. He had just opened up the heavenly eye, inspecting the soul my ass. He could only see the flesh body. With a raise of her hand, a streak of symbols flew out, blasting forward. Immediately afterwards, the green moon released radiance, surrounding her body, isolating it from the world. How come I can't see through anymore? Hao was confused. He suddenly realized that he blurted this out without thinking, immediately adding, "I was saying how come I couldn't see a soul anymore? Go look at ghosts instead." A streak of green divine flames flew over from Qingyi, almost landing on his body. He hurriedly moved out of the way. The symbols in Hao's eyes receded, his eyes recovering their normal state. Even though his eyes were clear, he didn't show any repentance, muttering, "It's not like I didn't see it before." "What did you say?" Qingyi's large eyes widened, her perfect jade face flushing with redness, her voice increasing in octave. She was originally a pure and refined lady with an otherworldly temperament, but every time she was with Hao, her emotions would always be incited greatly. "Nothing." Hao turned around and began to check the other rare materials. Then, the two of them moved, collecting everything in the ancient cave, not leaving a single item behind. One could imagine how angry Immortal Palace's inheritor would be once he found out. These were all his, yet now, everything was looted in such an unbridled manner, already changing owners. Using his stone core to cleanse our eyes, increasing the opening of our heavenly eyes, if he found out, I wonder what kind of expression he would have. "Maybe he'll go mad," Hao said. "He is cultivating in isolation, so if we go over and tell him what happened, he won't go crazy, right?" The divine striking stone said with clearly unkind intentions. It began to research the golden altar, wishing to reach that place through here. Hao sat down to silently adjust his breath, raising his body's condition to the peak. The martial Tao heavenly eye was now in its initial stages of forming, and his divine senses became even sharper. This golden altar was clearly many times more complex than the swamp's altar. Even after spending a long time on researching this thing, the divine striking stone still couldn't figure it out. It was left incomparably bitter. "This altar is quite unordinary. It is hard for me to figure it out even after studying all types of bone books." The divine striking stone felt a headache, unable to see through the mysteries even after an extremely long time. "Should be a formation brought out from Immortal Palace." Qingyi came to this conclusion, speaking about a few formations she knew about. She didn't research altars intensively, but she knew a few wondrous formations' effectiveness and powers. This gave the divine striking stone some inspiration, giving him a bit of insight. "Made a bit of progress," the divine striking stone said to itself. It then looked at Hao and said, "What kind of divine abilities does Immortal Palace have? Explain them to me a bit." "The formation is wide-ranging and profound. No matter which inheritance it is, their scripture meanings are unchanged. their precious techniques and formations having similarities. The divine striking stone revealed a rare bit of seriousness. Even though this wasn't enough for it to directly see through the formation, it would allow it to understand a bit more about this ancient sect style, thus helping its analysis of the golden altar's various symbols. This sect is formidable after all. The divine striking stone was greatly shaken. When it deciphered a corner of the golden symbols and undid the ancient altar's mysterious veil, it was left horrified that in the golden altar, it saw a few familiar traces. It had seen that type of thing before in Stone Village. The Willow deity had previously laid a similar type of formation patterns. It is rumored that Immortal Palace's origins are mysterious, coexisting with the world. No one knows how many years they had existed for. They might be an inheritance left behind by human immortals. Xianxia said. Heaven-mending sect and Immortal Palace moved quite closely together, so she knew a few secrets. Related to human immortals, the Willow deity's origins are terrifying. The divine striking stone shivered. Stone Village had a great formation protecting it, something the Willow deity personally laid in the lower realm before it left. The divine striking stone had witnessed it, something that it had thought about for quite some time. And now, in the golden altar, it saw something similar, complex and profound, leaving it shocked. This also made Sure how shiver inwardly. The things that came from Immortal Palace were terrifying after all. This made him become even more cautious, not daring to carry any contempt inside. The divine striking stone no longer said anything. After seeing through the outer golden symbols, undoing the outer fog, it inspected the core formation again and again, confirming the similarities between this one and the one the Willow deity established. This thing is quite ancient. It is difficult for those of the present world to lay it. Came to this conclusion. Those are the changes of the human immortal symbols. There was no way the divine striking stone could completely see through the core patterns. There was no way to arrange this type of formation, but it could be used. I've seen it before in Stone Village and know how to operate it. This should be enough. Despite this being the case, it was still extremely careful out of fear of producing some type of mistake. It was because the slightest mishap could result in unimaginable consequences. I understand and roughly perceived the coordinates. Even though it's not too precise, the rough area shouldn't be wrong. Then let's go on our way, Sure how said. He had long made his resolution to continue, adjusting his body to its optimal state. We need to be careful, Xianxia reminded. She stood by his side. We cannot use this altar. If there is something I didn't understand too clearly, once we step in, there might be a danger of death. The divine striking stone said. There were many divine materials here. It set up a transport formation without any worry of lacking heavenly materials. Then, with saliva dripping about, it collected that golden altar, treating it like spoils of war. When we have time, I'll research it completely. Who knows, it might be the same as obtaining a great killing method, immortal escape method, or a secret technique. It said smugly. The altar's construction was finished. Pierced through the void, opening up a hazy passage. They walked inside. Inside the passageway, brilliant lights flowed about, everything being indistinct up to the other end. Arrived. Be careful, Xianxia warned, fearing that Sure how at the front might suffer from something unexpected. She already supported the green lunar flame, ready to provide assistance at any moment. The one that should be careful is him, Sure how said. His body was tall and strong, his black hair hanging down to his waist. With the great halberd in hand, he directly rushed forward. Sure enough, it was as they expected. There was some deviation, not entering a divine ancient land. This was a wild forest where apes and tigers roared. There wasn't any spiritual elegance to be seen. There shouldn't be any mistake. It is definitely within a range of 1,000 li. The divine striking stone said. This wasn't too far, but it wasn't a short amount of distance either. They restrained their auras and started to search through the mountain forest for Immortal Palace Inheritor's place of isolation. A dangerous place. When they arrived in this mountain range, they were immediately given a fright. There were too many bugs around them, all of different species. Many of them already developed intelligence, devouring the sun and moon's essence. They hid within rocks and plants, poisonous mist coiling around them. The closer they went, the darker the skies became. That was a gathering of poisonous bugs, a fog produced by the poison they took in and sent out. Sure gave it a try. The mists unexpectedly corroded divine force. There were many scorpions as well as other unknown bugs. So strange. Don't tell me there are some bug emperors here, right? It's too vicious. Even deities would suffer a disaster after entering. The divine striking stone said. Even someone as powerful as him feared the corrosive poison of these bugs. Sure used the void halberd to cut apart the void, moving through the air to avoid these vicious bugs. There were some places that were truly dangerous with scorpions and poisonous creatures covering entire mountains and valleys. It was terrifying to the extreme. There were also ravines with centipedes wriggling about everywhere, some half-meter in length, others several zhang in length. It made one's scalp feel numb from looking at them. There were even a few mountain peaks where enormous and sparkling spiderwebs hung between them. Those poisonous spiders varied from the size of a fist to the size of a person's calf. They were brightly colored, and there were even some that were pure golden. They were clearly terrifying creatures. How could it be like this? Even felt a wave of fear. There were too many bugs here, covering the mountains and in plains. Not even deities could enter. It was because many of them were divine bugs, all of them able to take the lives of divine flame realm experts. This was quite unreasonable. Why did they all gather here? Could it be that there really was a bug emperor? Hurry and look over there. Qingyi pointed in a direction. Hao turned around and looked to the east. Under the thick layer of poisonous mist, a sphere of light was flickering like a moon trying to break out from dark clouds. It descended. He opened his heavenly eye, immediately looking through everything in his way, seeing the true scenery. He was immediately shocked, sucking in a cold breath of air. There was a mountain there that wasn't extremely tall, but was wide and spacious, imposing and majestic. It was as if a Tao platform was towering there. There was a boundless energy blowing over. At the summit was an ancient tree that released tens of thousands of streaks of multicolored light and thousands of streaks of divine rainbows. Every leaf flickered like stars, coiling with divine splendor. This was without a doubt a divine tree that was incomparably ancient. That tree trunk was enormous and cracked, the pieces of bark like dragon scales. Its trunk was entirely red in color, winding into the skies like a scarlet dragon. As for its leaves and branches, they were like pieces of jade, replete and sparkling. But their colors were all different, some spotlessly white like jade, some flickering with golden light, some black like underworld steel, some with deep purple multicolored light. When one looked at it as a whole, it was flowing with brilliant colors and tens of thousands of streaks of multicolored lights. It was exceptionally divine. An ancient divine tree. Hao was startled awake. His heart was greatly shaken. He never expected to see a sacred divine medicine here. It was extremely large, several tens of zhang tall. If the tree was eaten like an ancient medicine, it would be simply unimaginable. Hao cut open the void with the void halberd, bringing Qingyi and the divine striking stone over, arriving at an optimal location that avoided the various poisonous bugs. He carefully looked at it. Qingyi could see it, and she was similarly shocked. The feeling this ancient tree gave off was too powerful. From a certain perspective, the divine tree was even more precious than flower and plant-shaped divine medicines. After all, a tree was much larger, and the medicinal effects it carried would be much greater. Even though it was still the concentration of essence that was important, once it reached a certain degree, it would still be extremely shocking. Something's not right. The aura of experts here is too great. Qingyi was startled, feeling many true deity auras pervading the air, completely undisguised. Hao had long discovered this. He was also carefully observing. These experts were all poisonous bugs, but they were far more powerful than the poisonous creatures outside. There were dragon-horned toads, golden centipedes with wings, and brightly colored scorpions surrounded by a divine ring. They were all different colors, the auras they released astonishing. These were all true deities, a large group of them. All of them were in different locations, taking in and sending out poisonous energy towards this ancient tree, absorbing the radiance the divine tree released. 10,000 creatures are kneeling and bowing with worship. What are they doing? What kind of background does this ancient tree have? All of their expressions changed. Upon closer inspection, they saw that there were a few divine bug corpses under the tree that were unexpectedly at the heavenly deity level. Heavens! What kind of background does this tree have? Even the divine striking stone couldn't help but cry out. Xianxia frowned. Those corpses died in rather strange ways. Some of them still displayed vitality, only it seemed like they had entered a state of sleep, so they were not much different from being dead. Immortal Ancients natives generally wouldn't leave their respective tribal areas, or else unexpected things would happen. Could it be that these dead heavenly deities are related to this? Also, it is easier for descendants from outside Immortal Ancients to display problems, going mad once they reach heavenly deity level or directly die. Xianxia said. Xianxia noted. The heavenly deities under the ancient tree likely belonged to those types of situations. Suddenly, Xianxia vaguely recalled something that had been recorded down. She cried out with shock. I think I know what it is. It's the 10,000 poison tree. Even though it was a divine tree, it contained all types of poisons, giving it the title 10,000 poisons. For normal deities, this was fatal, but for the poisonous bugs, it was the most precious tree. It had 10,000 poison divine fruits which, upon being ingested, if one could hold on and not die, one could immediately become a heavenly deity. It was just like the fruit of a heavenly deity tree. For normal cultivators, eating a single fruit would allow them to become a heavenly deity, the divine effects terrifying. How unfortunate we can't eat it. Xianxia felt regretful. In the past, it wasn't that no one ate it before. In the end, they made it through and became a poisonous heavenly deity. All creatures in their way dying, none able to withstand their poison power. Xianxia said. Xianxia's mind was moved. He looked at the ancient tree. Under the branches, between the leaves, there were indeed a few fruits. However, they weren't mature yet, still underripe. Woo, let's remember this place. In the future, we might truly need to come here to pick them. Xianxia said. Turns out that Immortal Palace Inheritor was hiding here, indeed a place not easy to find. Who would want to come to this type of dangerous place normally? The divine striking stone said, discovering a few clues. Under that 10,000 poison tree there was a formation protecting that area. Next to its roots was a hazy gate that led to an ancient land. It was surrounded by formation patterns, isolated from the outside world. Something strange, the formation Immortal Palace laid really is too similar to the one willow deity set up in Stone Village, likely formations that came from the same era. The divine striking stone was shocked. I had previously heard that Immortal Palace's inheritance is related to immortals, inseparably linked to the last great era. Xianxia said. Xianxia was speechless. He thought back to the battlefield he saw the first time he opened the three-world coffin. There was a willow tree there that looked exactly the same as the willow deity, powerful and matchless, surrounded by immortal light as it unleashed a slaughter. If it is this type of formation, then it is much easier. I can bring us in, the divine striking stone said. If we enter like this, do you think he'll be scared out of his mind? The divine striking stone laughed strangely. If the other person was cultivating in isolation, about to break through about 90% there, but suddenly frightened while immersed in a deep state of Tao comprehension, there would definitely be a great problem. At worst, he might directly die. Let's go. He offered a bounty to kill me, so I have to treat him like this. Let's first scare him until half his body is paralyzed. Xianxia said, his eyes forceful. There is a formation protecting this place. I can't cut open the void. Xianxia was shocked. He wanted to use the great halberd to cut open the void, but in the end, he discovered that it failed. The space around them distorted. Silver-colored symbols flickered about, covering everything before him densely. That 10,000 poison trees terrifying formation displayed its might, stopping the void passage from being opened. Then let's just fly over. Even if there are true deities, they still can't stop us. the divine striking stone said with a rather domineering tone. It felt that this distance could be covered with a single rush. Once they reached the formation that was its domain. Chi. It was the first one to move, but in the end it moved quickly but ran quickly as well. In the end, it was still feeling remaining fear. That 10,000 poison tree was displaying its power, releasing tens of thousands of streaks of auspicious light. For the poisonous bugs, it was a holy substance that could nourish the body, but for others it was a disastrous thing. This type of poison turned into light, able to corrode divine force and weaken one's cultivation. Even though the divine striking stone was tough and nearly unbreakable, it was still worried about its own cultivation being corroded by the poisonous light. Recently, it was close to breaking through, so it didn't want to take the risk. How gave it a try, discovering that his only heavenly passage was able to hold on until the other side. However, the corrosion wasn't light either. Qingyi was opposed to him doing this because he still had to fight afterwards. He had to maintain the most optimal state, with even the slightest corrosion of divine force or the slight exhaustion of cultivation not good. She supported her green lunar flame, and as a result, the 10,000 poison tree began to sway and rumble, as if it provoked a great disaster. Many of the poisonous bugs were alarmed, about to rush over. As expected, this ancient divine tree, formation, and poisonous bugs are all important elements to his own protection. No wonder he chose this place. How said softly to himself. He tried to hide himself in the divine cauldron and rush over while hiding inside of it. But in the end, the precious cauldron was corroded terribly. It seems like I can only use this. It's a good time to test how powerful it is exactly. How used the earth to Inch's great divine ability to avoid the hordes of true deity-level poisonous bugs, producing the pill furnace. The pill furnace had lightning inside, as well as curse power. However, now that he cultivated the Lightning Emperor technique, it was already difficult for it to injure him. How placed Qingyi and the divine striking stone into the heaven and earth pouch, and then he himself hid in the pill furnace. Then, with extreme speed, he moved over, shooting into the formation like a falling star. When he emerged, they were shocked at the pill furnace's rigidity. It was because the 10,000 poison tree was extremely terrifying. It released streak after streak of ripples that were unexpectedly close to heavenly deity-level fluctuations. The surroundings were covered densely with symbols, terrifying to the extreme. This thing has magical force? The divine striking stone's mouth widened, feeling incomparable shock. How was shaken up. This was a divine tree and could be used as a medicine. For certain creatures, it was priceless. It actually had powerful fighting strength as well. This was extremely shocking. Normally speaking, even if an ancient divine medicine developed intelligence, it wouldn't possess great divine abilities or other methods like it. This thing is formidable. No wonder all of those true deity-level bugs are worshipping it here, treating it like their lord. It can order all poisonous-type experts. Qingyi said. Normally, no one could break inside, killing along the way. They couldn't help but give this pill furnace another look. The furnace lid had an ancient phoenix that was vivid and lifelike, bright red and shining. Around the furnace itself coiled a true dragon, which possessed a great grace. This was an ancient treasure obtained from Fiend Island's Immortal Tomb River. Even though it couldn't attack others, its defensive power was still shocking. It might have mysterious origins. Qingyi came to this conclusion. They didn't waste any time, immediately rushing into the depths of the formation, heading towards a small heaven and earth. There was no place safer than the ancient formation beside the 10,000 poison tree. The formation was astonishing. If not for the divine striking stone witnessing Willow deity arranging one itself, it definitely wouldn't be able to guide them in. If one didn't know how to operate it, it was the same as stepping into a place of death. A small winding path paved with divine stones led inwards, and there were all types of green jade bamboos as well. This place was extremely mysterious, the spiritual essence rich to a terrifying degree. Who would have expected to see this immortal realm like seen within a world of poison and bugs? How said with a sigh. They entered this small world and walked on the tangled and complicated road, moving past the murderous formations, directly heading into the interior. All types of multicolored light flew past, white mists coiling about. It was just like an immortal's home. How could clearly remembered that when he had just entered Immortal Ancient, Immortal Palace's inheritor went looking for a place to cultivate, but as a result provoked a heavenly deity-level flood dragon, and it chased him all the way out. This place clearly didn't have the aura of a flood dragon, a pure land. He couldn't help but sigh. Immortal Palace's backing truly was deep and profound. Their understanding of Immortal Ancient deep, knowing about many of its precious lands. Just up ahead, a divine spring roiled, surging with auspicious energy. White-colored spiritual essence pervaded the air, making this place seem like a place detached from the mortal world. On the side, purple-colored spiritual bamboo were everywhere and coiling with white mists. There were streaks of divine rainbows as well that connected into the sky, interweaving together, the aura exceptional, as if an immortal was overseeing this place. Within the purple bamboo forest was a strange stone that curled with wisps of immortal mist. Tens of thousands of streaks of multicolored light swirled around its surroundings, producing an astonishing sight. One could vaguely sense waves of Tao sounds. On the strange stone sat an unmoving figure, his body releasing waves of Tao sounds. He was cultivating in isolation, comprehending the great Tao, unaware of the outside world. Don't act rashly. This purple bamboo forest contains tremendous killing intent, with Immortal Palace's ancient formation here. If one hastily rushes in, their body and Tao might be erased. Xianxia said. How nodded. He naturally saw some clues. That stone was half a zhang in size, entirely grayish-brown, looking rather simple and unadorned, but over 10,000 streaks of light swirled around it, none of these lights making contact with the stone itself. There were strands of immortal energy outside as well that looked incomparably exotic. Xianxia said softly, "This stone looks a lot like Immortal Palace's Tao Comprehension Stone. It is rumored that there are 3 of them. I never expected that one of their legendary holy objects would be brought into Immortal Ancient." They were secretly conversing. They were still quite far, so they weren't scared of alerting Immortal Palace's inheritor. "This thing, I think I want it." The divine striking stone began to drool. "You can forget about this rock." How rejected. This thing was definitely a supreme treasure. For people like them who wanted to surpass their predecessors and step on an unrivaled path, it wasn't something they could exchange for no matter what they offered. Immortal Ancient was now open for the 3000th time, as well as the final time. Immortal Palace desired these historical remains greatly, entrusting their hopes on their inheritor, hoping for him to rise up and bring great natural luck to Immortal Palace. As such, even this type of divine supreme treasure was granted to him and brought into Immortal Ancient for him to comprehend the Tao. One could see how great the hopes they placed onto him were. In this great era, ever since the first Immortal Tao flower petal blossomed, all the way until the 3000 Tao were completely used up, the so-called ultimate natural luck had never been seen yet. Everyone suspected that it would definitely appear in this world. Immortal Palace naturally wished to obtain it, and that was why they invested so much into their inheritor. There were still many bone books inside of the nearby purple bamboo forest piled up into a heap and flowing with holy light. They were all records of predecessors' insights that provided Immortal Palace's inheritor with great help. Apart from this, there was a crystal piece as well, inside which were wisps of bright red blood that had divine luster. This greatly moved both Hao and Xianxia. It was absorbed by him already, and this was only the remains. On the strange stone, Immortal Palace's inheritor's eyes were closed, as if he was sleeping, not moving a single inch. However, Tao sounds continuously sounded, and within his body, a wave of scarlet-red immortal light swirled about, continuously rushing at his arms and inner organs, cleansing his body. One could sense the immortal Tao aura from quite far away. Using immortal blood to cleanse the body, it truly is extravagant. How could ordinary people see immortal blood? A single drop was enough to make sex go crazy, yet he used an entire sphere of it. If those of the outside world found out, it would definitely lead to a great battle between inheritances, all of them fighting over it. It was because this was a legendary item, difficult to find a single drop throughout the entire world. Apart from this, there were all types of other divine substances in the purple bamboo forest, such as half-divine fruits, strange holy liquids, and other things, as well divine pills sealed within jade bottles that were resplendent like suns. It could be said that there were many holy objects, and anyone's eyes would become red upon seeing them. There were quite a few things that were brought into Immortal Ancient from the outside world, which, if others obtained them, would be shocking great natural luck. Xiaohao's eyes shone with passion, deciding to fight over those things. How long will it take to break through the formation? Xiahao asked the divine striking stone. Even though there are similarities between this and Stone Village's formation, there are other changes, so it will be extremely difficult to completely break through it. We can break through midway, but heading forward will require a lot of time and research, the divine striking stone said. It was clear that if this continued, they would alert Immortal Palace's inheritor, allowing him to make preparations. Then let's not break it and just scare him until he goes mad. He and Qingyi discussed with each other which type of Dao sounds would harm the cultivating Immortal Palace inheritor the most. In the end, Qingyi taught him heaven-mending sex dragon cry technique, while she herself prepared to use the phoenix cry sound. When these two divine sounds were used together, the power would increase drastically. The dragon cry technique wasn't too difficult. As long as one's cultivation was high enough and they understood the secret method, it would be displayed quite smoothly, only the consumption of magical force would be quite great. Xiahao thought to himself for a bit, and then he finished his preparations. Apart from this, he also activated that pill furnace, preparing to use endless lightning to attack that great formation. The divine striking stone also set up an offensive formation to assist from the side. Start! Immediately afterward, Xiahao and Qingyi rushed forward, immediately erupting with divine sounds. Dragon and phoenix cries shook the world, hundreds of times greater than thunder as they erupted here. Apart from this, the purple bamboo forest's great formation was attacked as well, erupting with demonic sound that was extremely terrifying, immediately making this place chaotic. Immortal Palace's inheritor, who was currently at the critical point of comprehension, his body and mind clear, forgetting his material self, felt as if he was struck by lightning, as if he was cursed. His body trembled violently, and with a pu sound, he spat out a large mouthful of blood carrying silver radiance. Apart from this, in his body, the immortal blood scattered in disarray, releasing blinding scarlet multicolored light, about to shoot out through his body, causing some of his flesh to split apart. His entire body became covered in blood. Immortal Palace's inheritor was disturbed by external demons, immediately suffering serious injuries, his body almost dying and his Dao erased. Immortal blood wasn't something that easy to merge with. Fortunately, Immortal Palace's ancient ancestor neutralized the killing energy and other things. However, despite this being the case, before the symbols within were completely comprehended, they were still not something a deity could completely control. Half of Immortal Palace inheritor's body became rotten, his hair disheveled, looking like a malicious spirit. It was a tragic sight. He fell on his back on top of the strange stone. Xiahao didn't feel the slightest bit of sympathy towards this, because this person had tried to kill him several times, even offering a bounty to claim him as a battle servant, even cruelly instilling curses on his divine generals, treating them like criminals. Half of Immortal Palace inheritor's body suffered from the corrosion of immortal blood, making him lose perception. His eye sockets felt like they were going to split apart. He stared at those two people with absolute fury. Kill! Xiahao shouted loudly. He indicated towards the divine striking stone, having it break through the formation, pretending that it was quite easy, as if they could quickly break through it. Sure enough, the first half was broken through easily, pulling it apart like rotten weeds and directly slaughtering into the purple bamboo forest's depths, fast to the point of leaving others stupefied. Immortal Palace's inheritor was shocked, a wave of fear welling up within him. Right now, half his body was in tatters, receiving serious injuries while comprehending the Tao. If these two closed in on him, he would undoubtedly die. Without any hesitation, he endured the pain, and with a walla sound, collected a pile of divine objects, as well as tried to bring away the comprehending wondrous stone, but ultimately failing to do so. Rumor has it that this strange stone is heavier than a star, difficult to store within precious artifacts. Xianxia said, her eyes revealing brilliance. Hong. As they closed in, Immortal Palace Inheritor's eyes were full of unwillingness, as well as endless fury. The light around his body overflowed into the heavens. He still had half of his body that he could move. Then, after looking back once, he activated magical force, endured the pain and flew outwards, smashing into a distant transport formation to escape. All of you just wait. In 4 hours, I will return and kill you all. This was what he roared with anger. I'll have to give you my thanks for leaving behind the Tao Comprehension Stone, the insights of predecessors, and all of these divine objects. I really am extremely thankful. Xianxia laughed loudly. Pooh! Another mouthful of blood shot out from within the transport formation. Immortal Palace's inheritor was so angry he was almost driven mad. After an angry roar, he then escaped. Haha! Loud laughter sounded from within the purple bamboo forest. Not only Xianxia and the divine striking stone, but even Xianxia was laughing quietly. They unexpectedly frightened away Immortal Palace's inheritor just like that. Once we meet again, we should properly tell him the truth. Otherwise, how insincere would we be? The divine striking stone said. Xianxia laughed strangely. One could imagine what kind of expression Immortal Palace's inheritor would have after learning the truth. The formation hadn't been broken yet, but he ran away like a startled bird, leaving behind the Tao Comprehending Stone and other divine treasures. This was definitely a type of great humiliation that would likely make him vomit blood on the spot. He was actually duped like this by another, scared until he left behind everything and ran. Xianxia's beautiful eyes released brilliance. She looked at these two fellas, pursing her lips and laughing quietly. This man and stone pair were too horrible. The battle didn't even start, yet Immortal Palace Inheritor's morale was already at rock bottom. Hurry and break the formation. Can you do it in 4 hours? We don't want him to return and bring everything away, Xianxia urged. All right, let me look into it. The divine striking stone calmed itself down. In the outside world, the cultivators of all different sects had been paying attention this entire time, because this was too important. There was going to be a great confrontation between Huang and Immortal Palace Inheritor, so the effects of this battle were definitely going to be great. From a certain perspective, this was the most intense battle between two geniuses in Immortal Ancient to date. Before this, no one on this caliber had fought a life and death battle yet. Could be said that all eyes were on them, everyone expectant. Only no one expected to see this type of result. Before a bloody conflict happened, the man and stone pair obtained a pile of natural luck, frightening off Immortal Palace's heaven-warping hero. This was simply unimaginable. A present world matchless young supreme being unexpectedly suffered a loss, almost going mad, half his body in tatters and unmovable. The cultivators of all different sects looked like they saw ghosts, the expressions on their faces as extreme as they could be. This was just too unexpected. Shameless! In the outside world, several old servants stood outside an ancient bronze Immortal Palace. All of their eyes were widened in anger, their white beards shaking. They were truly angered to the extreme. There was even a light cold snort that sounded from within the ancient copper palace, carrying anger. This was a tremendous humiliation to Immortal Palace. He wasn't injured due to battle, but instead running frantically. How could this be tolerated? Supreme Hall's evildoer, even his ancestor has been defeated, yet he still wants to defy the heavens in this realm? He should have been killed a long time ago. Right at this moment, a dragon-headed crocodile appeared from the void. It was enormous like a mountain, blood energy surging into the heavens. It roared with a low voice, shaking the heavens until it began to tremble slightly. Dragon-blooded, ancestral crocodile. It was too angry, after watching its heir die, and then Immortal Palace's inheritor not being able to get revenge, instead fleeing after being heavily injured. It truly wished it could immediately slaughter its way into Immortal Ancient. Everyone trembled inwardly. This ancestral crocodile could definitely kill a heavenly deity. However, everyone quickly shifted their attention to that small world. They all stared at that Tao comprehension stone, seeing whether Hao's group could bring it away or not. Many people's eyes were burning with greed. That was a supreme treasure. Immortal Palace was unexpectedly going to lose one here. This was unimaginable. Wasn't there a rumor that once Immortal Palace's main body and second body merge, he will be unmatched among the younger generation? Why is he in such a sorry state today? Not standing there and instead running? Someone said. This was without a doubt a clear slap to their faces. Everyone became shocked. Who dared to say this, actually speaking such nonsense, in front of Immortal Palace giants' faces? Didn't they fear incurring a great disaster onto themselves? Haha. Indeed, even the Tao comprehension stone was lost. Just waiting for that inheritor to return and be killed now. Another person said cynically. Hang! A heavy cold snort sounded from within the copper palace. A silver ripple quickly moved outwards, attacking towards the distance. Hong! At the limits of the horizon, a powerful creature who was like a matchless demonic god appeared. It was as tall as the heavens, a pair of golden wings on its back. With a fierce shake of its wings, terrifying aura overflowed into the sky. The ripples that swept over completely scattered, and a wave of killing intent spread into the copper palace. Everyone broke out into a cold shiver. Who was this, to be so fearless in front of Immortal Palace, daring to take action like this? It was clear that those golden ripples wouldn't be able to enter the copper palace, silently breaking apart and scattering away into flowing light. The existence inside the copper palace was deep and immeasurable, able to display a stellar reflection. A fight it will be when your true body appears. This voice sounded from within the copper palace. At this moment, forget about normal creatures, even the great sect masters were shaken up. Immortal Palace giants' words were truly frightening. There weren't many people who were worthy of him taking action personally, but once they did appear, it would definitely be a world-changing expert. Apart from this, the words stellar reflection also had a type of strange demonic force that left great sect masters startled. It was because few people could accomplish it. The so-called stellar reflection was that even if one was at the other end of the starry sky, they could disregard the distance and reflect themselves on this end for a short period of time. They could even take action during this period of time. This type of power was simply unimaginable. Who is this, able to display a stellar reflection? He is at the other end of the starry sky, yet unexpectedly appeared to deal with Immortal Palace's giant. Everyone was shaken up, their hearts stirring with great waves. The undying existence. It's him. Finally, someone recognized who it was. If Hao was here, he would definitely recognize him as well. This was precisely the undying existence who struggled free from the lower realm. He now appeared again. Immortal Palace's old fellas, you all should forget about trying to flaunt your age. If you all want to harm Huang when he appears in the outside world, then just wait for the day I return from the uninhabited region. I'll wipe all of you out one by one. The undying existence spoke, domineering to the extreme. Everyone was shaken up. Many people knew that he was forced into the boundless uninhabited region by a few sects, now gone for quite some time. However, today he unexpectedly displayed the stellar reflection here. You all wish to bully the youth that I care about? All of you have disciples as well. If you don't want them to be wiped out, then all of you better play your part. The undying existence added. Behind him was another indistinct elderly figure. He also towered there, clearly from the uninhabited region as well. All sects trembled. There really might be the distance of a starry sky between the undying existence and this place. Now that he displayed his reflection here in such a domineering manner, it proved that his cultivation advanced once again. Huang actually has this kind of backing. An undying lord that is truly bad to provoke or trouble. Truly unexpected. Someone said softly, it is a bit bad. If we are talking about the lower realm, there is still a willow tree. Someone said softly. Soon after, Everyone shut their mouths, no longer discussing this. When you return, I'll personally kill you. A voice sounded from Immortal Palace, originating from an ancient existence, ringing through the air like a golden bell. Whoever dares to harm the youth I favor, I will unleash a great slaughter on that sect, the undying existence said. Then the stellar reflection disappeared. No one said anything for a long time, and quite a few people felt their heads become heavy, feeling a great wave of chilliness. Immortal ancient within a small world. Immortal Place inheritor's entire body was covered with blood, half his body in tatters. His injuries were extremely severe. He endured the rage and calmed himself down, silently adjusting his breathing to neutralize his injuries. A wondrous sound could be heard. Within his body, speck after speck of scarlet multicolored blood droplets flowed out, and then they were carefully stored within a jade container. This was immortal blood, something difficult to find throughout the world. It was enough to make all sects fight crazily over it. He was disturbed during his comprehension, unable to merge with it for now. He once again extracted it from his body and carefully sealed it within a jade container. Only then did he begin to treat his injuries. He produced a divine-level crystal, undid the seal, and then a divine pill that blossomed with radiant brilliance emerged. It was incomparably dazzling, golden light releasing in tens of thousands of streaks. He swallowed it in one gulp. His body released a thunderous sound, and then his flesh began to heal at a visible speed, recovering his injuries. Within the purple bamboo forest, the formation rumbled, Tao patterns resplendent. 2 hours later, the divine striking stone finally opened up a small path, breaking apart a corner of the ancient formation. They could thus enter. "Ha! Tao comprehension stone," cried out strangely, rushing over to bite down on it. However, Sure How grabbed it in one go. This thing definitely couldn't be destroyed. Kangqiang, the divine striking stone, was still unwilling to give up, giving it a bite. As a result, sparks flew everywhere. "This damn thing is quite hard, but it doesn't seem to have any divine substance I need. If it's eaten, it probably can't be used to comprehend the Tao either." The divine striking stone muttered, ultimately retreating and giving up. "It really is that rock. I never expected it to leave Immortal Palace." Qingyi cried out in shock, her beautiful eyes suffused with shocking brilliance. "So heavy." Sure How was shocked. This rock was unbelievably heavy. No wonder they were saying that it was heavier than a star. If not for the shocking formation here, it would have definitely smashed through the ground. Sure How produced a spatial magical artifact to try to store it. As a result, it slowly moved, finally entering inside, but the spatial gourd was smashed apart. Not even a divine-level artifact could store it. In the end, Sure How produced the pill furnace, collecting it slowly. With a putong sound, it fell into the lightning river water, this time succeeding. He felt more and more that this pill furnace was extraordinary, unexpectedly able to do even this. "Give me some time to take that step. Then, I'll gift the Tao Comprehension Stone to you to research and make a breakthrough," Sure How said to Qingyi. The two began to search around this place. There were a few other bone books here, all of them insights from predecessors. Immortal Palace Inheritor didn't have time to put them away. There were also other divine treasures that were scattered about, all of them now brought away by them. "Should we wait for him to come back?" the divine striking stone asked. "There's no need. Let's leave him be to go mad for some time. Let's wait for him outside," Sure How said. "All right, let's let him reflect for a bit, haha." The divine striking stone laughed loudly. They left just like that, returning to Green Spirit Realm. "Boss, is my golden pong casserole done yet?" Sure How shouted outside Octatic Treasure House. When everyone heard this, their expressions all changed. This Devil King came back. Could it be that he successfully killed Immortal Palace's inheritor? "It's not done yet." The boss felt a bit speechless and incomparably nervous. This type of heavenly ranked creature needs to be slow cooked for a while. "All right, continue then. When my battle finishes, I hope I can eat the great golden winged pung," Sure How said. Then, He looked towards the others and said, "That Immortal Palace fella will probably appear soon. Is there anyone here that knows about him? Give him a message for me. Tell him to come here and accept death." Immortal Palace's inheritor appeared in the purple bamboo forest again. When he saw how everything was a mess and the Tao comprehension stone was lost, his face fell. He couldn't help but roar towards the sky, his head of hair flying about crazily. Heaven overflowing divine light flames surged. Soon after, he arrived in Radiant City, standing outside the city alone, roaring, "Huang, do you dare fight against me? Today, I will remove your head." This world-shaking roar shook all of Radiant Realm. "Huang, get out here. If you don't want to die, then I can take you as a servant." Immortal Palace roared, "Great One, there is news that he is in Green Spirit Realm." Only after a while had passed did someone come in to quietly report. Hong. Immortal Palace's inheritor rushed through the skies, disappearing from this place. "Huang, hand over your life." Soon after, he appeared in Green Spirit Realm. Sure how welcomed him high in the sky. "You finally came. I was waiting for such a long time already. Is your true form humanoid? If not, I'll turn you into a casserole just like the great golden-winged Peng." All of the cultivators nearby were stupefied. This young devil king actually said this before such a great life and death confrontation. It left everyone completely stunned. "Hand over your life." Immortal Palace's inheritor shouted loudly. The great halberd in his hands brandished about, slicing open the void as he slaughtered his way over. Dang. Sure how also raised his halberd to greet him, taking this attack head-on. They collided together, the sound released ear-splitting, ringing through this place. Large black cracks extended in all directions. "Stop! Please listen to me," the divine striking stone shouted. He turned into a streak of light and flew towards the horizon. Everyone's attentions were caught by it, and not even Immortal Palace inheritor was an exception. There was endless killing intent on his face, his eyes cold like blades as he glared at it. You also opened up a martial Tao heavenly eye?" The divine striking stone gave Immortal Palace's inheritor a look, and then cried out strangely, "No wonder. You had so many stone cores. Thanks a bunch, by the way. It was because we plundered your secret nest that Huang was able to quickly open up his heavenly eye. It really was a great help." Nearby, the heads of all the cultivators wanted to split open. Quite a few people knew what stone cores were. There was actually this type of great natural luck that appeared. In that instant, Immortal Palace's head of hair flew upwards, battle intent surging. He saw the mysterious symbols in Sure House pupils. That was a sign of the martial Tao heavenly eye opening. There were some who opened it between their brows, others who opened it within their two eyes, each different. However, their characteristics were the same, all of them condensed from symbols, glistening and resplendent. "You've succeeded in angering me." Symbol light erupted from his entire body, killing intent flourishing even greater. "Forget it. You should forget about mentioning how he ran away like a startled pigeon, leaving behind that wonderful stone for us," Sure How said, waving his hand to have the divine striking stone back off. Immortal Palace's inheritor was going mad. His head of hair completely stood up, his battle intent risen to its peak. "Kill!" In that instant, he turned into a 9-headed bird, revealing 9 heads, all of them releasing dark light. Black feathers covered heaven and earth as they spread outwards. This type of aura was incomparably brutal, filled with a wave of heaven overflowing killing intent. Hong! Sure How released a roar, and then he immediately produced 3 heads and 6 arms, using the Zhuyan race's great divine ability to face him. Dong! This was a great collision. Both sides took action with full power, as if 2 unmatched gods and devils were competing, shaking the mountains all around them. The mountain forest immediately exploded. Fortunately, they were fighting in the sky, or else this battle would result in even more terrifying destruction. 9-headed undying body, Immortal Palace inheritor said softly. His entire body flourished with dark light, immediately surging with sky-covering symbols. The 9 heads chanted sutras to support himself, splitting into 9 great demonic deities. Hao's expression didn't change. He released a short shout. Lightning moves the 9 heavens. In that instant, clouds gathered from all sides, connecting the heavens and moving the earth. He was gathering all lightning between heaven and earth, guiding the great lightning tribulation. Lightning poured over like a sea, attacking indiscriminately. The 9 great demonic deities couldn't escape, all of them surrounded within. Only the original body could borrow the great halberd to cut apart the void and escape. As a result, the 9 great divine devils scattered. Wang. 9 erased, but not dead, reappear. Immortal Palace's inheritor shouted loudly. The scattered demonic deities unexpectedly appeared again, recombining. Wu. Don't tell me that your original body is an undying 9-headed bird. Hao was shocked. With a schwa sound, he rushed forward, his palms and fingers like jade, condensing a strange symbol. Heaven calamity light erupted boundlessly, rushing forward, all of them attacking that body. At the same time, Hao used his magical immunity divine ability before slaughtering his way towards Immortal Palace's inheritor. In that instant, the 9 great undying bodies disappeared again, because they were formed from symbols, scattering under Hao's abilities. Pong! The two collided, fists clashing. Their palms made contact in a frontal clash. Pooh! Immortal Palace's inheritor coughed out a mouthful of blood, retreating outwards. This was not only a collision of the flesh. The other party was immune to his symbols, but the Heaven Calamity Light was still effective. Immortal Palace inheritor suffered greatly in this clash. All of the spectators' expressions changed. The matchless Immortal Palace inheritor, who had merged his 2 bodies, unexpectedly coughed out blood. Just how powerful was Huang? Hao was shocked as well. After merging together with his second body, this true body was indeed quite strong. If not for the tremendous harvest he obtained from the 3,000 bluestone paths, he would have already reached his limit and would likely have trouble. It was clear that both of them only lacked immortal energy. Right now, they already reached the absolute peak. Multi-arm human immortal. Immortal Palace's inheritor moved quickly. When Hao's strange ability ended, he rushed forward to attack. Not only did he have 9 heads, he had many more arms now too. These arms were all forming imprints, producing the human immortal imprint, a restricted precious technique of the present world, one of Immortal Palace's sect protecting arts. He was clearly truly angered, wishing to kill Hao in the shortest amount of time possible. This was incomparably terrifying, as if it could suppress everything in the world. Wang. Hao's body moved. The 3 heads and 6 arms enlarged, and the Kuan Peng wings appeared. This time, 3 pairs of enormous wings appeared, and they slammed over murderously together. Meanwhile, his 6 arms shone as well, their palms surging with symbols, forming the heaven's hand. This precious technique was still damaged at the moment, but with the passage of time, it would gradually produce a mysterious method. However, it was still a bit blurry. This time, Hao also used the lightning technique with it. He overlaid 2 types of precious techniques, attacking with full force. Dong! The collision this time was incomparably ferocious. Kuan Peng wings split apart the skies, the human immortal imprint suppressing everything in this world. Lightning overflowed. The 9-headed undying bird roared. This place erupted, symbols covering the sky. Pong! The 2 of them flew outwards, blood flowing from their mouths and noses. In the distance, it was dead silent. No one dared say anything. These 2 people were too strong. Qing Yi revealed a hint of worry. No one understood how extraordinary Hao was than her. Yet, in the end, he couldn't suppress Immortal Palace's inheritor. The effects of merging both bodies together was heaven-defying after all. She believed that if it was someone else in Hao's place, they would have definitely died just now, their body and soul erased. As for the outside world, the cultivators of the outside world didn't think this way. They believed that after Immortal Palace's main and second body merged together, it should be powerful enough to sweep through all heroes of this world, never expecting that he still had an enemy capable of contending against him. Huang could still stop him. Immortal Palace's inheritor already calmed down, his mind recovering from the divine striking stone's stimulation. He believed himself to be unmatched in this world, never expecting Huang to be this powerful, still unable to kill him after merging both bodies. His eyes were like those of a falcon's, sharp like cold electricity. Symbols flickered. He became incomparably calm, searching for Hao's weaknesses to decide things in one blow. On the other side, this was the case for Hao as well, searching for the other party's weakness. The Kuan Peng wings on his back covered the heavens, becoming incomparably large. "Kill!" the two of them shouted, rushing at each other again. On Immortal Palace inheritor's back, scarlet multicolored light emerged. A true phoenix's wings appeared, its brilliant feathers like immortal swords. Kung Chang sounds rang through the skies. This was a great divine ability. Even though it wasn't the complete true phoenix precious technique, it was one of the most powerful loose moves. In addition, his hands were forming imprints, displaying the immortal king 9 seals, creating a cage in the void to suppress Hao. Brilliant lights covered the sky, endless natural laws appeared. Ancient trees appeared everywhere in the void, continuous and uninterrupted. All of them were created from lightning. Meanwhile, Hao also displayed the Kuan Peng technique, power surging from the lightning sea with both Kuan and Peng. This type of transformations were incomparably shocking. This was a merging of precious techniques. Hong. Both sides were greatly shaken, intensely trading attacks. In the end, they both retreated outwards. From a certain standpoint, they already represented the extreme peak, both of them just lacking the final step. Right now, it was difficult to determine who was above the other. Even though it is a battle of the peak of the same level, both lacking the final step, there is still greater or weaker potential. "Hand over your life," Immortal Palace's inheritor shouted. At this moment, his body began to burn, every inch of his flesh releasing radiance. This was a sign of him opening all of his body's potential, about to carry out the final decisive blow. He was extremely confident because his main and second body split up to cultivate, both of them accumulating, opening up the body's treasury. He already accumulated endless mysterious potential. Hao remained fearless. He also released everything he had. Divine might erupted endlessly, terrifying to the extreme. Every inch of his body was shining, his entire body like a great furnace. And, suddenly, Hao felt as if his entire body was a bit strange. His flesh released a strange light. The sound of a roaring tsunami erupted. He was shocked. This type of feeling was extremely wonderful, giving him a sense of déjà vu suddenly. He remembered that after passing the heavenly tribulation and entering a state of sleep, it was precisely this feeling. Is this supreme being blood? He looked at the wisps and strands of shining blood, hidden in various areas that released resplendent radiance to link up his entire body. At the same time, he witnessed the complete symbols of heaven's hand. In that instant, his comprehension of it became extremely deep. As expected, his mind was greatly shaken up. He immediately felt like his body's inner treasury seemed to be opening up. So it turned out to be like this. The strange supreme being blood appeared again, only it covered every area extremely fine, yet still truly existing. Only now did he truly open up his potential, the supreme being blood revived. And now reappeared. It's pointless even if I tell you, however, even though I haven't condensed a strand of immortal energy, wisps of immortal mists have appeared. Just hand over your life. Immortal Palace inheritor roared while swooping downwards. If he wanted these wisps of mist to appear, he had to ignite all of his potential. The consumption was tremendous. Hao was still calm. He now had the power of the supreme being blood after it revived. He released a long roar. This time, heaven's hand truly appeared, and it also condensed with the reincarnation symbols, becoming flawless. Immortal Tao mist wisps? The one that will be killed is you, Hao said coldly. Hong. Blood energy instantly erupted like an ocean. He was like a reborn giant that had existed since the opening of the world, towering in the world of mortals. He could strike the ninth heaven, suppress the ninth layer of the underworld, absolutely unrivaled. In reality, his figure didn't increase, but it still gave others this type of feeling, as if he could suppress everything in this world. The supreme being blood in his body roared, surging like a sea. It released a great rumbling sound, surging between his limbs and white bones. Heaven's hand and reincarnation symbols combined together. Their power increased who knew how many times. Xianxia took a large step forward and released a palm. Heaven and earth trembled. Pong! Immortal Palace Inheritor's precious techniques were scattered, blasted through. In addition, the immortal Tao wisps also dissipated, disappearing into the void. Pooh! Immortal Palace's inheritor flew outwards, blood spraying out from his mouth. Unknown how many of his bones were broken. How could this be? I cultivated with 2 bodies. I have endless potential. Why is it like this? Immortal Palace's inheritor roared towards the sky. The supreme being blood in Xianxia's body became more and more resplendent. 2 types of innate symbols merged together, continuously transforming, becoming incomparably terrifying. With a casual move of his hand, a dong sound rang through the air. Half of Immortal Palace Inheritor's body seemed to be blasted into mush, flying out again. Green Spirit Realm, a small world full of vitality. I am unwilling to accept this. Immortal Palace's inheritor took steps backwards. His body was aging and crumbling apart. Xianxia's palm was too powerful, containing 2 types of supreme being techniques. Heaven's hand made his flesh split apart, while the reincarnation symbols made his body wither, decline, and deteriorate. At first, everyone thought that he only had half his body blasted into tatters, but what happened afterwards made their fine hairs stand up one after another. Immortal Palace's inheritor was aging, and his flesh was splitting apart like chinaware, falling off piece by piece. Even his blood was black-colored, lacking luster. On the other side, Huang was calm and unhurried, his black hair hanging down to his waist, his eyes shining like divine rainbows. The supreme being symbols on his flesh swirled about. It was as if he was a demonic lord that had descended into this world, looking down on everyone here. Immortal Palace's inheritor roared. Half his body split apart, and his flesh was ruined to a completely deformed state, losing its vitality. 9 deaths undying. When the reincarnation symbols disappeared, he released a loud roar. Dark light erupted from his body, and an enormous pair of black wings appeared behind him that continuously moved about. Hong! The dark light covered the sun. Mysterious symbols spread outwards, surrounding him and quickly recombining his flesh. It really is a 9-headed undying bird with 9 lives? Xianxia was shocked. He calmly watched without stopping this process. Xiao! Immortal Palace's inheritor unexpectedly recovered, his flesh shining as if perfectly intact. The wings on his back moved, and black-colored feathers shot out like divine arrows. Xianxia stood in his original location without dodging. He supported his only heavenly passage, forming a resplendent screen of light that protected him. Pu-pu sounds continuously rang out. All of the black-colored plume feathers landed on the heavenly passage, these feathers even sharper than divine arrows, able to shoot down enormous mountains. However, at this moment, they broke apart inch by inch, unable to move forward. Outside the only heavenly passage, under Xianxia's feet, broken arrows covered the ground, all of them surging with dark light and powerful divine force fluctuations. Plucking your own feathers? Are you already prepared to be cooked? Xianxia asked. Immortal Palace's inheritor seethed with anger. He released a loud roar. In the distance, the mountain ridges split apart one after another, collapsing one after another. One could well imagine how powerful he was. His main and second body merged, so he should have been unmatched in this world. Yet who would have expected that he would be defeated a second time, moreover so miserably? Even if you have 9 lives, I will still kill you all the same. Xianxia walked over. Right now, he had a conviction of being unmatched. With the revival of his supreme being blood, he became more powerful than ever before. Just die! Immortal Palace's inheritor was going mad. The immortal feather armor was put on, and then his entire body shone with brilliant luster. Large amounts of pure white feathers floated about in his surroundings. Chi! He ignited his self, extracting all of his body's potential. Once again condensing bits of immortal Tao mist. They slowly released, forming a terrifying pressure. Hao opened his martial Tao heavenly eye, carefully inspecting and analyzing it. He discovered that this mist indeed couldn't be compared to true immortal mist. The mysterious individual they saw in the vicious nest covered the world with a strand of energy, with the entire heavens seemingly shrouded, powerful and unmatched. If that is all you have left, then you can go on your way, Hao said. He didn't want to waste any more time. When these words sounded, all sides became quiet. Everyone felt their minds being shaken. From the very start until now, heaven overflowing waves stirred within their hearts, leaving them incomparably shaken. How stunning was Immortal Palace's inheritor. He was someone who was known as this generation's most powerful creature. Someone who crushed the geniuses of 3,000 provinces until they couldn't breathe. Yet today, he was defeated again. Kill! Immortal Palace's inheritor rushed over, the immortal feather battle armor shining, sending out multicolored light and a rain of brilliance. All of the immortal Tao mist he cultivated seemed to have become more thick and solid. Still not a true immortal, you weren't able to take that step. Accept death, Hao shouted loudly. He reached out his hand, covering heaven and earth, suppressing forward. The one who will die is you. Symbols interweaved in Immortal Palace inheritor's eyes. His heavenly eye widened, and his immortal feather battle armor broke apart, rushing towards all directions. The battle armor unexpectedly shattered, scattering in all directions. At the same time, a green light rushed into the heavens, spreading outwards like an ocean wave, engulfing in all directions. Hao's direction was especially frightening. In the horizon, there were people who cried out miserably. After being swept through by the green light, their flesh withered away, their life force wiped out. Everyone quickly moved backwards out of great fear. What is this? A few people didn't immediately die, yet they still found it hard to defend against. They immediately became weak, powerless before it. Hao's face immediately fell. He released a long roar, his head of black hair rising like dragons and snakes, dancing about. His eyes were as cold could be. His hand shone, and his palm produced symbols suppressing forward. Kengqiang sounds rang out. That green light was stopped by heaven's hand, displaying its true appearance. It was unexpectedly piece after piece of green copper rust, a heart-shaking green. This was Immortal Palace's curse. This type of copper rust was Immortal Palace's supreme treasure, something that came off of the bronze Immortal Palace and refined through a secret method. Once it entered one's body, it was hard to remove, directly resulting in a painful death. Bronze Immortal Palace. This was known as one of the higher realm's greatest supreme treasures. When Hao was in the lower realm, he almost died because of a piece of green copper rust, losing his supreme being bone and being buried in the earth. He only revived after struggling for more than a year. Now that he saw this curse again today, how could he not be angry? Only things were very different now. Hao had already become a deity, and when facing Immortal Palace, he remained calm and unperturbed. He took action tyrannically. Green light covered the sky as they shot over, but they were all scattered by Hao, unable to approach and enter his body. Immortal Palace's inheritor opened and closed his eyes. He chanted true sutras from his mouth, and his body had immortal light coiling about it. In addition, his hands were forming imprints, displaying the curse's fundamental power to support this attack. Kill! He released a light shout. Endless green light condensed, and one piece was especially large, sharp like sword radiance. It was the size of a fist, flying towards Hao. This was the curse after receiving the support of chants and magical imprints. It pierced through the void, the scene extremely intimidating. Wang. Sure how's only heavenly passage moved. That green copper rust pressed forward, approaching his body and almost pressing against his flesh. Pong. Sure how reached out 2 fingers, and then pressed the green copper rust between them. Is your performance finished? What other methods do you have left? You can display them all now. Sure how said, his voice calm. However, it was precisely these words that made Immortal Palace's inheritor stagger, his face pale. His body swayed intensely, as if he received a heavy blow. His confidence received a great blow. No one dared to say anything random. They all quietly watched everything. Everyone knew that something major was about to happen. Immortal Palace's inheritor had been defeated, and was likely going to die. Hong. The supreme being blood and Sure how's body released a rumbling sound like ocean waves, rushing through his limbs and bones, making his vitality flourish to the peak. After an intense confrontation, a rain of blood splashed outwards. Immortal Palace's inheritor was killed once again, his ruined body flying outwards. If it was a normal person, they would have long had their body and Tao extinguished. However, his flesh became blurry, his body recombining, assembling together, unexpectedly reviving again. 9-headed bird. 9 lives undying body. Everyone was now sure that he had this type of ancient bloodline, and successfully activated it. This is fine as well. Killing you 9 times will properly allow you to understand the distance between life and death. Sure how said. As such, the supreme being blood shone again. His body was shrouded in auspicious energy, becoming greater in volume and more hazy, as if he was a matchless devil king. After repeated decisive battles, Immortal Palace's inheritor's blood dyed the green spirit realm. Even though he had revived several times, he was still a lamp that had ran out of fuel. Each revival required a great price to be paid. There was no way one would become undying just because of a single bloodline, reviving endlessly. Let's give you a taste of the curse itself. Sure how sent a piece of the green rust into his body. Ah! Immortal Palace's inheritor cried out miserably. His entire body released green light, his expression horrifying. All of the holy aura disappeared, becoming extremely sinister. Pooh! In the end, he split apart again, his body dying. It seems like the 9 lives is only in theory, you have only 5 lives at most. Sure how said. When he fell for the final time, Immortal Palace's inheritor roared out angrily, doing everything he could to resist, but in the end, he was still powerless to reverse the situation. Killed here, his corpse falling on the ground. This time, he wasn't able to revive, his body and Tao erased from here on forth. Green Spirit Realm was quiet. Everyone was trembling. The insufferably arrogant Immortal Palace inheritor, the one known to be one of the 3,000 provinces' most powerful young supreme beings, he was killed just like that. After remaining calm for a bit, everyone finally recovered. They immediately erupted with noise. This was definitely a great event that would shake up all of Immortal Ancient. It was as if a frantic storm was going to sweep through every small world. This was also the battle that drew the most attention since entering this ancient land. Immortal Palace's inheritor died, forcefully suppressed and killed. Huang won, eliminating the unmatched Immortal Palace inheritor. The Devil King is unmatched. The young supreme being of Immortal Palace not his match. This place was full of commotion, extremely noisy. Sure how wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips. This was from the injuries he received before the supreme being blood's revival. What kind of race is this? Humanoid, but flowing with silver-colored blood. Sure how stared at that corpse. The blood, even though red, still had bits of silver light. Immortal Palace inheritor definitely had the 9-headed bird's bloodline, as well as another type of lineage and extremely powerful humanoid creatures. Sure how put away the spoils of war, finding quite a few divine objects on Immortal Palace's body. The most important thing was that he found a jade container with a lump of gem-like blood. That was immortal blood. Chi. Suddenly, just when Sure how put away the immortal blood, a streak of glaring sword light shot out through the void, piercing towards the back of his head. It was exceptionally sharp. He shifted to a different position, fast to the extreme, his movements swift to an inconceivable degree, only leaving behind an afterimage. This was a divine sword dripping with blood, filled with killing intent, as if it had killed tens of millions of creatures before. It made one's fine hairs stand on end. However, immediately afterwards, the divine sword dripping with blood grew dim, entering the void. After missing, that person was going to escape. You from heavenly country, I didn't target you all, yet you all instead tried to deal with me. Shuhao's eyes became cold. In his hand appeared the void halberd. Chi. He hacked open the void, and then he chased after that person. Hong. Immediately afterwards, this area of the void continuously collapsed. Sword light surged, and a great halberd shone. Great cracks appeared in space from time to time. Pooh! A soft sound could be heard, and then blood splashed outwards. A head tumbled out from the void, landing on the ground, as well as a broken bleeding divine sword. Shuhao walked over like a great demonic heavenly deity. In his hand was a great halberd, the shining blade sticky with blood, his might outstanding and beyond compare. There's more? Where do you think you're going? Shuhao's divine senses were extremely sharp. The halberd in his hand hacked out towards a different direction. A figure appeared, frantically trying to escape into the distance. Suddenly, sword energy appeared boundlessly, carrying wisps of primal chaos. It was incomparably intimidating, stopping Heavenly Country's divine-level expert. A harmless-looking little fatty unexpectedly released chaotic sword energy. He was smiling bashfully over there. It was precisely Chao Yuxing. Murderer! Stop running and go back! In addition, there was a little girl as well who looked like a porcelain doll. She had snow-white long hair and large red eyes. With a light shout, she stopped another Heavenly Country expert that was trying to escape. She was also someone familiar, the lunar jade hair, a snow-white little rabbit. Heavenly Country's divine-level expert's face grew dim. There was no way to leave, because in the other direction was an exceptional beauty surrounded by green moonlight currently moving in this direction. In reality, he knew that even if there was only Huang, if he chased after him, there was no way he could escape. Are you going to end your own life? Or should I send you on your way? Shuhao calmly said. Normally, who dared to offend Heavenly Country, who dared to look down on divine-level experts? However now, when he said these words, no one felt that it was surprising, because he was exuding an awe-inspiring might. Pooh! Heavenly Country's divine-level expert unexpectedly really did end his own life, his corpse falling down. It was extremely decisive. Shuhao gave the little rabbit, Chao Yuxing, and Qingyi a look, and then gazed towards the octatic treasure house. He shouted, "Boss, is the golden-winged pung casserole done yet?" "It has already been finished." The octatic treasure house's boss trembled, his voice shaking as he hurriedly replied, "Then that's good. I have some guests to entertain. So think of some way to bring out a few more jars of holy wine." Shuhao laughed loudly. While the great golden-winged pung was being stewed, he powerfully took action, killing Immortal Palace's inheritor, shaking all of Green's spirit realm. "That's too great. We have great pung meat to eat and holy wine to drink. What a blessed feeling." The little fatty giggled. "But I don't eat meat." The little rabbit's ruby large eyes were spinning about, incredibly quick-witted as she muttered, "You are always fighting over food whenever you get drunk, to the point where you end up almost eating the most." Shuhao exposed. "Nonsense, I don't eat meat." The little rabbit glared outwards with her large eyes, her feet swinging over. Pong! Shuhao moved out of the way, but a great mountain in the distance directly collapsed. This was the well-known rabbit step. Shuhao laughed loudly, walked over to stroke this little girl's head, completely messing up her snow-white shining hair. "I'm going to fight you to the death," the little rabbit screamed. The little rabbit bared her fangs and claws, her head of silver hair long and shiny like satin, dancing about in the wind. Her large eyes were intelligent, making her look pure and exceptional. Sure how directly found a stalk of holy medicine from Immortal Palace inheritor's body and threw it into her mouth. She immediately stopped, no longer fighting to the death. Xianxia the little girl chewed on it like Chinese cabbage, chewing off a piece of the old medicine sparkling with purple radiance. She immediately became all smiles again. It was just too extravagant. Many people cursed silently when they saw this. Was there really this kind of wasteful use of holy medicines? To directly chew on it, not even refining it and using it like food. Let's go. I'll invite you all to eat great pung meat. Sure how waved his hand, and then he led the way. Of course, before leaving, he burned Immortal Palace's corpse clean to prevent any returning from the grave accidents. This place erupted with commotion. Immortal Palace's young great one died just like that, his body and soul eliminated. The genius who was known to be able to sweep through all 3,000 provinces' geniuses lost his life just like that. In the outside world, it was similarly chaotic, the disturbance even greater. Immortal Palace. How extraordinary was this inheritance? Even though their numbers were few, never exceeding 5 if they excluded the servants and others, they were still above many great sections. Their old palace master especially, how many in the higher realms could match him? This sect overlooked many great inheritances, related to the legendary immortals, even more so burying the dazzling Supreme Hall. It was precisely this kind of sect that had their inheritor killed in Immortal Ancient. All types of life-saving treasures were useless, dying without any suspense, moreover being killed 5 times in succession. How shocking was this? That ancient copper palace floating in the void, chaotic energy swirling around it, was silent and still. However, the servants in its surroundings were already trembling, feeling an anger and killing intent that was about to erupt like a volcano. Di Chong died just like that. In the past, this name was given to you in hopes that you would become an emperor, rushing through the 9 heavens, never expecting you to die so soon. Inside the bronze palace, an aged voice sighed, carrying regret, but even more a wave of killing intent. It immediately engulfed the great earth, the mountains and valleys all rumbling and swaying. Dead. Immortal Palace's inheritor Di Chong died just like that, killed by Huang. This left the entire outside world shocked. Huang, he immediately became the focal point of everyone's discussions. No one thought that the Immortal Palace inheritor who merged both his main and second body would have died like this, killed 5 times. This was a great defeat as well a type of humiliation. For Immortal Palace, this event didn't bring them the slightest bit of brilliance. It tarnished the reputation of this inheritance that had been known to be undefeated, truly unimaginable. Huang came from the lower realm, rising up from the great wastelands, yet so quickly able to match the most powerful geniuses of the higher realms. In the future, he might even be able to contend against ancient freaks. Everyone sighed. Their attention concentrated on this youth again, seeing him in a completely new light. It was because this person advanced by leaps and bounds, more powerful than what they had even imagined. Things are going to get rowdy now. Now that all of the geniuses have gathered with Immortal Ancient's final opening, great waves will definitely be stirred now because of Huang. Soon after, this place became noisy. Everyone was frightened because of this battle. It was different from what they had imagined. All of them were discussing this excitedly. Immortal Ancient, green spirit realm. Peach blossoms were blooming, the blossoms rich and diverse as they fell everywhere. The petals were sparkling and resplendent. This place didn't have any noise, nor were there any bloody battles. There was an exceptional beauty and tranquility to it. Truly fine food. Great golden-winged pung casserole. Chao Yuxing directly rubbed his hands together, his small chubby face smiling happily. On the jade table, that great golden-winged pung was arranged on a silver platter, the gold and silver lights mutually reflecting. It was incomparably brilliant, and there was even more so a captivating meat fragrance. It was clear that the silver plate was a spatial precious object, or else how could it store such an enormous pung? One had to admit that the Octatic treasure house had some methods, all of its tableware made of magical artifacts. There was not only a large half of pung meat stewed into a casserole, There was even a small half-roasted, the wings roasted until it was golden and shining, the oil releasing chi-chi sounds as it landed on the precious furnace below. It was clear that the furnace was also a precious artifact, or else it wouldn't have been able to roast the divine bird meat at all, nor could it hold this small half of the pung. The little rabbit stared at the fragrant pung wing that was shining with golden oil, doing its best to swallow its saliva. It continuously said, "I don't eat meat. I am a vegetarian." Sure how and the little fatty all laughed. In the silver plates surroundings were all types of bronze plates, on them all types of food, most of them from walking beasts, vicious birds, spiritual medicine meats, and other things. Of course, when compared to the great pung, these were only side dishes. Apart from this, there were a few jars of holy wine as well. When the divine earth seals were undone, a wave of sweet fragrance wafted outwards, spreading throughout this entire restaurant, adding a wine fragrance to this peach garden. Not long ago, sure how could only buy a single pot. Yet this time, the boss directly brought out the few jars left in the entire store, because this battle frightened him quite badly. Even Immortal Palace's inheritor was killed 5 times. So this Devil King definitely couldn't be offended. He was scared that sure how would display his might here and eat everyone. As for Huang, he already created quite a few legends, for example, fighting with Ning Chuan's spiritual body and returning from the vicious nest alive. Of course, for most people, the most terrifying thing was still when he ate 7 or 8 exceptional talents in Silver Polish Mountain. This truly frightened everyone. As long as one wasn't originally humanoid in shape, they all stayed far away from him out of fear of being targeted by this Devil King. "Dig in," Sure Hao laughed and said, "Gudong gudong." As Sure Hao, Qing Yi, and the little fatty tore at the golden and resplendent pung meat, the little rabbit on the side began to drink large mouthfuls of wine. Its little face immediately became rosy. "Little sister, there are vegetables here. You don't have to only drink wine," Qing Yi said with a smile, pointing at the other side dishes. Sure Hao roared with laughter. She doesn't like eating vegetables at all, but is instead preparing to drink herself drunk, deceiving herself so she could fight over the great pung meat. Hee. The little fatty also began to laugh, because this wasn't the first time this type of thing happened. "Nonsense, I don't eat meat. I eat vegetables." The little rabbit was furious, her large red eyes widening as she angrily berated. Of course, the angrier she became, the more she drank. A small half of the pot of holy wine disappeared just like that, making Sure Hao and the little fatty feel quite some pain. A moment later, the powerful holy medicine wine kicked in. The little rabbit's face was completely flushed, her large eyes narrowing. She began to bare her fangs and claws to fight over the great golden-winged peng's meat. Qing Yi was stupefied. When she saw how the snow-white rabbit was acting, she finally seemed to have understood a bit. As expected, no one ate more viciously than her. Her small face was full of grease, eating awfully joyously. "What vegetarian?" arguing noisily. "Vegetarian my ass." Of course, when she became clear-headed, everyone knew that she wouldn't admit it even if she was beaten to death. The others in Octatic Treasure House's top floor were speechless. That was a golden-winged pung, yet it was turned into a dish, and was even being crazily eaten by a pretty and delicate little girl. "I hate you all." The divine striking stone fell onto a small silver plate, continuously smashing about with dang-dang sounds as he watched them gorge on the food. It was extremely angry, bringing out a few rocks itself and chewing on them with kacha-kacha sounds. These people ate while chatting, talking about their own experiences in Immortal Ancient. Of course, there was a little rabbit drunk boxing on the side, joining in on the fun. "I need to go into isolation cultivation and cultivate immortal energy. I have to take that step," Sure Hao said, his eyes serious, already firmly deciding to do this. Even Heavenly Country's assassins have appeared, so the situation doesn't look too good. These cold-blooded creatures normally wouldn't take action without reward, so there is likely others who ask them to attack you. Qing Yi said. "Correct." The little rabbit nodded her head in a drunk manner. "Why don't we all go into closed-door cultivation and take care of one another?" The little fatty said. "My place is a bit special. It might not be suitable for you all," Sure Hao said. It is the same regardless of where I am, because I've recently been focusing on finding a way to carve killing formations on my flesh, bones, and soul. Chao Yuxing said. Everyone's paths were different. This fella dared to do this, his courage quite great. They all knew that he grasped the third killing formation, able to release chaotic sword energy. This is your path? Shihao asked. This is just the foundation. I need to gather earth energy and heaven essence to nourish the Tao core and produce a great living formation. This is the second step. What happens afterwards will be complicated. The little fatty was full of confidence. My Tao is to gather all types of spiritual medicines and eat one of every kind. Sample the essence of 10,000 grass to condense a natural divine body. The little rabbit mumbled while belching. She glanced over towards Shihao, knowing that he has many old medicines on him. She didn't necessarily need to eat them, only needing them to sense their natural Tao of life. As for Qingyi, she was a bit special. That green moon never left, carrying a strange inheritance. Then let's just all go together, Shihao said. They would look after each other. If anyone came to invade their territory, then they could lend each other a helping hand. Let's be a bit careful, don't want to be tailed. They left, about to enter isolation cultivation. Ah, you were cultivating in isolation here? Those people were shocked. It was actually the starting paths, the 3,000 bluestone paths. When they understood the path Shihao walked, they were all shocked. The little rabbit mumbled. No wonder you liked eating roasted pung wings. Turns out you were cooking yourself every day when you had nothing better to do. Dong! Shihao directly gave her head a tap, leaving her grimacing in pain, tears almost falling out. She jumped out murderously. My isolation cultivation will be extremely dangerous this time. Last time I encountered 2 ominous events, so if I enter isolation again, there might be something mysterious about. All of you should stay a certain amount of distance away from me. Shihao warned seriously. I'll set a formation this time to catch it. I want to see exactly what kind of thing it is. The divine striking stone said. When Chao Yuxing, the little rabbit, and Qingyi heard this, they unexpectedly unanimously nodded, expressing their agreement. They also want to find out exactly what was going on. They were extremely daring, wishing to capture the so-called inauspicious existences. Shihao released a sigh. Only after personally experiencing it would one know how terrifying that thing was. Last time he seized life from near death. I am not joking. It is better if you all don't join in, or else you might be inviting trouble. He advised against it. We wish to take that step as well, so sooner or later we'll run into it. If we work together to capture that thing now and research it, then it will be greatly beneficial in the future. Chao Yuxing said. He said that they could use his killing formation to encircle it. That was the third killing formation, born within primal chaos, enough to shock the world. Correct. Hurry up and lay it down. With all of us joining hands, we will definitely catch one alive. Watch how I deal with it. The little rabbit shouted noisily, not scared in the slightest. Shihao was speechless. They were all serious about doing this. All right, let's give it a try then. See if we can catch one of those strange things. I also want to find out what kind of background it has exactly, what kind of strangeness. In the end, Shihao nodded, agreeing. They began to make preparations. Formation banners fluttered about the 3,000 bluestone paths. There were several dozen of them, and once activated, large numbers of deities would die if they accidentally stepped into them. These killing formations were assembled after working for several days, as well as using up a small mountain of heavenly materials. Their power was matchless. If not for Shihao killing Immortal Palace's inheritor Di Chong, and then paying several clans a visit in Radiant City, he definitely wouldn't have been able to gather so many divine materials. Their value was impossible to assess. We can still use these things later. They've all been turned into magical stands and formation banners, so if we switch locations, they can still be used. The divine striking stone said. It was so tired it was about to collapse. All of these things used up a lot of mental and physical effort. At the center of the 10 great formations was a simplified version of the little fatty's killing formation. because with his current cultivation realm, there was no way he could carve out all of the symbols. He used his divine senses to carve the insides of the divine materials to prevent those outside from prying into them. When the Great Formation was activated, this place immediately became different. Formation banners fluttered about, Tao platforms shone, forming several tens of layers of barriers of light, protecting this place. Xianxia sat at the center. Are you too reliable? Don't refine me along with everything else now. Relax, that region is extremely safe. It won't be affected. The divine striking stone said. I'll use the bluestone ancient path symbol's flame to burn my body. So will that hinder or damage the great formations? Xianxia asked. I am going to remove the central formation stand for now so that the great formation can't activate. When the irregularities truly happen, it'll immediately return to its position and activate it. The divine striking stone said. They carefully discussed and studied the situation, thinking up all types of issues that might arise. When they were sure that nothing unexpected would happen, only then did they begin to enter closed-door cultivation. Xianxia brought out everything he had for them to take care of, because when the over 1,000 great Tao symbol flames burned his body, withering away his flesh, his body would be half destroyed, and even things he carried on him would be hard to protect. He only held 2 half ginseng fruits in his mouth so that it could preserve his life at the most crucial point. Dong! The Tao comprehension stone landed on the bluestone path, making this place tremble. However, it didn't crush this place. The strange stone was an ashy brown color, looking extremely ordinary, but actually had wondrous effects. Xianxia sat on it, preparing to use this to enter isolation cultivation. Good stuff. Outside, regardless of whether it was the divine striking stone, little fatty, or Qingyi, they were all extremely happy. There was a pile of bone books, all of them insights of those before them. This time, Xianxia killed Immortal Palace Inheritor, collecting all of the precious items he had on him. There was no lack of divine treasures. Unfortunately, there weren't his sect's greatest divine abilities and other things, leaving him a bit regretful. However, if the rest of the world were to know about these spoils, it would definitely be enough to drive them crazy from jealousy. An entire basket of half-divine fruits? The snow-white little rabbit cried out in shock. Then it grabbed the basket while rolling around, incomparably happy. This was too astonishing. She didn't want to eat them. Any spiritual medicine, just a single stalk was enough. She only needed to understand the life source energy within them. Now that she saw different types of fruits and old medicines, she naturally became extremely happy. Xianxia didn't only pick a pile of half-ginseng fruit, but also stole from the treasuries of all different clans. Holy medicines and other fruits were piled up as well, naturally making her extremely happy. Xianxia was quite generous, telling them that if they needed them, they could use them as needed. All right, I'm going to start. He sat down on the Tao comprehension stone without moving, becoming completely silent. Time flowed on. Suddenly, the surrounding bluestone paths shone, and lights shone one after another. Divine flames surged, engulfing heaven and earth, drowning out this place. It was as if it could burn the 9 heavens. The sky became incomparably brilliant. The clouds even burned away. Truly ridiculous, Chao Yuxing said with a sigh. Is this fella crazy? Burning himself like this? Does he want to cook himself alive? The snow-white rabbit grumbled. It was still feeling resentment, blaming him for hitting its head. After who knew how much time had passed, 1,500 streaks of fiery light appeared in Xianxia's surroundings, surpassing the past. It slowly reached 1,600. With the revival of the Supreme being blood, my ability to resist the fiery light has increased by quite a bit. Xianxia was surprised. If it was in the past, he would have already been scorched black, burnt into a withered state, but this wasn't the case yet. However, with the passage of time, the fiery light flourished even greater. When it reached the 1,600th streak, he suffered serious injuries. His skin opened and his flesh split apart. Symbols covered his body densely, rushing into his muscles and bones. The furnace cauldron refined from the void distorted at this time. His body within almost turned into a pile of charcoal. A paste, already completely cooked, meat fragrance wafting through the air. I really want to drink and get drunk again, the little rabbit cried out. Fortunately, Xianxia was isolated from them, unable to hear these things, or else he would have definitely given her a beating. Pong! When the symbols cleansed the flesh, the bluestone paths released the sound of scriptures. Xianxia's body trembled. He resonated with the Tao, immersing himself into it. In the end, he released a roar, the furnace breaking. He separated from the countless great Tao symbols. His comprehension was deep. He sat in the void, descending onto the Tao comprehension stone. The 1,600 streaks of fiery light retreated. That place became quiet and without any sound. He became cold, unmoving as he silently comprehended the Tao. Too scary. This is self-torture. Gambling with one's life. Chao Yuxing couldn't help but sigh. Then, he began to comprehend his own Tao. This time, Xianxia was faster than before, not taking up that much time. But the injuries this process created were just as serious. The half-divine fruit in his mouth turned into liquid, entering his body to recover his injured body. The divine striking stone sent over a few holy medicines and half-divine fruits to help him quickly recover. Unexpectedly, the irregularity didn't occur. Just like that, Xianxia continued his process of isolation cultivation. After his injuries healed, he guided the great Tao's symbol flames to refine his body, using heaven and earth as a furnace. The great Tao as flame to refine his true self and transcend. 1,800 streaks, 1,900, 2,000. It's coming. When 2,100 streaks were refined and Xianxia recovered through half-divine fruits, a mysterious wave of energy appeared, surrounding this place. The divine striking stone and the others entered the formation together, activating the central formation stand, creating boundless barriers of light that began to surround this place. An ancient lamp arrived in a slow and unhurried manner. Even though it was shining, it still made one feel extremely cold, carrying an ominous aura. Entered the formation, suspending itself 100 zhang above Xianxia's head. The divine striking stone cried out strangely. This was too weird. The formation it laid unexpectedly didn't serve any use. That ancient lamp disregarded everything, entering like a ghost. What is going on? Chao Yuxing's expression changed. Qingyi directly activated the green moon, scattering out its radiance in preparation of using this ancient flame to burn away all things sinister. It really is strange. The little rabbit was incomparably nervous. That ancient lamp swayed about, and the gray mists pervaded the air, arriving from the distance, drowning out this place and spilling into this formation. Xianxia sighed. You all should withdraw. This thing is looking for me. If I don't personally deal with it, there's simply no way of dispelling it. He gradually understood. The two of them wouldn't end until the other was destroyed. This type of thing couldn't be dealt with through outside force, with not even formations being able to stop it. There was a mysterious power surrounding this place. Under his repeated warning, those individuals withdrew. A figure silently walked over from within the gray mist. There was no life fluctuations, completely quiet. It was like a demonic mountain. Xianxia had an experience last time, so this time, he didn't immediately display divine abilities. He feared that the other party would imitate him, using his own precious technique to attack him. However, this time he thought too much. This person used tyrannical and vicious methods right from the get-go, terrifying to a shocking degree. This creature carried a heaven-art halberd like a human emperor, its aura overflowing, surging like a flood. It rushed forward murderously, hacking it at Xianxia. Gray mists surrounded it, hiding its true appearance. Only its eyes could be seen, a deathly gray in color. However, it released chilly radiance that was intimidating to the extreme. Dang! Xianxia produced the void halberd, taking it head-on. His arms immediately felt numb, great pain transmitting from his fingers. Sparks flew in all directions like lightning. In the distance, Qingyi and the others' expressions all changed. This creature was too powerful, possessing a tremendous and seemingly inexhaustible strength. It was above the divine flame realm, absolute and tyrannical. Dang dang. Symbols erupted, divine light rushing into the heavens. The great halberds collided, their sounds shaking the heavens, making people's scalps go numb. How could it be just as strong as sure how? Xianxia said. She noticed some clues. Both sides' symbols and precious techniques were all extremely similar. Correct, evenly matched. It is the same as fighting against oneself. Chao Yuxing's expression became grave. Remove the formations, Sure Hao shouted. When the divine striking stone heard this, it quickly took action, removing all of the formation stands and banners. Not good, another one came. The little rabbit cried out. Sure enough, footsteps sounded, cold and indistinct. A pair of eyes appeared in the gray mist. It also carried a heavenart halberd, coldly and ruthlessly walking over murderously. Hong! This creature's strength was the same as the other one, just like Sure Hao's, incredibly tyrannical, immediately using the dazzling white halberd blade to slice at his torso. This battle was too difficult, with no hope to be seen. Xianxia, the divine striking stone, and others all felt a chill inside. The two creatures were both similar to Sure Hao. Now that they appeared one after the other, how was he supposed to even fight? The void sky divine vine stuck out its head, breaking out into a cold shiver before hiding back into the heaven and earth pouch, not daring to come out again. This time, Sure Hao became silent again. After a brief period of stillness, he erupted with endless symbols to fight a bloody battle. This place erupted with chaos. Dao sounds rumbled and precious techniques rushed into the skies as he fought in a berserk manner. They are just similar, the precious techniques aren't the exact same as what Sure Hao uses. They only look alike. Xianxia said. What will happen if we take action? Chao Yuxing asked. The little rabbit thought for a bit, and then pointed out a finger. Great force turned into a streak of divine light, entering the battlefield. Another type of symbol appeared in the void and rushed murderously at Sure Hao. Dang! A streak of divine light landed on the strange creature's great halberd, and then another streak landed on Sure Hao's halberd. Sparks flew everywhere. No good, we cannot hastily take action. This is likely a type of natural law, a mysterious power that is at work here. Xianxia said. Sure Hao bitterly tried to think of different methods. He used the method from last time, suddenly linking up different types of precious methods and attacking crazily, wishing to overlay them like last time to kill these two strange existences. In the end, it was useless. They were dispelled. The two creatures joined hands, quickly inflicting serious injuries on him. Right now, it was as if he was fighting against two of himself. This was a challenge of his limit. Challenging the limit? Do I need to surpass myself? Sure Hao's entire body was covered in blood. The halberd strike just now almost hacked him into two. Ah! Sure Hao released a roar. His body shone, linking up the heavens and moving the earth. All types of divine force symbols blossomed. He stirred up all of his body's vitality to resist these two creatures. Pong! However, he was still struck flying, his body in tatters and almost dying miserably. My limit is also their limit. This can't be considered a breakthrough. Have to find some other path. Sure Hao quickly thought to himself. He fought a bloody battle against these two while carrying heavy wounds on his body. The supreme being blood in his body flowed, silently moving about, merging two types of symbols together. They continuously evolved. Limit, break. Pooh! One of them was struck flying by him, but the other almost severed off his right arm, the halberd blade even entering his bones. Evolve, resonate. Two types of innate precious techniques intertwined, merging together, producing a sight as if they were returning to one, becoming more and more inseparably linked. They were unexpectedly merging into one type, the power increasing sharply. Kill! Sure Hao roared angrily. His body shone, supreme being blood surging, extending towards his four limbs and hundreds of bones, merging together. The symbols that were gradually becoming one erupted with the most brilliant radiance. One could vaguely see a strand of vague immortal energy appear around his body. Hong. Supreme being techniques erupted. He took large steps forward. When he traded blows with those two individuals, his divine force surged, magical force surging like a sea. His flesh also became quite a bit more powerful. Pu-piu. Two light sounds rang through the air. He used the combined symbols to kill these two creatures. Their tattered bodies fell down onto the bluestone stairs. At this moment, Shurhao stood on the battlefield alone, his body and mind clear as he silently inspected himself. The two types of symbols were intertwining, transforming into one type. He knew that he not only made it through this disaster, there was also a tremendous harvest. In addition, a strand of immortal energy appeared around his body, indicating that he was about to break through on this path. I am almost near the end of my road. I am going to burn my true self with all 3,000 flames. His will was firm, his eyes brilliant. What kind of creature is this? Chao Yuxing and the others ran over, staring at the two tattered bodies. When the gray mist scattered, they could see bronze armor on their bodies, as well as halberds covered in green rust that looked incomparably ancient, as if they walked over from the endless past. Heavens! What kind of creature is this? How can it have this type of ancient feeling? It almost seems as if it came from the last great era. This type of feeling was extremely strange, making one feel as if what they were facing was a part of history and not two creatures. There was an accumulation of past time, and even more so an indescribable type of great bleakness. You shouldn't have killed us. Suddenly, one of them weakly opened their mouth. There was no life aura, nor any spiritual fluctuation. However, these words were spat out with difficulty. Ow! The little rabbit jumped extremely quickly, screaming outwards and immediately disappearing. She was truly given quite the fright. Actually still able to speak. This truly is strange, the little fatty said. He was quite daring, squatting down to carefully study them, wishing to study through them. Shurhao was quite glad that these two creatures looked different from him. Otherwise, he would have felt extremely uncomfortable inside, as if he was killing himself. That creature then stopped moving, no longer speaking. Road, already broken, reached its end. Everything no longer exists. As soon as the little rabbit made its way back over, the other corpse suddenly weakly opened its mouth, giving her such a fright that she jumped straight up. With a so sound, she scuttled behind Qing Yi's back. You are scaring this rabbit to death. Can't you two speak together? Why do you have to go one after another just to scare others? She was extremely angry. The gray mist scattered. The two corpses turned into fine powder. There was no flesh or blood as they scattered like smoke into thin air. Apart from this, their bodies' bronze armors and great halberds also split apart inch by inch, turning into bronze fragments. It was as if they had experienced tens of millions of years. Under the endless years and the flow of time, nothing could exist forever. Everything ended in destruction. Shurhao rushed into the skies. The halberd in his hands hacked outwards, making that ancient lamp distort and then scatter into mist, disappearing from this place. What exactly was this? What did those two creatures mean when they said those words? Shurhao frowned. He could call them a type of natural law, but they clearly had true physical bodies. After the battle, after they were killed, only then did they slowly scatter away. They are just like corpses that have been sealed in an ancient coffin for an extremely long time. They are extremely lifelike at first, but once time goes on, they quickly decay and no longer exist, because they have long been erased along the endless river of time. Chao Yuxing said, You really are nasty. Why do you understand these things? What kind of comparisons are you making? The little rabbit said. When Shurhao heard this, he was startled. Where did they come from? Are they really corpses from immortal ancient great era? Why do they always appear like this, carrying out this type of intervention with such dark power? Also, why does it only send out monsters with similar strength as myself? He had many questions, causing him to frown. They aren't corpses from underground. Qing Yi frowned. A green flame wrapped around her, and then a strand jumped out, pointing in a direction. They followed after it, arriving outside the 3,000 bluestone paths. The flames suddenly burned through the void, distorting heaven and earth. A terrifying great gap appeared there. Their minds trembled. They looked inside, but there was nothing. The green lunar flame restrained itself, no longer appearing. Meanwhile, that crack slowly closed, disappearing. It came from the void and not from underground. These things are too frightening, the divine striking stone said. Every single one was comparable to Xianxia in strength, so if a group of them came out, wouldn't this entire world be thrown into chaos? Just the thought alone made one's scalp feel numb. A strand of faint immortal energy around the body. I feel like that step isn't far. Xianxia wanted to cultivate in isolation again. A strand of indistinct immortal energy unexpectedly appeared after this battle, swirling around his body, making him look aloof and transcendent. His fighting strength was clearly increased. Truly never expected that you would actually succeed. The little rabbit puffed her cheeks and stared with her large red eyes, looking at him curiously. Something doesn't seem right. Chao Yuxing spoke. He clearly understood a bit more. It truly is inauspicious. I've seen this type of recording from rare precious bone books. This type of scene doesn't seem good at all. Qing Yi nodded, revealing a strange expression. Why? Xianxia was shocked. He unexpectedly arrived at the door, about to take that step to complete a true transformation and evolution. Yet he instead heard these words. Immortal energy is quite special. Once it is comprehended, it will spurt out at once and surround the body, and not be indistinct like this. Chao Yuxing said. In this great era, the world's natural laws changed. Everyone would reach the end of their lives, no one able to live eternally. Similarly, it was extremely difficult for one to take that step as well. This type of recording, this type of legend, all came from the last great era. Things that those of later generations learned of and understood from excavating historical ruins. Why is this the case? Could it be that it is saying that it will be extremely difficult for me to succeed? Xianxia frowned. Based on what the bone book said, an indistinct appearance of immortal energy could only mean one thing, and that was that the path he took was too extraordinary, too difficult, impossible to reach the other end. It was because even if they continued traveling this path, it would be extremely difficult to condense true immortal energy, most likely throwing away one's life along the way. When Xianxia heard this, he remained silent for a long time. Could it be that he had already reached the end of this path, unable to proceed further? It is just saying that the path is too difficult to cross. That doesn't mean that one is guaranteed to fail, right? Xianxia asked. It does. Qing Yi sighed. From what was recorded, the chances of success were extremely small, impossible to succeed. If he continued, it would result in the death of both body and Tao. I will succeed. Xianxia's conviction was firm. Don't rashly attempt at it. There might be great problems. Qing Yi said. This was something left behind from Immortal Ancient, a conclusion of their predecessors, so there was definitely reasoning behind it. Even if it was Immortal Ancient Great Era where the world's environment still remained unchanged, those who could cultivate immortal energy were still few and far between, requiring one to have heaven-warping talent. The world in this great era was different, everything already changed, and as such, success was just too difficult. I still wanted to cultivate a few strands of immortal energy. How could it be like this? An indistinct strand of immortal energy cannot stop me. I will allow it to truly appear, Xianxia said. The little fatty Chao Yuxing was speechless. He deeply understood the difficulty of this path, and even some ancient freaks had died. How could it be that easy? Since the ancient times, the most dazzling people, for example, the ancient freaks, studied era after era, accumulating for such a long time, but it is still difficult for them to succeed. Meanwhile, you want to cultivate many streaks of immortal energy? In reality, based on what he said, he already chose his path to take that step. He had to cultivate the strand of immortal energy, as that was the reflection of his own Tao fruit. Precisely the so-called one from Tao. You took that step, walked on your own path, that is your Tao. That was why a strand of immortal energy appeared. Chao Yuxing said. Regardless, I won't give up, Xianxia said calmly. He insisted on continuing, deciding that he wouldn't give up halfway. It was because the situation was grim, and Six-Crown King Ningchuan was destined to take that step. There was also that mysterious male from the vicious nest. These were all great enemies, so he had to break through. The Tao Comprehension Stone was an ash-brown in color, appearing simple and ordinary. Sure Hao entered isolation cultivation again to comprehend his own path, using the heaven and earth as a furnace, using the great Tao as a flame to burn his true self, making himself transcend. Fiery lights appeared. 2,200 streaks, 2,300, 2,400. Sure Hao persevered on, adding 100 streaks each time. His body was burnt until it was splitting apart, charred black both inside and out, his condition truly too horrible. He had to stop and take some time to recover. Fortunately, he had enough holy medicines and half-divine fruits, able to support his needs. During this period of time, he ate quite a few divine and holy medicines, eating them casually like radishes or cabbage. When the 2,500th streak of flame appeared, Sure Hao encountered a great tribulation, almost dying, burnt until many of his bones broke. It was a truly horrible sight. It was also because of this that endless symbols submerged him, cleansing his body. The fiery light washed his inner organs, making his body even more sturdy. As long as he could make it through, he would naturally receive great benefits. In reality, when the 2,500th fiery light surged, the immortal energy around Sure Hao's body became quite a bit thicker and more solid, as if it truly appeared. Unfortunately, with a pu sound, it still scattered in the end, becoming indistinct. "You still all right?" the little rabbit asked, handing over a golden ginseng, feeding it to him like a radish. "Don't attempt any further already," Qingyi said. This was too dangerous. Just now, Sure Hao almost died, and even his eyes were becoming dim. "Don't take the risk anymore. Your path is too difficult, there is a problem with it. You shouldn't have to risk your life like this." Chao Yuxing spoke up as well. "If others can succeed, then it should be fine for me as well." Sure Hao recovered his foundational energy, and then he began to silently think about how to cross this trial. It was clear that this path of his didn't have any quick success, only able to give everything and take one step after another. Success was success while failure was failure. Of course, failure meant death. Others can succeed, but do you know how many eras they have been preparing for? Qingyi shook her head. Sure Hao only had one era. All of his insights and accumulation couldn't compare to those of the ancient freaks at all. Several days ago, I made a trip outside. Several ancient freaks have died again, their bodies and spirits erased, all of them perishing because they wanted to take that step. Chao Yuxing said, "Too terrifying. You should just learn my natural Tao." The little rabbit also tried to dissuade him. "Has anyone cultivated more than a single strand of immortal energy?" Sure Hao asked. Those people all became speechless. His situation was dangerous, and if he continued like this, his body and Tao would definitely disappear, yet he was still asking this kind of question. Indeed, however, one needs great natural luck rarely seen since ancient times. Increasing immortal energy is too difficult. Chao Yuxing told him straight up that even if he succeeded on this path of his, he would definitely only cultivate a single strand of immortal energy. If he wanted to cultivate the second strand of immortal energy, he had to find other ways. "I have to first cultivate the first streak, or else how can I get any further?" Sure Hao's eyes became resolute. The 2,600th streak of fiery light appeared, covering heaven and earth, drowning him within. The bluestone ancient paths produced sound of scriptures, all types of Tao rumbling, shaking heaven and earth. This time, Sure Hao was burnt until he was half crippled. Even though he passed a death tribulation, the immortal energy was still indistinct, not truly appearing. It took him a long time before he finally slowly recovered. It really was a bit strange, however. The strange and ominous existence never arrived, so it was rather peaceful. 2,700 streaks of fiery lights burned. Sure Hao almost melted, his flesh in tatters, bones scorched black, even his primordial spirit about to scatter. Endless symbols surged, about to break him apart and turn him to dust. This time, the immortal energy strengthened a bit, but still ultimately scattered. I am unwilling to let it end like this. 2,800 streaks. He was unconscious for half a month. His flesh about to rot away, primordial spirit dim without light. Luckily, he had the supreme being liquid that wrapped around his primordial spirit, protecting his life, allowing him to quickly recover. The divine striking stone said with a sigh. The supreme being liquid came from spirit realm. Xianxia had previously climbed to the very top, the stone bowl of sparkling liquid absorbed by him. In the end, Xianxia revived. After his injuries were healed, he still refused to give up. 2,900 streaks of fiery light surged, burning the 9 heavens and illuminating the sky. What? This time, he succeeded? Those individuals cried out strangely. A strand of immortal energy spilled out, pure white and clear. That was the fruit of the great Tao, an embodiment of one from Tao. Truly appeared, and it wrapped around Xianxia. Success, truly succeeded. This is too great. This is the one from Tao, true meaning, immortal Tao energy. The little rabbit cried out loudly, becoming extremely happy. Her ruby-like large eyes completely round as she looked forward. Right now, she was like a pure little girl, jumping and hopping about. Truly inconceivable. I actually personally witnessed such a miracle. Chao Yuxing was stunned. He also couldn't help but cry out. One had to bear in mind that there were many heaven-warping creatures from the past to present. But they failed one after another, body and Tao erased, unable to succeed. Yet now, so close to them, a youth with immortal energy appeared. How could they not be shaken? It's finished, finally making it through the tribulation of death. I hope everything will go smoothly and perfectly. Qingyi was also overjoyed, her beautiful eyes flickering with luster. This was truly an incredibly grand event. For Immortal Ancient, whenever anyone took that step, it would signify extremely profound effects, relating to many people's lives and deaths. Once one succeeded, they wouldn't need to fear group battles. No matter how great the numbers, no one could kill the one who produced immortal energy. He was now truly a king, those of this generation unable to stop him. These types of existence's futures were impossible to estimate. Ha ha! The divine striking stone laughed crazily, crying out, "Let's go back and deal with all of those sex people, purge them one by one and steal all of their divine materials." It wished for the whole world to be in chaos, desiring all types of divine stones, wishing to use them to evolve. Only the void sky divine vine said with a trembling voice, "Careful, the closer one is to success, the more dangerous it is. That thing will come again." It had previously experienced it, remembering the events of the past, making it feel lingering fear even now. Xianxia succeeded, but he suffered serious injuries, almost dying. His body was burnt black both inside and outside, all 5 main internal organs releasing strand after strand of light smoke. His skeleton was about to split apart. This was an omen of being burnt to waste. His injuries were too severe. If it was anyone else, they would have definitely died. There was no way they would still be alive. The withered body was like a skeleton, cracked skin covering his bones, all vitality gone. If not for the pure white strand of immortal energy revolving around him, it would truly be hard for one to believe that this was a hero who could overlook Immortal Ancient. His situation was utterly terrible, a lamp out of oil. If anyone attacked him now, he might be directly cut down. An ancient lamp appeared, faint and indistinct as it moved over. The gray-colored mists seemed to gather from beyond the 3,000 bluestone paths, richer and more boundless than before. The pressure it released was suffocating. In that instant, Qingyi, Chao Yuxing, and the little rabbit's fine hairs stood on end, feeling chills run down their bodies from head to toe. This was a life and death trial, just like facing a god of death, as if they had fallen into the underworld. They were all shivering in fear. This kind of feeling was too terrifying. They vaguely felt as if they had already been pulled into the depths of death, that it would be hard for them to continue living. "All of you, back off," Xianxia said. He swallowed the half-ginseng fruit with difficulty, surrounding his body with its brilliance to heal his injured body. He knew that he now encountered huge trouble. Right now, his body's state was as bad could be. Would he even make it in time? Even though he ate the holy and divine precious medicines, there was still no way he would recover completely. Dong dong dong. A demonic figure walked over, tall and heroic, its footsteps ringing through one's heart like a divine drum, making one feel as if their bodies were going to explode. This wasn't the most terrifying thing. There were still figures that appeared in other regions, releasing heaven overflowing light flames, carrying electric radiance, or descending like divine kings. What is going on? So many of them came at once. The divine striking stone was horrified. The others' expressions became pale as well. This was definitely a hopeless situation. Figures surrounded them from all sides, and a row of figures was appearing. 5, 6, or even more. The gray mist became hazy. Those footsteps became one, sounding more and more terrifying. Some of those figures were resplendent like rainbows, some pitch black like ink, some indistinct. They were all different. It was quite different from last time. One could imagine that if every single one of them were as powerful as the previous, sure how, with so many of them appearing at once now, it would undoubtedly result in death. There wouldn't be the slightest bit of suspense. Turns out to be this difficult. Sure how revealed a bitter smile. Even though the half-ginseng fruit was quickly restoring his body and treating his injuries, even if he was at his peak, so what? So many people who weren't weaker than him, if they took action together, it was too difficult. There was no hope to be seen. Soon after, he calmed down. He still reached this step in the end, so regardless, he had to fight. He wouldn't shrink back. This immortal energy has wonderful uses, worth trying out, he said softly. He was going to display the most powerful might, face his enemy with the greatest stance. However, immediately afterwards, Sure Hao's face paled. He staggered, almost falling onto the ground. That immortal energy broke apart. It originally wrapped around his body, yet now it broke into many different parts. He lost his connection to it. It floated at his side, and even though it was still mysterious, it separated from him. What was going on? Heavens! How could it be like this? The others were all stupefied. Shocking changes took place. There was simply no way to use that streak of immortal energy. It unexpectedly scattered, turning into different parts. What the fuck? The divine striking stone couldn't help but curse. The situation was critical. Sure Hao's state immediately became more unfavorable. No path of life to speak of. When right at this moment, his body released a strange light. Blood swirled, guiding the scattered immortal energy. With a schwa sound, all of it entered his body. In the next instant, the pure white mist became one with the supreme being blood. The two merged together, thus disappearing. Sure Hao was stupefied. There was actually this kind of situation that happened. He was a bit confused, but when he inspected his body, he found that it was hazy, a bit indistinct, only returning to normal after a bit of time. It was clear that the supreme being blood became even more resplendent, not looking like blood, but instead like scarlet red metal liquid that was flowing. There was a wave of mysterious aura that surrounded him. How do you feel? Those people felt extremely anxious as they loudly asked. I don't feel anything, Sure Hao said. He truly didn't feel anything different. It was just like in the past. However, he saw that strand of energy disappear with his own eyes, entering his body. Be careful, those things are closing in, Chao Yuxing reminded. They stopped again. The little rabbit was shocked. The mists no longer surged, and those creatures slowly came to a stop. It was a bit strange. Even the ancient lamp in the void swayed, and then it became indistinct. Suddenly, the large amounts of gray mists scattered silently, and those creatures left into the distance, entering a great crack in the void, disappearing from this place. The ancient lamp also disappeared. Peace was restored to the bluestone paths. This left everyone stunned. There was actually something like this that happened. They thought you failed, feeling that you weren't worth getting rid of. The little rabbit guessed. The others nodded, agreeing with this type of speculation. However, they truly couldn't explain it. Of course, the most shocking thing was the transformation of Hao's immortal energy. It really was difficult for them to feel happy or regretful for him. That immortal energy scattered, signifying that this was another failure. However, it was also because of this that he passed this trial of death. However, they were still rather expectant. That wave of energy entered his body. So will there be some strange transformation? Hao sat there, carefully inspecting his body. The supreme being blood was exceptionally translucent, but there wasn't anything different about it. The mysterious aura already disappeared as well. It became just like before. What a waste. You clearly succeeded, so why did this kind of thing happen? The divine striking stone was upset, complaining for Hao. It seems like a good thing. Suddenly, Chao Yuxing thought of something and said, "You understand what happened? Hurry and tell us." Qing Yi said, "I seem to have seen some type of written account." Chao Yuxing said, "There was an engraving left behind on a damaged cauldron excavated from some immortal ancient ruins describing how the path a genius walked was too difficult, and after cultivating immortal energy, his body and spirit were almost completely destroyed. However, strange things happened. The immortal energy broke up into parts and was absorbed by the body, giving him nourishment and life. Simply speaking, the immortal energy repaired his dying body, but it also disappeared because of it. Can we really just call this being unlucky?" The divine striking stone said. "This was just too miserable. The immortal energy cultivated so painstakingly was used up to save a life. Hao's circumstances were similar. Just now, his injuries were too severe. If not for the supreme being liquid he obtained from spirit realm protecting him, he might have also died. The immortal energy would have scattered to repair his body." Chao Yuxing said, "In theory he failed, but he did absorb that type of thing after all. No one knows what kind of strange changes might happen. The bronze engravings didn't record what happened afterwards to that heaven-warping talent?" Qing Yi asked. "Died. Even though those circumstances appeared and he lived, he was targeted by an unmatched individual and studied, ultimately killed." The little fatty said. Everyone became speechless. That person was too lamentable. He was originally a heaven-warping genius, yet in the end, his immortal Tao energy scattered, and then he was even abducted and killed. Had he tried to cultivate immortal energy again? Hao asked. His path had already been completed, nowhere further to go, so he couldn't continue cultivating. Later on, he was even captured. Chao Yuxing said. So it was like that. Hao nodded, feeling a bit of hope inside. It was because he had only ignited 2,900 great Tao-symboled flames, not finishing this path yet. He could still forge ahead. He calmed himself down to start healing, recovering his withered flesh and vitality, nourishing his primordial spirit, raising himself to the greatest peak. Generally speaking, the situation couldn't be considered too bad. He still had hope, and he might still be able to cultivate a strand of immortal energy. Once one reached this step, the only thing he feared was the road behind being cut short, falling into an abyss. Now, he still hadn't reached its end, so he was still hopeful. This time, Hao used a long time to recuperate from his injuries. Even after recovering, he didn't immediately take action, instead sitting on the Tao Comprehension stone to think to himself. It was because the ominous and inauspicious existences were too terrifying, far exceeding his imagination. If not for them mysteriously backing off, he would have definitely been in danger. This time, he had to make ample preparations, or else when he cultivated a true strand of immortal energy, and then was still killed, that would be too tragic. I thought of something. Once you cultivate immortal energy, it will be too hard to operate for a short amount of time. That is why you shouldn't completely entrust your hopes on it. Chao Yuxing said. Hao was discussing with them. They knew his current situation, so they spoke about all of their speculations to remind him. Hao sighed. The situation was not looking good at all. How was he supposed to make it past this tribulation? How was he supposed to persevere through? No wonder ever since the world changed, it was so hard for anyone to succeed. I need to transcend the self. Hao said quietly to himself. He opened his martial Dao heavenly eye to inspect his own body. Suddenly, he discovered that a shocking change happened in his body. He couldn't see it before, because only the heavenly eye could vaguely see this scene. It's here. I'm going to use this to surpass myself, Xianxia said. In the depths of his flesh, wisps of light could be seen, calm and unmoving, laying dormant within. Even with the heavenly eye, it was still a bit blurry, but he was now sure that those were flames that were extremely familiar. He had seen these before. It actually ran into my body. I never noticed it all this time. It didn't injure me. Xianxia was extremely shocked. He had previously seen a flame next to the 9 coffins that was incomparably mysterious. It had previously forced away the green lunar flame, so one could very well imagine how powerful and immeasurable it was. He had previously heard Qi Daolin grumble indistinctly to himself that this flame could burn all evils, purge heaven and earth. From a certain perspective, it couldn't be considered a flame because it was made out of symbols. The only reason they called it a flame was because the mysterious symbols shone. They merged together and looked like flames. How was he supposed to summon it and transfer it? These mysterious symbols contained tremendous secrets. If he could comprehend through them, he might have a solution to all of the auspicious and strange things. No matter how many came, he might be able to burn through them all. Xianxia tried to communicate with it, but it didn't move, laying dormant. For the next few days, Xianxia's divine senses permeated into his body, roaming about these mysterious symbols. He wanted to have it revive so he could communicate with it. However, he was disappointed, unable to obtain the slightest bit of progress. Following a light sigh, Xianxia got up. He walked down from the Tao Comprehension Stone and looked into the distance. Qing, please burn me with your green lunar flame. He suddenly said this. Did you go stupid? The little rabbit said inarticulately while nibbling on a holy medicine, looking at him with her widened eyes. Qing and Chao Yuxing were stunned as well. The origins of the green ancient flame were astonishing. Born in Immortal Ancient, known as an immortal seed, left behind by the matchless true immortal Qingyu. Using it to burn oneself, there was definitely no good result from it. The reason why Qing was okay was because this flame acknowledged her. They coexisted with each other, and she had a chance of obtaining its inheritance. Don't worry, it'll be fine as long as it's a bit weaker. I have something inside of me that I need to test out, Xianxia said. When Qing found out that the other flame was in Xianxia's body, she couldn't help but feel stunned. There was actually this type of thing that happened. A strand of green flame seeped out, slowly approaching Xianxia's body, extremely gentle. It entered his body, pure like green moonlight. It hurts so much, Xianxia grimaced. As soon as he got closer, his flesh felt like it was being hacked by blades. He felt incomparable pain. Qing carefully controlled it, having the flame calm down, the offensive power decreased. She moved it closer to the region where the mysterious flame lay dormant. Suddenly, multicolored light flashed, symbols shining resplendently. The green lunar flame retreated on its own, not proceeding further. It was useless even if she tried to control it. Xianxia sighed. It seems like he can't really depend on this flame anymore. There was no way unless he acted recklessly, splitting apart his own body and defending himself with that area of his flesh. Only, that was too miserable. Since there were others who were able to pass this trial, then I can as well. I have to think of a way to tread on this path. Xianxia temporarily gave up on that thought. The flame was the final hand he was most reluctant to play. If there was still a possibility, he wouldn't use it. It was because even if he split apart his own body, if those symbols didn't want to move, there was still a chance that it wouldn't help him. All those who were able to succeed since the ancient time, without exception, had to use that streak of immortal energy. As long as you can persevere on, when you can control it on your own, you can defeat everyone in your way. Chao Yuxing said. Xianxia nodded, not saying anything. He entered isolation cultivation again, not to ignite Tao flames, but to comprehend himself on a deeper level, to observe his own flesh and soul, unearth all potential. Is what you said true? The so-called ancient past is immortal ancient great era, right? Are you sure that there were ominous events even back then? The little rabbit muttered. It is just something I am speculating. Right now, he needs confidence, Chao Yuxing said. The lunar jade hare rolled its eyes, not paying him any more attention. Right now, regardless of whether it was Qing-Yi or the divine striking stone, none of them could offer much help, only able to worry. However, the little fatty Chao Yuxing's inheritance was strange, and he knew quite a bit. Sure Hao didn't act rashly. He continued to observe the supreme being blood, because he always felt like that strand of immortal energy didn't scatter and was instead absorbed inside. There was no way there were no changes at all. He waited patiently. Half a month later, he finally discovered something different with his martial Dao heavenly eye. A new type of symbol has started to appear, evolving, forming, and tangling together. Sure Hao was shocked. Apart from Heaven's Hand and Reincarnation symbols merging, a third type of symbol appeared in his supreme being blood. Only, it was still in its beginning stages. Difficult to be sure what kind of ability it had exactly. He poured all of his concentration into this, silently observing and carefully sensing the changes. For him, this was a completely new experience. He was witnessing the birth process of an extremely powerful precious technique. He could vaguely see the origins and development of the road of cultivation. His primordial spirit was completely immersed, carefully observing and silently receiving enlightenment. This type of development was extremely hard to obtain for cultivators. However, how many people could accomplish this? The number of people who had heavenly eyes were pitifully few to begin with, and after obtaining them, how could they encounter this type of opportunity? Personally witnessing the birth of an unmatched technique. Observing, experiencing this type of evolution, for sure Hao was the opening of a new world. For him, it possessed unimaginable meaning. The road of cultivation, the path of origins, the path of ascension, is similar as well. It is just like this, established bit by bit, and only then will it flourish like today. After who knew how much time had passed, the supreme being blood gradually calmed down, and those symbols stopped their transformation, entering a state of hibernation. A third unmatched technique was, without a doubt, going to take form. It only needed time. As such, Sure Hao closed his eyes, his mind carefully thinking for an extremely long time. Only after that did he walk down from the Tao Comprehension Stone feeling incredibly enriched, his harvest great. There will be a day when I will establish a completely new cultivation method, one different from the immortal ancient great era, one that is different from that of the present great era as well, a completely different path that will transcend above. Sure Hao said quietly. This type of thought emerged in his mind. When the others heard him, they all became petrified. What kind of boldness was this? Was he going to produce an entirely different cultivation system? They felt that it wasn't realistic. Opening a different path was harder than climbing to heaven. Immortal ancient great era had immortal seed inheritances. This great era cultivated bone texts, so it was difficult for them to imagine what other types of paths there could be. Could other systems even appear? The road is long. Right now, I can only accumulate experience, only have a few vague thoughts, powerless to do anything now. However, in the future, that day will come. Sure Hao said. Hong! Suddenly, a streak of lightning hacked down from the heavens, blasting him until he flew outwards, his body dripping with blood. The lightning was terrifying to the extreme. If it was anyone else, they would have definitely turned into ashes. However, Sure Hao stuck it through. The little rabbit was stupefied, and then it shouted, Look! You were speaking randomly. See! You were even struck by lightning. The divine striking stone, Qing-Yi, and Chao Yuxing's expressions changed. Their minds were greatly shaken. This great era was already without lightning tribulation, disappearing with the end of the last great era. However, right now it unexpectedly appeared again. It was rumored that in Immortal Ancient, there were unmatched creatures who shocked the heavens with their words, consequently stirring up great lightning tribulation. However, that was something that happened in the Immortal Ancient Great Era. How could they have appeared in this era? They looked towards Sure Hao, their expressions strange. Could it be that this type of cultivation path really might appear in the future? If that really was the case, then the effects would definitely be tremendous, no end of achievements. Sure, how calmly comprehended again. He observed the changes that were happening in his supreme being blood, and only after a month had passed did he open his eyes, preparing to come out of isolation and ignite the 3,000 Tao flames. Careful. Do only what you are capable of. What else could they say? They couldn't advise him against this, so they could only wish him well. Soon after, all 3,000 bluestone paths illuminated, burning fiercely. Symbols overflowed into the heavens, immediately engulfing the heavens, as if it was going to tear apart the skies. Without a doubt, the disturbance here already created some irregularities within a few small worlds. Everyone could feel that a strange energy was pervading the air. Heart-shaking fluctuations were extending, leaving all of them feeling shocked and confused. The bluestone path's Tao flames burned the 9 heavens, the world rumbling. A furnace was condensed, wrapping around Xianxia. The symbols of 3,000 great Tao turned into flames, carrying out a refinement. This place rumbled with Tao sound, shaking heaven and earth. This type of unrest was unprecedented, exceeding all of their predictions. The divine striking stone even set a formation to isolate this place, but boundless ripples still traveled in all directions, spreading outwards. Oh! After who knew how much time had passed, Xianxia released a roar. Even though his entire body was burnt black, there was a forceful wave of vitality that surged outwards. His gaze looked even more like cold electricity. He already got up. Even though he was seriously injured this time, his body in a terrible state, it wasn't as serious as they had imagined. The inside of his body was shining. Soon after, a great power surged from inside outwards, recovering his injured body, the rays of light resplendent. He felt more powerful than he had ever been before, advancing quite greatly. He didn't even use the half-ginseng fruit, yet his body was already roughly recovered, making it through the refinement of the flames. A strand of immortal energy also appeared, wrapped around him like a true dragon, moving around his body, making him look aloof and transcendent. He succeeded. Xianxia didn't waste any time. He asked Qingyi, the little rabbit, and the others to send over the medicines. He quickly devoured them to recover his body to its optimal state. It was because the ominous was already approaching, reaching outside the bluestone paths. This time it wasn't quite the same. It wasn't gray fog, but rather pitch-black, ink-like streams of energy. There was a deathly stillness. It lacked life force. One could see that several figures were closing in. The ancient lamp suspended in the sky, releasing chilly radiance. This time, the number of figures that appeared was a bit different, unexpectedly less of them towering in the black fog. Did the difficulty decrease? Even heaven seems to want to help him. The divine striking stone muttered, revealing a happy expression. Let's hope that is the case, Chao Yuxing said. However, soon after, they closed their mouths, revealing a concentrated expression. They stared forward with disbelief. The first figure that appeared was tall and sturdy, eyes resplendent. On his back was a pair of pitch-black wings that carried golden patterns. Heavens! Those are Kuan-Peng wings. Only, the color seems a bit off. The little rabbit cried out with shock. There was no mistaking that energy. The second creature appeared, black-colored lightning wrapped around it, its body carrying pitch-black bloodstains, as if it had just withdrawn from the battlefield, the armor on its body full of holes. Don't tell me that it is created in the Lightning Emperor's image, right? The divine striking stone stuttered. The third creature walked out, its body curling with waves of heaven tribulation light. The fourth creature walked out. It looked quite strange. It appeared to be changing from an elder to a child, continuously changing, as if it was undergoing reincarnation. Not good. When these people saw these 4 creatures, they were all horrified, because they were too powerful, all evolved to the limit. Were there still more? They didn't know. It's not that bad. This time I'll eliminate them all at once. I want to see if there will be more ominous events. If there are, then I'll wipe them all out. Xianxia said, his voice resounding, ringing through this world. Right now, all 3,000 bluestone paths were swaying in response. No matter who saw this result, all of their minds would tremble. Such a powerful group of people, clearly the result of precious techniques displayed to their limit, working together to suppress Xianxia. A single one of these creatures could overlook the world while moving, showing disdain towards all others at their level. Now that 4 of them walked together, how could they be stopped? The black fog rushed over, spreading over the 3,000 ancient paths, filling this place with coldness and killing intent. For powerful experts walked closer step by step, all of their auras astonishing. They revealed their true appearances. They weren't bodies covered with bronze armor, different from what they had seen in the past. One wore feathered clothes, another an armor that was full of holes, all of them vivid and lifelike. These people's eyes were full of radiance, not stiff and inflexible like the ones before. When they opened and closed their eyes, astonishing radiance could be seen, as if they had life. This made people tremble inwardly. The situation was not looking good. Qingyi, Chao Yuxing, and the little rabbit were all quite worried, but they couldn't offer any help. They backed up, only able to watch this battle. Xianxia didn't produce a weapon, standing there unarmed, because he knew that this was a confrontation of precious techniques, a competition of the flesh. External objects were useless. If he really did bring out a weapon, then it might very likely be destroyed. The 4 great experts were too extraordinary, all of them incomparably terrifying. Even though the enemy was extremely powerful, Xianxia still had to fight. This was the final trial. Once he made it through, he would be like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon, becoming a king. If he failed, then his body and Tao would be erased, no longer existing in this world. A battle of life or death. Whether the road ahead would be glorious, everything rested on this battle. He had no way out, so he had to have confidence. Kill them all, Xianxia shouted, taking the initiative to attack. He leapt up into the skies. An enormous pair of Kuan-Peng wings appeared behind him, the golden feathers carrying black-colored stripes, covering heaven and earth. He displayed the Kuan-Peng's technique to its limit. All sides were shaken, the void splitting apart. He fought against these 4 great experts alone. Fighting against me with my Kuan-Peng technique? What was frightening was that the black-colored Kuan-Peng winged male on the other side actually spoke. His eyes were resplendent, making others alarmed. Does he have intelligence? Is it a complete creature? Not one controlled by a mysterious power. In the rear, the divine striking stone cried out strangely while trembling greatly. Kill! Xianxia didn't move. A myriad of symbols appeared from the Kuan-Peng wings, shining with brilliance. It was as if endless stars smashed over from beyond, blasting down on the 4 great experts before him. Break! That person released a low roar. Black-colored Kuan-Peng wings appeared, moving about, smashing into his golden wings. Dong! This was like a collision of heaven and earth, the sounds enormous. It was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. The feathers of these 2 individuals' wings flew everywhere, continuously falling, carrying traces of blood. Hong Long! The void collapsed, releasing a powerful rumbling sound. At the same time, the other 3 experts took action as well. Lightning, Reincarnation, Heaven's Hand, they all struck over. It was as if a scorching sun was exploding. At this moment, this place became incredibly magnificent. Only, this type of beauty made one's heart tremble. Countless great cracks were extending through space into all directions. No matter what cultivation realm one was at, they would still tremble upon seeing this. To distort the void with just the flesh at that cultivation realm, directly blasting through it, it was too extraordinary. A large hand slapped over, striking towards Xianxia's chest. It was Heaven's Hand, releasing deafening rumbling sounds. Pong! An expanse of light surged from within Xianxia's flesh, turning into a large hand, colliding with it. A white light similar to the light of ascension rushed in all directions, a confrontation at the peak of power. Lightning! After just this simple word, the lightning emperor creature rushed over. Lightning radiance shot in all directions, tribulation clouds covering everything densely, hacking down onto Shihao. Kacha! Shihao's entire body released light. Endless lightning poured out from his Kuan Peng wings, sweeping forward like ocean waves, battering at that individual. Following a Peng sound, the void smashed apart. There were electrical arcs everywhere, with radiance covering every region. Immediately afterwards, an ancient aura swept outwards. Shihao knew that this was reincarnation power. That person's face was continuously changing, from an elder to a child, and then back to an elder. It was incomparably terrifying. Now that he encountered this type of precious technique, Shihao had no choice but to face it head-on. However, he was extremely careful as well, not allowing even the slightest bit to affect him. With a Hong sound, reincarnation symbols surged, clashing intensely with the resplendent light up ahead. This place became completely chaotic. Just this first exchange of attacks was already intense to the extreme, making others tremble. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, the 5 individuals continuously collided, the sounds released deafening. Murderous energy swept out in all directions. This type of battle exceeded the imaginations of everyone at this level, absolutely world-shocking. This wasn't just a confrontation between people at the divine flame realm. It already exceeded the limits of what people at this level should have. It was too fast. This type of speed exceeded the understanding of normal people. They were all after images, to the extent where the speed alone already affected the stability of the space around this place, as if even time itself became distorted. Not creatures, but a type of embodiment of 4 types of profound mysteries evolved to the limit. Just what kind of things are your consciousnesses attached to? Shihao was shocked and bewildered. This was too inconceivable. He sensed it, his powerful divine senses telling him that these weren't true creatures. Even though they looked real, there were still holes in their existence. Can it be that I am in some type of illusion and fighting against myself? Shihao developed suspicions, feeling that he was perhaps fighting against the profound mysteries that he comprehended, as if he instantly saw through everything. Were the so-called ominous and strange events just this? Hong! Shihao took a blow, the attack originating from the Heaven's Hand individual. If it wasn't him, anyone else would have been blasted apart, turned into a bloody paste. He was the one that had this precious technique, so he naturally knew how terrifying it was. Heaven Calamity light appeared behind him, and then it turned into a palm, hurriedly blocking it. Pooh! Blood splashed outwards. Shihao's back was injured, and his mouth coughed out a large mouthful of blood as well. At the same time, the Lightning Emperor's secret technique appeared. 10,000 streaks of electrical radiance interweaved, and then many stars emerged, as if this was a sea of cosmos. They surrounded him within, all of it produced by lightning. Shihao suffered another attack, electrical arcs releasing pi-pa sounds around him. Who cares what you all really are? I'll just suppress and kill you all, he shouted, not thinking about anything more. He concentrated his attention, fighting with everything he had. The great battle was too intense. Shihao was fighting for enemies, all of them not weaker than himself. It was to the extent where, in terms of precious techniques, those 4 reached the limits of perfection. They warped and weaved about, fighting endlessly. It had to be said that Shihao ignited 3,000 Tao flames, so his strength improved by leaps and bounds, becoming quite a bit more powerful than before. What was even more important was that his comprehension of the Tao, his analysis of his future path had already matured, filled with Tao intent, symbols filling the skies. Originally, their strength were similar, but his understanding of the Taoan world was comparatively much greater, and as such, he was able to weave about these 4 great experts. After all, even though these 4 experts were strong, their bodies still had problems without as much experience as himself. The fight was intense. Shihao continuously coughed out blood. Even though he was powerful, being attacked from all sides still put him in great danger. Seal open, Shihao shouted. Within his body, supreme being blood surged. He displayed his innate secret techniques to suppress the 4 great experts. Heaven's Hand and Reincarnation merged together, and there was even a third type of strange symbols that appeared, merging together. This was a trump card that he relied on. He had previously researched and studied it, but ultimately decided to seal it. He didn't use this type of power before igniting the 3,000 streaks of Tao flames. Sure enough, because he had sealed it, none of the enemies displayed this type of profound mystery. He displayed it fully, tearing apart the void. Brilliant lights surrounded heaven and earth. Pooh! On the other side, the one with Kuan-Peng wings took on this resplendent strike, blasted outwards, flesh hacked into tatters. Chi! The one with reincarnation symbols had his head brushed by a streak of holy light. Blood surged. "I will kill all of you," Shurhao roared. He charged forward, about to eliminate all of the ominous and inauspicious existences.